Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna kogabu.
Sunday, oh when we are. Sunday, oh when we are. If there's someone, Sunday, oh when we are. I can celebration. Sunday, oh when we are. And maybe when I go, you Sunday, oh when we are. It's a game. Sunday, oh when we are. It's a game. Sunday, oh when we are.
You don't come home. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Waila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is, right there. Ikuko Niriwa Agbeche. I'm being a bit delicate with my system because it's been messing up since yesterday. So or should I say I am aghast? I only said the word on another platform, and they all went haywire, and then they've refused to speak to me. So there it is. Ikuko Niriwa Agbeche. So there it is. May death have nothing to do with us. So I was going to bring you a headline, but events in the course of the day has made me a bit somewhat reticent about bringing you the headline. So let me show you what I'm talking about. I was going to bring you this headline, but events in the course of today has made me a bit reticent about bringing you this headline. So I was going to bring you this headline. UK condemns APC Fani Kayode over threats to make Nigeria ungovernable, says 10 politicians on sanctioned list. So I was going to bring you this headline, but the platform presenting this headline in the course of the day, we have actually discovered that they are proponents of fake news. So I'm a bit reticent to bring you anything from this platform for the future. Proponents of fake news. So let's just leave that to one side. But it looks as though the story does have some leg. Article hails UK, says DSS must arrest Fani Kayode for incitement. So we bring you that one. And then we'll also bring you this one as well. Those tweeting falsehood about Nigeria's president-elect will face the wrath of law one day. APC campaign council says as Tinubu, the drug dealer, trends on Twitter. So we just wonder sometimes, you have to wonder where this thing ends, because it's just more ridiculous and more ridiculous. It's just rather tiresome. Tinubu will be sworn in, of course. Let me tell you one thing. When Buhari won his elections in 2015, or allegedly won the elections, you may wonder why I always call, that's my light switching off. I hope it's not going to be another scattergun day like we had yesterday. Let me just make sure. So when, and there it is. I'm not quite sure if you're better with the lights off, not save you having to look at my ugly mug. But when Buhari won the elections in 2015, I was so vexed by the level of rigging. You may wonder why I often refer to Buhari as Malam Buhari, because I'd resolved, as at 2015, never to accept that guy as a president, because it was clearly rigged in, and I knew he was going to destroy the country, which he has done. So he was rigged in, and I knew he was going to destroy the country, which he has done. So that is why I have always referred to Buhari as Malam Buhari. It's nothing ethnic. It's just the lack of authenticity of the guy. And I know that he was a brutish guy, and he remains a brutish guy. So that is why I have always referred to Buhari as Malam Buhari, because there is nothing in me that would accept to refer to him as a president. He never won an election. He's a dictator. He's a killer. So I mean, you can't give him any accolade. So that is why I refer to Buhari as Malam Buhari. So I'm only telling you this to project to the future. That obedience space till hell freezes over, Tinubu will serve his 8-year tenure, and they will never accept him as president. So he will be their Malam Buhari for the next 8 years. So that's what is going to happen. And all the drum beats for that are already in play. So all of the drum beats of that are already in play. This other headline now: PDP suspends national chairman Ayu with immediate effect. So we came across this story yesterday, and we thought it was just a satellite little story that happened somewhere in Boko that will quickly be quashed, and errant minions are punished. But it looks as though this might have actually taken effect, because it's now being reported widely across all of the news platforms. And you remember when they wanted to suspend Oshomole, it started from the word, and then it cascaded all the way through. So it looks as though that might be repeating. So we keep a very close eye on that space, because it occurred yesterday, and all of the news platforms are reporting this. Everybody sending me stuff on Instagram. They were sending this. So clearly it has some currency. PDP suspends national chairman Ayu with immediate effect. So we'll be having a look at that. And also now, it's something that actually broke yesterday, but we'll pick it up today. This was Obasanjo at the Charles Soludo 1 year anniversary of his administration, Charles Soludo. So this was Obasanjo there making a speech. And in the course of any and everything that he said, one term came to the fore. And it ricocheted, of course, around the news spaces, because that term that Obasanjo used on that platform, that term that Obasanjo used at that event, is a term that has been is very current in the news cycle these days. It's very off now, that term. And that term is Igbophobia. So what Obasanjo accused the Nigerian space of is Igbophobia, which is a visceral dislike of an ethnic grouping. So now, if Obasanjo says this, then it must have some currency. So is there Igbophobia in Nigeria? So we'll listen and watch Obasanjo on that platform. Obasanjo is always interesting to listen to anyway, and we'll wait then to see that build up on how he lands on that Igbophobia. So that Igbophobia now is something we want to begin that conversation around. So is there an Igbophobia in Nigeria, and what does Igbophobia even mean? It's implicit in the term, but how is it expressed? So we look into that. So plenty to go through. And also, this now no man's land thing that is also current in the news cycle now. RUFAI OSENI'S, I've often said that this guy, he loves the headline more than being behind. He wants to be in front of the camera rather than behind the camera. Metaphorically speaking, he's in front of the camera, of course, but he wants to be the subject matter. I think we can conclude that now, because he's always making all these outlandish positionings and commentaries that brings him to the fore of the news cycle. So that now recording thing that is hot within the Nigerian space at the moment, Lagos no man's land, he's inserted himself into that space. This is RUFAI OSENI'S, who's meant to be a non-aligned journalist. He's inserted himself into that space and is now told us now that Lagos is no man's land. So this is what that journalist has to say. So we'll explore that and see just now what this guy is leading to. So plenty to go through, to go through, as always is the clay. I can't get my words out. I probably need some water. So plenty to go through, as always is the case. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Just do this. Surrender yourself to this. Just put your hands up and surrender yourself to this space for however long the session lasts. So just hands up, I give up. Surrender yourself to the space for however the session lasts. But before you surrender yourself to the space, click on the like button just as you're coming in. We always ask for this, but we never see the response. Maybe one of these days you will respond. So click on the like button as you're coming in, And if you're not already subscribed, then please correct that as well. And then if you want to come join us on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard is your open invitation to join us on the screen. So that's the hyperlink right there. It says StreamYard. If you click on that, it brings you into a studio space. Soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, engage you in a conversation. New dynamic voices, elegant presentations. If you have all of that wrapped into you, you're exactly the person we're looking for. So click on that. And of course, the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that's ever ready. So take advantage of that as well. So click on like, you must do that. Click on subscribe if you are not subscribed already, you must do that. Now, at your discretion, you are invited to click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. That's at your discretion, but you're invited to do that. And the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that's discretionary as well. So do all of those. And as you said about that, let me take, yes, I was a bit quite liberal with the musical intermission. I was just getting myself fully ready, but we'll take another micro musical insertion. And then when we get back, we delve straight into the throes of it. Let's go to the Tinubu song from MC Olomo. There it is, right there. Short to that. That was MC Olomo. So that was MC Olomo. So now this story, we made we dipped a toe into this story yesterday. So now let's put both feet in. PDP national chairman, are you suspended over anti-party activities? So yes, this is by the report. This is from Leadership Magazine. It's also been reported in the Vanguard. Everywhere it's been reported. So let's just go with it as it is being reported. It says, PDP national chairman, are you suspended over alleged anti-party activities? The crisis rocking the People's Democratic Party, PDP, took another dimension on Sunday as the national chairman of the party, Dr. IYOCHIA, was suspended by his something word party executive in Boko local government area of Benue State. Ayu was accused of anti-party activities. The suspension of Ayu came few days after the National Working Committee (NWC) of the PDP directed the Benue State Governor, Dr. Samuel Otom, before the party's National Disciplinary Committee and suspended former Governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose, and erstwhile Senate President, Senator Ayim Pius Ayim. Ayu's suspension on Sunday followed a vote of no confidence passed on him by the ward executives. The resolution passed at the end of the ward meeting and read by the Secretary of XYZ Council, Mr. Banga something or the other, reads, the People's Democratic Party Executive Committee of XYZ Council Ward of Book Local Government Area in Benue State have passed a vote of no confidence on the party's national chairman, Dr. IYOCHIA Ayu, and that is my light playing up again. I hope it's not going to be another funky session. So let me just make the necessary adjustments because I'm a bit delicately balanced here. Oh, let me talk again. Fine. The crisis within the People's Democratic Party took another dimension on the national chairman of the party, Dr. IYOCHIA, was directed the Benue State Governor, Dr. Samuel Otom, National Disciplinary Committee, and for governor pardon me. On the national chairman, Dr. IYOCHIA Ayu, and party resolution of the week involved Right, and there it is. I have no idea what is going on with my system, so I'm just going to launch straight into it, and I'll try and get it fixed by tomorrow. But I have no idea what is going on with it. But let me just go straight to the Obasanjo space. Okay, let me go straight to the Obasanjo space, and then I'll let on the panel as well, and then hopefully things settle down. So let me line that up, and then let me bring the panelists up. And here they are. Solly joins us. Princess Rosie joins us. The majestic Zita is with us. Gideon joins us, and the progressive joins us. So there they are, the A team. So there they are, the A team. So gentlemen and ladies. So at last we are now in a position to be saying ladies and gentlemen. But my system is acting up, so I'm just going to let it run as it is. Let me give you the headlines again. Well, I'll give you the headlines already. Let's just go straight to the Obasanjo clips and interject as you will. So we're just going to free flow this. But this is Obasanjo with now that Igbophobia comments that a lot of people are all worked up about. So let's hear him say those words. Let me bring up the people that are turning up just as they are turning up. So Ajanle Koko joins us. Fash is here as well. So let's get straight into it. Let's get straight. Can you all hear me, by the way? Can you indicate if you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, all right, brilliant.
Please be seated. Please be seated. Please be seated. The chairman of this occasion, the governor of Anambra State and former governors of Anambra State and former governors of other states, Your Majesty, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters. You have heard what I have heard. So you can judge for yourself. But I have a few things to say. First, the chairman asked us for permission to sit down. Chairman, we happily granted you permission. But it reminds me of late Chief F.R.A. Williams. He was given in a court. He was making a case for weight of evidence because he wanted to really make his case for that on that occasion, on the weight of evidence. After he has laboriously made his case, he sat down and the chair collapsed. He said that is the evidence of weight. So your request was granted on the basis of evidence of weight. Oh, yeah, this is restriction. Okay. They have now said I cannot move outside this restricted area. I will try and keep within that. But Chief Nwaewu, to talk about when we first met immediately after the war. That you didn't remember that one of those who helped me in forming my first cabinet was yourself. And I thank you for it. And you remember it, how it happened. Let me come to Chukwuma Soludo. When I had Chukwuma working with me as my economic advisor, we worked very closely together. And he never one day misadvised me. Not one day. And I was so happy with him that I decided to send him to the central bank. He was the second Nigerian who was not a commercial banker of some sort sent to the central bank. And he performed so wonderfully well. But on one occasion, soon after I appointed him, somebody came to me and said, wow, you have ruined the economy of Nigeria. I said, how? He said, an able woman, Minister of Finance, an able man, Governor of Central Bank. Then you have really completed the task of running the economy of Nigeria. Now, I don't know why he said that, except for what I can call Igbophobia. And don't take that lightly. It remains, it persists. And I like what Chief Nwaewu said. I believe on the 13th of January, 1970, Biafra died and was buried, actually in the house of my friend here, Chief Simon Okeke in Amici. Is that correct? But when you have that type of thing that was said to me, and the type of thing that you know is going on, what I call, as I have just called it, what do we do with it? I believe we have to go back to the scripture, which says, "Lucre evil with good."
All right. All right. I think we've landed where we need to land. So we've landed where we need to land. So it's really just words that I wanted us to hear together. So what Tinubu, not Tinubu, what Obasanjo accuses the Nigerian state of is Igbophobia. So Igbophobia is where we're going to start off. We're going to start off there. That's not the only topic for today, of course, but we have to start off there because it's a very serious thing and it's very germane to what is going on in the country at the moment. And it's been said by a very senior person. So that's where we are starting off. And let's kick it off with Princess Rosie and invite her to that conversation. So Princess Rosie, are you there and are you ready to go? All right. Who do we have? Let's keep. Do we have you?
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Good to have you.
Good evening, woman. Yeah,
Good.
concerning this topic, Igbophobic?
Yeah, Igbophobia.
Yeah.
Obasanjo identified that as far back as when he was president, because he had a good complement of very talented young Nigerians who just happened to be from the Southeast. So one was the Minister of Finance, which was Madam Okonjo-Iweala, and of course, Charles Soludo was the CBN governor at the time. And he said then functionaries close to him were somewhat reticent that the country is going to be destroyed, having these two Igbo people at the top spaces, at the two topmost spaces of Nigeria's finance. So he described that as Igbophobia, and that is a term that is very much currency now, that there's some sort of phobic, there's a sort of recoiling from the Southeasterner. So is that something you identify in the color that Obasanjo painted it, or in what is going on here, or in what is going on now? Is there Igbophobia? Is it just a paranoia and victim playing by the Southeast?
To me, I just think the term is just like it's a very it's a word that seems to cause division among people in Nigeria. Because I mean, apart from after the war, I mean, everybody have come to accept each other as one. Igbos are everywhere. They are in the north, they are in the west, they are everywhere. And wherever they go, law abiding, they do business and they try to be, they are very industrious people. So for the term Igbophobic, I just feel it's just like, it's not, I don't know why he is even mentioning a word like that, because to me, it's going to cause more division among Nigerians than bringing us together. And like he mentioned, the two top positions that was being occupied by people from, Igbos. I think, anybody in any position would do well. It doesn't matter if you are Igbo, if you are Yoruba, or you are Hausa, or you are Fulani. As long as you have the mind to go in there and perform
Do
your best.
you think the Nigerian state has a natural suspicion of the Southeasterner?
I think there is that suspicion after the war, after the Biafra war. It's like other tribes sometimes are kind of a little bit what word will I use? Kind of not it's like kind of very still cautious about the evils. But it's just being cautious. I don't think it's being
Do
like
you think that persists till today? Do you think there's still echoes of that today?
growing up in Lagos, I didn't see that. I don't know, now that I've left, maybe it's coming up, but I know my family, they have friends that are Igbos, that are Yorubas, and they do business with the Igbos. So I don't see, like even my father's compound, his tenants, they are mostly Igbos, and yet everybody live in peace. So I don't know why this term is coming up at this time. It's not really going to unite the nation.
Right, but because I am somewhat of the view that Obasanjo might be partly right, and people can come into the conversation. By the way, I am somewhat of the view that Obasanjo might be partly right. I feel that there's somewhat of there's something in between the Nigerian state and the Southeasterner, and I'm not quite sure if it is a phobia. So that's why I've really brought it in, because we've been dancing around this sort of topics for a good while now. And I'm somewhat suspicious that the Nigerian state might have a phobia against the Southeasterner. I don't think a lot of people can imagine them as president of the country, and that's a problem.
Yeah, to me, I don't think it's like Igbophobic, really. It's just because Igbos, they are people that are, I mean, they are very assertive, they are outspoken, and wherever they promote their culture. They are not, they are like extroverts. I mean, they are even, everything about them is kind of out there. So maybe because of their culture, that's the way, the language, the culture, their belief, that's the way they are. And it's not stopping them from mixing with other people. They do business with Yorubas, they do business with Hausas. I mean, they relate with everybody. So I just think just because they are different does not mean people are scared of them, or people are like, oh no, don't trust the Igbo man. To me, I don't really see why this is something that is coming up at this time. That's the way I feel anyway. That's my own opinion.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Let's bring Akim into the conversation if he's ready. Akim, are you there?
Yes, Roman.
Yeah, hold on, Ola. Akim, let's bring Akim into the conversation. So, Akim, yeah. So that clip by Obasanjo. So that clip, of course, is speaking to the language that is the language of now, because there's a lot going on at the moment, and a lot of it. We even heard from Nwanyawu, who was speaking to still that. And Nwanyawu, by the way, he was at that event and he spoke before Obasanjo, and Obasanjo spoke from a prepared speech. So the both of their commentaries somewhat in tandem, which is speaking to a phobia against the Southeasterners. So do you identify that the country is somewhat phobic, they recoil somewhat from the Southeast?
One man, thank you very much for the show tonight, and I want to say good evening to everybody out there. One man, to be honest with you, personally for me, I don't think there's anything like that. I think this is just this is one of the games the elite play, when they find themselves in a tight corner. The phobia of a thing, the Igbophobia of a thing they're talking about, I think it's just, it's just playing up in this political elite mind. For you and I don't have problem with anybody from the Southeast. People from the South, West, Southeast, they're all intermarrying. They are living their life, they are doing businesses together. I understand that there was some tension within this political time, but we've lived together for a while now. When it comes to that power matter, when it comes to sharing power, that is where you hear all this Igbophobic, Igbo this, Igbo that, Igbo this. Let them play their game right politically. And then I think, look, when Jonathan was there, right, a lot of appointment, higher position went to the Southeasterners. There was not Igbophobic at the time. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, one man. So it is when the elite feel shorted, that's when you start hearing all this language. It's all nonsense.
All right, but it's not just the elite though. Even on this platform, was it Uptown yesterday that was saying Igbophobia? So that seems to be something that is going on within that space. Are you saying there's nothing to it? Is that what you?
Yeah, for me personally, there's nothing. There's absolutely nothing to it. I still look. There are Igbo people across Nigeria and doing their business, living among other ethnic residents in those places. Settled there. Some of them have houses there. Some of them they give birth to their children there. If you go to Lagos, you see some Igbo children that was born in Lagos. They speak Yoruba more than they speak Igbo. So look, for me, this division, I always say this right from time. When you see this language coming up, it always starts from the elite, this political class. If they want, okay, look at the Senate presidency now. What are the metrics that they are using to give it out? tribe, ethnicity, religion. Those are the three metrics they are using as we speak. So it is when they want to share it, they start coming up with, look at the people that are gathering there now. Are they not political elite? The Obasanjos, the Soludos, and the likes of them. Those are all political elite. If you go to a marketplace now, where they sell shoe, where they sell gari, these people, they don't discuss these issues. We the ordinaries folk, we are trying to survive. We don't have time for this Igbophobic or Yorubaphobic or we don't have time for it. We're trying to look for the next survivor, the next food, the next rent, the next transportation fee. That is what occupies our mind. But these people don't worry about those things. So the next thing that they occupy their mind is how to attain power. And when they don't get that power, they start to come up with this divisionism language. Look, I understand that there are some of us who have bought into that idea. I understand that. But for me, I don't see it as a problem.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm going to take maybe just two more opinions on that space. And if we are all unanimous that there is no such thing as Igbophobia, and then we can abandon it and go on to other topics. But yeah, sorry, I'm going to Fatai first. So let me go to Fatai first. Fatai, are you ready?
Hello, man.
All right. So I'm only really bringing it because Obasanjo spoke to the space at the Charles Soludo event. And Obasanjo speaking to the space, it only puts a cap on it brings to crescendo something that's been bubbling in the underbelly of the country, especially in recent times. So now we know the characteristics of the Southeasterner, that they are boisterous and all of that, but then we all have our peculiarities. So their characteristics is their peculiarities. Your characteristics are your peculiarities. So we all have our peculiarities, which is what meshes together to make one country. Is unity in diversity and all that. But what is being highlighted, and I think this is a holdover from the Biafran space, what is being highlighted is that outside of individualistic peculiarities, the country somewhat recoils from the Southeasterner. And this is something that the Southeasterners hold fervently. And now somebody as senior as Obasanjo is highlighting, using examples. So is there an Igbophobia? We know their character, but is there outside of that character a phobic towards the Southeasterner in Nigeria, Fatai?
Well, one man, just to make two, how do I call it, preface, like, because Obasanjo is saying it, I don't particularly, I mean, with all due respect, I mean, he's an elder statesman, and it's like, I should prostrate before I call the name. Okay. But I don't take it. So I don't take it. I would rather take it with a pinch of salt. I mean, just saying Obasanjo said it. I'm not talking now to the larger concept, but just saying about it because I think if I remember very correctly, I mean, okay, I was not that. I was kind of still young at the time Obasanjo came in, but there were news, right? So I think the two premises that Obasanjo gave, that Soludo being CBN governor and Okonjo-Iweala being Minister of Finance, like people were saying, oh, two Igbos. I don't really remember. I mean, I stand to be corrected because I said I might not be that mature at that time, but I didn't remember that much of like complaint about them being two Igbos, right? I don't particularly remember so much complaint about Soludo. I think now in hindsight, I think that Obasanjo, that it was a genius move for Obasanjo to have appointed Soludo, and the reason he gave that Obasanjo and that Soludo was the first, or as he said it, non-banker CBN governor. I think our country right now needs a non-banker CBN governor, a CBN governor who is a very intelligent economist and strategist. Because it seemed that the CBN mandate is kind of strange. You would kind of struggle to find that kind of mandate among CBN central banks around the world. Like the job you're supposed to do is kind of like, it's crazy. But anyway, I hope that there's a bit of a strategy, a reform of the CBN regulation or whatever, or mandate or law. I don't know whatever they will call it in the new administration. So having said that, that's regard, I think it was a smart move to appoint Soludo, and I don't remember a lot of backlash against Soludo, but the backlash against Okonjo-Iweala, actually, there was backlash against Okonjo-Iweala. I don't think it was so much.
Well, was it ethnic? Okay, good.
No, I don't think it was ethnic. She was actually well regarded because she was. I think even there was. I think there was a lot of jubilation at her entry into the Nigerian space because he was a Nigerian that was on the top of the hierarchy at the World Bank, right? However, whatever that meant, but whatever that was against that time actually was led by Gani Fawemi, right? That time, Gani Fawemi's and Gani Fawemi's fight was that Okonjo-Iweala was being paid in dollars. And it was a lot of money or something like that. I think he even went to court. So it was like, if she wants to do Nigeria public service, right? Why is she getting paid in different currency than every other or whatever? So whatever. I remember.
And you don't say an ethnic. You don't say an ethnic undertone to that. Gani Fawemi may be a Yoruba man.
Okay, now, if it's today, they would say back then, no, Gani Fawemi, there was no. I was even going to come to that. Now, if I say Gani Fawemi today, you would say that. If you say Gani Fawemi 10 years ago, who's going to talk about ethnic? Gani Fawemi was fighting everybody. Gani Fawemi took Tinubu to court with regard to his certificate and his this and that, even the drug, the age, everything. Gani Fawemi for everybody. Gani Fawemi was fighting everybody. They wouldn't give Gani Fawemi's son because he was fighting everybody. So there was nothing ethnic back then. The whole ethnic with regard to Yorubas is a very new phenomenon. As far as I can remember, it's a very new phenomenon.
But do you acknowledge it? Do you acknowledge it as a phenomenon, though? Do you recognize it now, this Igbophobia?
Well, I think it needs to be separated as a concept. You want like a few minutes back, you said like the Nigerian nation, right? And you tied it to the presidency issue. Me, I will think that just to first sort that out, I would think that is premature to conclude. So because we don't have enough stretch of time to make a strong determination with regard to that. So we had First Republic. There's no such. The Igbos they dominated in the First Republic. So in the Second Republic, I think that's after the Civil War. Going into the Second Republic, if you take out the issue of the Civil War, right? There wasn't Igbophobia. In fact, Alex Ekweme was vice president, was going to be president. The three major, like imagine in today's world, the Tinubu of today, the Atiku and Peter Obi today, they were the North, Shagari, Awolowo, Azikwe. Azikwe was a prominent brain, and then Alex Ekweme also was a prominent brain. So I think that Igbophobia really came on board really when after the coup, right? So it was like Alex Ekweme was going to be a president, and all of a sudden they came up with the abracadabra of a coup, right? Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how much, but I think that story was out there. I don't know whether how much I understand substance.
Is it the thinking that coup was to truncate not the civilian administration, but Alex Ekweme? Was it targeted at the southeast? That coup.
This is what I'm saying. Certainly, the southeastern, I believe this. Certainly, at least the power blocks there, that it was to stop the Eagles from getting to be the presidency. I think that's where this narrative really, really got its blood, its oxygen. Like, oh wow, really? There is really Igbophobia. They don't want us to be president.
Can I interject, Fatai?
Yeah, sure. Help me.
Yeah. You cannot say that the coup was preventing Igbo from becoming.
No, I don't say that declaratively. I said that narrative was out there. I don't say it's not me saying it. I say it was out there, the narrative.
Oh yeah, that people just say whatever they like. The second time of Shagari was just 3 months in operation when the coup terminated them. So why should the narrative that it was targeted as preventing coup? I mean, when Igbo had never, in the first place, at the position of president at all. And so people that were spreading that kind of fake news were just mischievous, and it should not be, that kind of narrative should not be accepted by anybody. It's just paint Nigerian state as a anti-Igbo state by some quarters in that country. So I want us to reject that and not to even help them, to spread that fake narrative. So that's my take there.
Yeah, thank you so much, Bajali Koko. Now, I will not be too far away from you, but I'm just saying that this was out there. It's not my assessment of things, right? A coup is a complete power. Reason for power, for people seizing power, is dynamics, a whole lot of things, right? So I'm just saying, from what I could see, the real strong build up to that narrative of Igbophobia, I will ascribe it to it, like getting its real oxygen. If you take out the event of the Civil War, I would say it really got its real oxygen from that. This is where I say, this is where I will position it. I'm not saying it is true or it is not true. I'm not too much of an insider to be able to say categorically whether it's true or it's not true. I'm just saying that. But my own real position.
Why did you think Obasanjo said it? Because that was quite. Why did he say it in that space and time and now? Why did he say it? Yeah.
Obasanjo is what you could call political animal. Obasanjo. If you open the dictionary and you're looking for political human being, you will see Obasanjo's picture right there.
Do you Obasanjo wants the country to burn?
Well, I wouldn't say that 100%. The closest thing I would say to that is that what I saw of Obasanjo didn't mind Lagos to be crushed, just for PDP to win Lagos and Tinubu to be crushed when Tinubu was governor of Lagos State. So that's my closest thing I could relate it to. I wouldn't say it would want the country to burn down, but I think if it would lead to Tinubu swept away, whatever, and then we will deal with whatever fallout later, right? I think it would be Obasanjo. It would be what I would think is Obasanjo's position. But
that language really was an attack on Tinubu, is what you are suggesting.
Well, I think it's an attack on the power situation that brought Tinubu in. It is now Igbophobia. Look, like Madam Rosie said there, I don't remember Igbophobia. It's like, look, there has never been anything between Yorubas and Igbos, right? The only thing anybody could point to is they said Awolowo something. He said, and Awolowo, Babajalo Koko can even tell it better here. Awolowo, working for the government, said, look, the food we are sending during the Civil War, the food we are sending is not really getting to the civilian, right? It's being cornered by the people fighting. So why are we sending food to the people fighting? Whatever, Babajalo will be in a better position to tell it, right? So, and that's right,
Fatai. You are right.
Yeah,
you are right. Because
so it's like what
by Nigerian state to the east to continue to feed the civilian people during the war were being Biafran army were taking that food, starving their people to death, causing their children to have kachoko. It was Ojukwu and his soldiers that caused that, not Nigerian state. They were stealing all the food. They stole all the food. They were taking it. They were getting fat, getting more energy to continue to fight the war, while their civilian people, the ordinary people, were dying. And this was
is there any
when he visited the war front after Imo fell to Nigerian army. He visited the war front. It was Igbo people that revealed it, the civilian people. That revealed our war.
Please, can I ask a question?
Yeah, right.
You know, I like empirical fact when it comes to history. Is there any book where you read this, sir? Because I'm just hearing this for the first time, that from the Nigerian front, they supply Ojukwu and he didn't release it to his people. I'm not sure of that history.
It's a widely held belief, though. This is not the first time I'm coming across that. I can provide evidence for it as well.
It's documented.
Is it documented? Can you regard us one book? I read
use of Google. It's documented.
I've not seen this. Which of the books?
I have read it. Wait. I have read it before, and I will supply you. I will go to research it. Trace. I will trace.
Is this the first time you are hearing this, or is this the first time you are hearing this?
I've heard the rumor, but I've tried to look for historical books to read. I can't find any, including even books written by those Russians and French guys that supported Biafra, and including the ones that supported Nigeria, the British writers. I've not found any. But if I can find any,
either book or journal entries.
Yes. Book journal entries on on newspaper of those days. I will appreciate it for time.
When I will find and send send across to one man by Instagram or something like that. I wasn't prepared to not today. I read it.
No, there's a story that's been hanging around for a long time that they sent food and the army cornered it. But like you said, I can provide a reference for it as well. But going back to Obasanjo,
my larger point.
Google Prime Time, you will find the news on it when the title is Igbo Yoruba at War over Shino Ashebe criticism of Awolowo.
No, I think he's wanting something more than some Google something. But I want to deviate back to Obasanjo.
Premium Times, not Google. Premium Times.
Yes, I think it was like a journal entry from the wartime.
So will not be credible.
Exactly. Yeah.
Premium Time was not even in the Premium Time just came and said maybe 40 years after the
So are you talking about like a journal entry from that period in time? That's what you're looking for, isn't it?
Yeah, something like that. Like what journalists wrote maybe shortly after the war. Those ones would be very credible. Historians. There are so
it could be a research paper.
Did you read There Was a Country? Did you read
yes,
that
of
book?
Course. I read There Was of course. Chino Achebe. Yes, I read There Was a Country. Yeah.
Look. No, but that would be a skewed perspective, though. You can't. That
is literature.
That's even if it's research, it's still a skewed perspective. So that's a competence.
From the skewed. From both sides, stories are good. Are good to listen from both sides, whether skewed or not. We can read between the lines. Thank God we don't go school small.
But you are right. Even There Was a Country, I don't still regard There Was a Country as historical, because if you are coming out 40, 45 years after war and you are just writing about the war, I want to believe naturally even your memory must have been fainted about what happened during the war. And there's every reason for you now to dilute, you won't be that, it won't be as credible as book written shortly after or during the war, Yes.
But that also doesn't lend credibility, because during the war or shortly after the war, what was they said the winner is tells history is written by the winner. So
by the victor,
by the victor, could still be skewed during the war and immediately after the war.
I understand, but in history, they tend to attach more weight to
because of the contemporariness of it. Because of the
than when you now wait years after, relax your brain and start writing about the events.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't disagree with
Already,
you.
let me recommend a book in case you find a book. The book was written by, the title is The Nigerian Civil War by John Obasanjo. The name is
I've read that
Nigerian
book.
Civil War by John Obasanjo.
I've read
You
that
saw
book.
what? You've read it?
One man, a book reader that ain't for your studio.
No, PhD student now in law. His bread and butter is reading books now.
And didn't read about the food policy inside that book.
No.
It was written by
see what I read. See what I read in that book, which is different from what Baba Janle Koko said. Now, I read that food were given to missionaries. Note what I'm saying now. Missionaries, okay, particularly Catholic missionaries in the southeastern part, and those Catholic missionaries ordered the food, not Biafran governments this time around, but the missionaries, and they said they hoard those food. In fact, there was a man they interviewed in that book. That man is in, I think it's University.
What would be the motive? What would be the motive?
That's what I'm thinking. Yes, you would have thought that was counter.
The motive, generally, I think those missionaries. I said missionary. Why am I even using missionary? Priest, generally priest. So they interview one man who witnessed that war. The man is still a lecturer, I think, in University of Jos. And the man is now an atheist, doesn't believe in anything again, because he saw many people that died during the war, and that he used to work in the church, and he realized how Catholic priests were hoarding food because they believe the war may last. The food will not the time the war is going to will be lasting for. They may not have more supplies, so they will rather keep it for the priest and their people than to spread it for. So they saw children dying. They saw
that would be that's too much out there.
Obeni, respect. I think it showed that you clearly read some part of those books though. I don't know when you read it, because I read my own as far back as I think 1990 or 1989. I can't remember precisely. See, the question is this: on the way of getting the food to those end. That is when the Biafran soldiers started ambushing, and they were now intercepting the food. That's where the problem started. So you will see that the story that built up later towards that particular thing, that's why you will find credibility in whatever you see after. Because at least in this book, it was established that food was going to somewhere. But what happened to that food thereafter, they could not establish until the policy of no food. I've forgotten the way the word was.
That's their whole policy now.
Exactly that. Okay, when you were fighting your enemy,
food
was intended for the civilian population, but it was getting to the military. That's how they quickly stopped everything. So, and there was a time they even alleged that they were disguising through the Red Cross. When they were getting some supply to the Red Cross, and they tried to block everything. So, to me, in between, you will find that story, that the story about that food was somehow credible. So I have no reason why I should not believe, because when there was a country came out too, it became a serious issue. That was why I was referring you to Premium Times. So they did a lot on that story too during that time. So that's my opinion about that. Then on the Igbophobia, when time came, I can.
Yes, thank you, Ola. All right. Before I come back to you, and I want to move you back to Obasanjo, and I want to ask you, if Obasanjo, does it feel that his legacy is threatened? Is this what all of this is all about? Is backing of Peter Obi, which is now pushed to this narrative of Igbophobia? Do you think that he feels threatened, that his legacy is under threat? But before you come to that, let me when requested for journals, and Alexander Gomez provides via Super Chat, it says, I read journals by General Issa Alabi. You'll find out everything with pictures about what happened during the Biafra War. It is fully documented. So that's the recommendation for you. So see if you can, and then you can. And by the way, we're going to, because Zita has been inviting this conversation for a while. So if you are knowledgeable in that space, we're going to arrange when we're going to enter that Biafra space. you know, but I'm just so scared of that space because it is always so, you know, high octane. I'm not scared of it, but you know, it's so high octane. We have to get the facts right, but we will be going there at some point. But back to you, Fatai. Do you think that Obasanjo feels his legacy? And when I'm talking about his legacy, I'm talking about his legacy in Yoruba in Yoruba land, his traditional rivalry with that Abeokuta space, the Abiola's, I don't know, is Awolowo from that region, and then now Tinubu. Is there something within that space do you feel? Is this about him, his personal legacy, rather than anything else? This Igbophobia narrative that he's just come up with.
One man, the story about this personal side. Yeah, I mean, everybody's heard about those stories, but I wouldn't really think that somebody will go all out to that extent for. Okay, I mean, I want to be. I want to be regarded as higher than Awolowo, nobody to be higher than me, or blah blah blah. Well, I wouldn't give so much. I mean, I consume it, I enjoy it. It makes my day to read stuff like that. But I don't attach all my weight on those stories. I would rather prefer to exert my energy on like tangible things, like, you know, Obasanjo's coming in the when they handed over power to the civilian. Is that supposed to be the Third Republic? That coming in, the whole of the arrangement of the Nigerian state, there is over Obasanjo's fingerprint all over, right? And that fingerprint, that has been some of the things that is directing the affairs of Nigeria, even till today. The things like subsidy, the things like the new arrangement of the university funding, a whole lot of things, a whole of the security arrangement, the military security arrangement, in blah blah blah. Even when he came in, he was very instrumental to I give him credit to close up. I mean, alongside, I think one day we talked about it here, whether Ola gave an input or somebody to close up like Abacha, Babangida, really with the coup and stuff like that. So it was really instrumental to closing that gap towards going back to military coup. So Obasanjo's fingerprint is all over the place. So if you see a guy like a Tinubu coming in, who is like, as Tinubu always says, team ship. Tinubu comes in, Tinubu, you hate him or you love him, because he's going to come in. A lot of big boys are going to be out of the loop, like 100%. It's like Lagos. When you go to Lagos, the likes of Bode Joe or whatever, they will shoot.
Is Obasanjo afraid that Tinubu might be successful? Do you think? Do you know what I mean? Is he afraid that Tinubu might be, and then they will overshadow him?
Obasanjo knows that Tinubu will be successful. Obasanjo knows that Tinubu will be successful. Obasanjo went after Tinubu so many times. Tinubu was always successful against Obasanjo. So I think more in the direction of the things that Tinubu will have to cut out, because there has to be a reform with regard to a lot of things in the country, a lot of reform with regard to the economic arrangements, with regard to the petroleum situation, a lot of things. You know, petroleum subsidy was Obasanjo's as a government instituted program.
If Tinubu succeeds Buhari, then that will be two successions of governance that is outside of Obasanjo's influence. So if Tinubu, when Tinubu succeeds Buhari, that will be two successions of governance that is outside of Obasanjo's influence, and Obasanjo loses outcome. Yes, but then of course, if Peter Obi goes in, it's just a puppet that he just works along, like it's little bingo, you know.
Obasanjo said it best now. Peter Obi is like a needle with a thread on the bottom, right? Tinubu, whatever thread, if Tinubu has thread behind the bottom, that one of them is not Obasanjo, you know. And Obasanjo is a big time power brokers, right? Obasanjo, I mean, this is the last group of them, right? Obasanjo, Babangida, even to a lot of extent, also this Buhari as well. You know, all of these Abdul Salami, all of these, and they are in their different circles, right? I think there is a lot of rivalry between Obasanjo and Buhari as well. I mean, Buhari also is overshadowing Obasanjo
because he even had a bit of influence with Buhari, given their antecedents, his seniority
military
over him, and that he been his boss. But with Tinubu. Tinubu they don't like each other anyway. I think we know that.
No, they don't like.
And then Tinubu doesn't need him for anything. He didn't participate in his victory, and he doesn't rate him especially. And Tinubu has a supreme self-confidence and self-belief. So it will be back to those ludicrous open letters that Obasanjo writes when Tinubu becomes. He'll start writing his open letters again.
One man, did you see that video when Tinubu, during the campaign, when Tinubu visited Obasanjo and went to visit Obasanjo, like, you know, and the one thing he said as they were going in, as he was doing his two hands, say, hello, retire. He told me to go and retire. It's time to retire. Go and retire. He said to me point blank, they should go and retire. It's time to retire, right? So,
who said that to whom? Who said that?
Tinubu to Obasanjo.
Right.
In the video, the camera, you should go and retire. When people say he went to get his endorsement, no, he went to tell him to go and retire. We will give you a space as a elder Yoruba statesman, but go and retire. It's about time.
It's very high risk and somewhat irresponsible. If it's game playing, then it's very high risk and somewhat irresponsible.
The thing, I mean, as a young person, I don't have the wisdom of the elderly, right? As a young person, I see the thing I don't really particularly like about myself. Actually, I do agree. Like at this, nobody is going to go after Obasanjo. Even if he's not going to be in the circle of Obasanjo, guaranteed nobody's going to go after him. Nobody.
So that's why I'm saying that is it a legacy thing? Is it a legacy thing?
Yeah, it's a legacy thing, and I think also, okay, if they are going to call a somebody in the international community, Obasanjo is the first to go and jump around. You know, Buhari is not going to take that position from him. He certainly doesn't want Tinubu to take that position from him. But also, I mean, Obasanjo is not alone, right? We have to understand that all these big boys, they're not alone. It's not only about Obasanjo. There are a whole lot of big boys that are benefiting from a whole lot of programs, from a whole lot of the systems there, right? And if you get a Tinubu kind of a guy who says, hey, my team ship is from long time and all of you can go to hell, is my team ship that is coming to run it, that is tremendous amount of shaking to the system. It's not just Obasanjo, but Obasanjo is the face that can go out and pull some things here and there and there. You know, there are many big boys, you know, around so many things that we don't even see their face, we don't really know them. You know, but Obasanjo, because of his position as military head, civilian head, a lot of things, a lot of architecture of Nigeria today, many of them, they streamed down from Obasanjo's administration. So is a face and a powerful face of a division, of a power block that is not in alignment with Tinubu's, with the APC actually, but certainly not with Tinubu's, let's call it Tinubu's, what would be Tinubu's administration. And that is really what is causing a lot of tension. This tension will go on until Tinubu is sworn in. These guys will fight it out to the end. You know, Tinubu also is a fighter. The other opposition today are a fighter. It's not going to stop until 29. But to my larger point, I don't believe, like, as a Yoruba person, right? I think Yoruba are too, you know, Yorubas are the one they should call the ultimate liberal. Nobody cares about. If there is any Igbophobia, it's believable between like the Northerners and the Southeasterners. But Igbophobia between Yorubas and the Igbos, what do we have? Oh, we are not we didn't collect each other's girlfriend or something. I don't really see.
I don't know about that. Yoruba demons and all that, you know.
But the life of me, I don't know where it's coming from. I wish them good luck with the narrative. I don't see anything in the Yorubas that is a phobia of anybody, right? I don't see it, but I don't know. But the one thing I wish for in the end, right? All these, I call it, it's my personal wish. I call it the tyranny of the majority. I wish for a country, Nigeria, to be a place one day where it's not about the big tribes who's going to be led and a Shekiri man, and it doesn't even have to think. You know, the Shekiri man can be president. You pay anybody, Igbo, Yoruba, Fulani, Hausa, this big tribe, is the tyranny of.
But Babangida was Nupe now. Babangida is Nupe now.
Oh, yeah?
Is it not?
Yeah, but that's as a military. If he runs as a civilian, how is he going to get the coalition to become president? He's not going to get it. He tried to be a civilian president, although, I mean, his military antecedents were hurting him. But how is he going to build the... I want somebody, Isoko, to just come out and say, I want to be president, and everybody votes for the Isoko man. It doesn't have to be all these big tribes alone. No. It's not, the life is not created only for the big tribes alone. But yeah, that's it for.
All right, brilliant. All right. Thank you for that. All right, go on, Ola. I was going to go to Zeta just to mix it up, but I'll go on. Yeah.
Okay. To me, I will support majority of people that say when you talk of average Nigerian, I don't think there's something like Igbophobia. But when it comes to the power block, we cannot disregard that, because one thing is this, and we have to give it to the Igbo people. They are super competitive people, and they are very smart people. You see, things might have gone wrong in the Nigerian first coup before the counter coup, right? So I think since that time is when they have been trying to keep them away from power. Well, one trend that we can never deny is this. Anytime you find the Igbo people around the corridor of that power, their landmark can actually threaten anybody that want to hold on to power. Because when you see the achievement, okay, look at it this way. Dora Akoyele, when he was even asked to even undo a parastatal within the government, see how he was persecuted, see how people were running after her. See Okonjo-Iweala, when he was there as the finance minister, what did they even do when the policy was becoming too hard for all these people? They even kidnapped our parents that the man went through. So you will see Charles Soludo. What did he do when he was the CBN governor? Those people that were around the corridor of power, they used to enjoy the banking, the banking industry, all the shady they were doing there. This guy did some kind of reform and just sent them out of that business immediately. Now, look at the trait of those people now. You now see Ofin-Wosu, until they use a very iron hand on him. He almost delivered that particular election to Abiola, the person they would not want in power. They would not want to reach power then. Now look at it in such a way that the kind of those people now manage to become the president of Nigeria. You know, this thing can mean just one thing, can end the grip of the owners of Nigeria permanently, because these are the people that they are just daring and they will do whatever they want to do. Yeah, to the people in around the corridor of power, yeah, Igbophobia may exist, but Obasanjo is someone that I respect so much, and I don't know why that Baba has been behaving like someone that hates Nigeria so much just in the last few months. To me, I would see this thing as more of competition between Obasanjo and whosoever that can erase his legacy. Because
so you think it's a legacy? Because in the course of the conversation, I'm starting to form the thought that it's a legacy thing, and he's ready to go to extremes to protect however he sees his legacy.
It's a legacy thing. If you remember very well, the system we are using today, whether it was re-edited in 1999, it was the one that brought the presidential system. And if the presidential system works forever, there's no way you want to mention presidential system in Nigeria, in Nigerian politics, that you will never mention Obasanjo. And this man will try as much as possible to protect.
What do you mean presidential system, Obasanjo president? What do you mean?
No, you see, we were using parliamentary system before before the 1966 coup, right? When this guy organized some kind of constitutional conference, the one that brought the 1979 constitution, it was OBJ that was the military administrator there. The version of 1999 constitution we are practicing is just the edited version of 1979 constitution, but edited to suit their own purpose better than the original version. So this man, to me, all those legacy, all those things he has achieved is what he's trying to protect. And a person like Tinubu can easily make people forget Obasanjo especially if he becomes successful. Look at everything.
Sorry to cut you in. I will not cut you in again. Presidential system predated Obasanjo now. It's not the originator of the presidential system.
No, I mean,
but
in Nigeria, the brand we are using in Nigeria, that's what I mean.
I know, that's what I'm speaking to as well.
Parliamentary.
But go on.
Using after independence, not
I know parliamentary, but presidential already came in before Obasanjo came into power.
When did they come in?
No, Obasanjo introduced the presidential in 1979.
After that, 1978.
The one that introduced it to us now.
Was the one that introduced
it. But what was the incident with Aguiyi-Ironsi situation?
No, it was parliamentary that we were using when. Then
Aguiyi-Ironsi came to bring in presidential.
No, not presidential. It was just head of state.
It was just head of state now for 6 months. Before he was
is that not some sort of quasi presidential system, head of state?
Yeah, it was the formula, the architecture. The name, I'm not talking the name, the architecture from parliamentary away from parliamentary.
That was unitary system. It was a unitary system under military rule, so that cannot be regarded as presidential system. Presidential system, we know the way it is defined. There must be president, there must be legislator and judiciary, and you have to the system of government have to be structured in the way American presidential system format. So military wasn't like that under what do you call that man?
Aguiyi-Ironsi. I know, but what I'm saying is that is an evolution. It's what you are describing is an evolution, not the original. Okay, somebody can start something, but it's in a raw form. It doesn't have a clear direction. But then evolution brings a clarity and further directions. But Obasanjo did not institute in the Nigerian presidential system. It predated Obasanjo. Now Obasanjo might fashion it well.
Don't have it on record that we had presidential system of government before 1979. 1979 is the first time that the country practiced presidential system of government when Obasanjo as a military officer handed over.
You are right.
Civilian.
You are right. Yes. Yeah, that's the first time. That's Obasanjo that introduced presidential system. Yeah, that's the first time we ever use presidential system.
Yeah.
So, what Jafar is saying, the military operated a centralized unitary system of government. So it's pointing out that Fatai as a correction, but Jafar, what Fatai is actually saying is that the centralized military system is some sort of quasi-presidential system by itself. Because
It is even wrong. No. Presidential system is never a centralized system of government. It is never.
Let me explain.
It's never. It is. It is the distinction between I just leave it here. The distinction between the parliamentary there is no middle way. There is some form of amorphous unitary. Unitary is not a form of government. That it's not a formalized.
Because of course, Fatai, what we had was the Westminster style prime minister, which was the power base, and then a ceremonial presidential system, which was Nnamdi Azikiwe then. So some sort of two-tier equivalent system. But then when Aguirre had that coup, all of that system of governance was wiped away under a centralized, what did Jafar call it? Centralized unitary system. And that centralized unitary system is some sort of quasi-presidential system.
Let me explain a bit. Maybe now there's a difference between system of government and form of government, right? Now, after independence, we're left with the parliamentary system of government. That is the system, and with regional form of government. Mark the difference. So you have a system and you have a form of the government. So we have a parliamentary system of government, meaning that in terms of people that hold the offices of the executive and the legislative. For the legislative, we have the prime minister, and you have your head of state. And from that legislative, from that legislative, that means it's just like in the UK where you only elect your MPs. You don't elect the executive. It is from the MP they elect the executive. That was the system of government they gave us. So we elected those MPs, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Awolowo, Tafawa Balewa, and all of them. We elected them, and within them, the majority party formed that government. Okay, and then they picked Nnamdi Azikiwe as the head of state, and then picked Tafawa Balewa as the prime minister, and then Awolowo now became the opposition, just like the parliamentary system of system. That is the system we're running. And then at the regional level now, we now have a regional level where each region, okay, on its own, but it is from that region you now feed your MP to the center. So at the regional level now, we have our premier, who is like a prime minister of the region, and you now have your governor, who is like the head of state at the regional level. So we have House of Assembly in the regional level. We have unicameral system at the central level, which is the only House of Rep. There's nothing like House of Senate. There's nothing like Senate, sorry. So only House of Rep. So that was the system. So we have a system of government which is parliamentary, and we have regional, which is a form of government, okay? And that was the system we're using until Israel struck, and after Urozi got there. So what Urozi did was he destroyed both the parliamentary system and then destroyed regional to an extent. Okay, now he destroyed parliamentary.
They're the same regional. We know the specific. The distinction we are trying to determine is: look, there is only two systems, right? There's only two non-formal systems. You are either federalism, which essentially you have regional government. The central unity, the central government is not the supreme, right? What we had was that kind of a system where we have regional government that the federating. Now we moved away from that kind of a system to a central supreme system. Started from Aguirre. Now it then evolved to become more formalized. That might be Obasanjo, but they moved away from that parliamentary.
Shall we agree then that Obasanjo formalized states?
No. I don't have. I will not argue. I will not be arguing there about that.
Let me connect what Urozi did to the First Republic and what we have.
Yeah, I think Ogbeni was on the right. It was on the right track.
So what Urozi simply did was he demolished all the offices of prime minister, offices of all these head of state and co. So he replaced with Supreme Military Council, meaning that the military now replace all those institutions. But at the regional level, right, he still maintained those regions, but he now annexed all their powers to the center and now appoint military administrators to those states. And that's why you have Ojukwu and others at those regional level, right? Now,
that's the point I was making.
Yeah, so fast forward. So what makes it a unitary government is because he collected all the powers that the region used to have. He still maintained those geographical distinctions, but he collected all their powers and annexed it only to himself. All right, annexed it to the center. So fast forward to what Obasanjo did. What Obasanjo simply did is Obasanjo now, instead of returning us back to that parliamentary system, where we still have prime minister and head of state and others, Obasanjo returned us to presidential system, which was American system, where the entire country, before you only appoint MPs, and from the MPs we choose our executive. But Obasanjo now did the one that you appoint you elect your president directly, separate from you elect your legislatures to the center. Then you also elect to the state level. So Obasanjo brought the presidential system of government and also restore federal system of government, which we actually test run sometimes before that independence. Okay, 45.
Federal system of government.
That's
we don't have
system.
You're conflating now. If you are saying we have federal and we have a presidential, you are conflating the two. But one man, your summary is very sharp.
Why do you say
Obasanjo was instrumental. Being the first president following the military coup, Obasanjo was very instrumental. I'm not arguing about that, but I'm just saying there is two types of systems. Presidential, if you like, you can call it unitary. It's synonym. Evolution into presidential. The unitary evolved into presidential. But they are the same thing.
All right, we're getting too deep into it.
Unitary system has nothing to do with presidential system.
Yes, unitary is totally separate.
It's different. That's why I said
by the definition, they are synonym. They are the same thing. It just an evolution. A civilian came to formalize it. That's what it is.
Fatai, they are not, because you have separation of power. When it comes to military,
unitary is an
no separation of power.
Unitary is an autocratic system of government.
Yeah, that's the difference. Civilian and military is the difference, but they are the same thing in terms of philosophical, in terms of a formal thinking of
the ideological thrust. The ideological thrust. Yeah.
No, the ideological
the thrust of it.
They have no relationship.
Professor Fatai, they are not similar.
They are not similar.
They are not similar at all.
All right, we deviated somewhat. So back to you, Ola, take us back then to Obasanjo's intentions as you were describing it.
So I believe the problem with Obasanjo is just protective. He's protecting his legacy, because you see this man roars anytime he perceives someone that's my conspiracy theory, that I perceive someone that is stronger than him, that can redirect the country another way entirely, that can overshadow his success. You see, when this guy did the same thing during the Abiola period, that Abiola may not be the Messiah we're expecting. Yeah, it may not be the Messiah, but the problem is that allowed what people the person that the people elected to lead. What's your own? The Nigerian people spoke. So they spoke that, okay, we wanted this guy, and you are an individual. So whose interest were you protecting? Definitely, you must have some kind of hidden interest you are protecting. Either you are protecting your co-owners of Nigeria, the famous 1966 class, or you are protecting your legacy. Now, we look at someone like someone that in the past gave Obasanjo a serious run for his money. When you try to pin this guy down, yet in his 8 years he came out successfully, to the point that universities were using Tinubu as case study. And I've not seen a situation, maybe I've not come across it, that I've seen Obasanjo used as case study in the same magnitude as BAT. So to me, all this that Igbophobia, yes, within the power brokers, I will say yes. Igbo people, they are very blunt, they are very daring, they can rechannel the country into a successful path differently than what we have. Yes, I give it to them. But this one that Obasanjo is doing is just politics. He does not want Asiwaju there. And the best reason is not to him, from my conspiracy theory, is protecting his legacy. He thinks BAT will overshadow him. That's the way I see it. So it's a legacy thing. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. So I think maybe a couple more, unless people want to stay in this space. Let me take Zita for balance. So Zita, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Zeta. A real delight. You know how the audience always revels in hearing from you. So, is this thing that Obasanjo said, Igbophobia, and so it's a term that we have been hearing the murmurings of in recent times, Igbophobia. But it's now reaches its crescendo with Obasanjo now highlighting it at a big gala event that the country is contending with an Igbophobia problem. It has to be a problem. You have to describe it as a problem. So now, what is it? Is really where we are. So we're not really essentially talking about the Southeasterners being boisterous and assertive in their manner. We know they have their character traits. Everybody has their character traits. And that is what meshes us together as a country. So it's not so much the character traits, but what people are speculating is that is there something within the Nigerian paradigm that just recoils from the Southeast, just as I don't want to use the word resentment, perhaps suspicion. So, what is your understanding of this Igbophobia that Obasanjo is describing? Is it a real thing, or is Obasanjo playing high stakes politics that could likely burn the country? So, what's your understanding then of Baba Yabo and his Igbophobia?
One man, how do you want me to speak on this?
More to what Obasanjo is saying. Go on.
You want me to address Obasanjo, or you want me to address the situation whereby he's saying this, or you just want me to address what he said?
Let me tell you what I don't want you to address, and then you can address what is outside of that. I don't want it to necessarily be about the Southeasterners being boisterous and being assertive and being dominant, because I think we've done all of that. And those are character traits. So the Northerners, they have their character traits. The Southwesterners, everybody has their character traits. And that is all. Yeah. All right. So to you then. Carry on.
You want me to address Obasanjo? By the way, when you said you were looking for a book, right?
Yes, a book that shows that the Biafran soldiers were hoarding food. They didn't give their people.
Do you know a book called Writing the Nigerian Biafran War?
Who is the author?
Actually, it was written in 1971 by Cyprian Ekwesili. He's the man. Ezekwem, the man who is the brain behind the Ogbunigwe. Did you hear about the Ogbunigwe?
Yes, I've read
he wrote that book. My father has the original copy. But there was a problem because he said a lot of things in that book. And over the years, so many people have edited it. Actually, it was edited, and some part of it made non-friction and friction. Then I think the daughter, Ogechukwu and one Tony, they edited this. It's one of the most of the books that are being written on Nigerian Biafran War. They drew their information from that. If you can get the original copy, well, it's going to be secondhand, very expensive.
Please, what's the title again?
Writing the Nigerian Biafran War. The original was written by Cyprian Ezekwem.
Yeah, I know that
he was a general then.
Yeah, I think he once worked in The Guardian also.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, thank you. I'll look for it.
As if you don't have enough law books to read, Ogweni, but there it is, a fico. But carry on, Azita.
Obasanjo has is funny because if he said that when he employed Osoludo and what's her name, Okonjo, that some people came and said something about the Igbos, his story is not complete. And I don't like it when people tell stories that are not complete. A man of Obasanjo's character and Obasanjo's class, and that's a sitting president, you appoint somebody and some people came and tell you something about them, you should ask them the reasons why they said that. That is one. Two, Obasanjo have the opportunity of making an Igbo man the vice president to Yaradua. He didn't do that.
Thank you. At
that point, even this Peter Obi was battling his political career, going to and fro for him to become the governor. He wasn't the governor. As at the time, Obasanjo initiated Goodluck Jonathan as vice president. That aside, back to the situation in which Obasanjo said this. I don't want to go into the details, but what I have to tell everybody who is listening today, there will never be another 1966. They should keep their pity, their love, their advice, their pushing, their shenanigans about how Igbo people are marginalized. We are no longer interested. We got this. Nobody is going to push us again into fighting a war with another tribe in Nigeria. It's not going to happen. Sure, they have tried hard since this result has been announced. They have tried to push, but nothing is happening. They have brought themselves back to Igbo land in the name of 100 years of Soludo, and they are all speaking rubbish. We are not interested. There is not going to be another 1966 where you will pity us. I don't like how they treat them. I don't like what they're saying about them. Zita, how can you be saying this about your people? Yeah. And when the ships are down, we'll be left to be slaughtered. Our productive age. I promise everybody who cares to hear, that is not going to happen again, no matter how hard they try. That being said, back to the third question. He said,
sorry, before Zita, before you go on to the third question, are you saying that, or unless I misheard, that Obasanjo is trying to trigger that space? Is that what you're saying? Yeah,
exactly. If since they announced the president-elect, when you read the writing the Nigerian Biafran War, I begin to see the original copy anyway, because later it has been made. Even this girl that wrote
Chimamanda.
All those books came out from the story from Cyprian Ezekwem. Okay, fine. That I don't want to go into that because we are not talking about Nigerian Biafran War. But I want to tell you that when I hear people, even in one-man platform, saying, Zita, look, I don't like the way you talk about your people. These people have been done this way. Do you know the picture I'm seeing? I'm seeing the picture. The ugly heads that raised their ugly demons in 1966 to support, to pity, to propose what happened. It will not happen again. I promise you that it will not. We got this. It will not happen again. We are the Igbos. It will not happen again. We can get angry. We will not like what is going on. We might not like how we are treated. Fine. We might say it the way it is, like Zita, my people, calm down. Don't go too far. Do your business. Mind your way. Fine. But for somebody or somewhere trying to cajole us or pity us into going into another confrontation or conflict in Nigeria, the joke is on that person. It's not going to happen. I promise you that it won't happen. Let's go back to the word he used. He used the word Igbophobia. In terms of business, living together, traveling, hustling, I don't really think there's an Igbophobia, whatever he calls it. But when it comes to politics, I think there is an Igbophobia in politics in Nigeria. I wanted to discuss this yesterday But they took, I said, align. They took the word from me and they ran with it. At the end of the day, I went to bed. Yeah. If you listen to the questions they asked me to be in Arewa Forum, of course, the question shows that there is Igbophobia. How do we trust Nigeria into your hands? How else will somebody say, I am scared of giving you this thing? That's English language now. I know I don't know much, but I could understand that. So when it comes to politics, putting somebody of Igbo ethnicity in that position of a president, I'm not talking about other positions, because Igbos have held other positions. There is this thing, I keep saying it from the one I came here, this thing about the Igbos that, not that they hate them, but scares people away from them. And yes, the other tribes can manage, but the majority, where the block votes come from, the North, I think they do have a concern, but not on the terms Obasanjo is saying it. On that terms and situations and those hidden ways and hidden intentions of Obasanjo, I promise him, no matter how hard he tries, it's not going to happen again. And peradventure, even those in one man's platform that don't like the way I talk about my people to calm down, and those like Obasanjo and those there and there that feel Igbo people need help, they can go get it for us. We will highly appreciate it. Whatever you think Igbo people are supposed to get and are not being given, and you want to cajole us to go and fight, no, we're not going to fight. But we will really appreciate it if you go get it for us. It's as simple as that. So whatever be his intention, is going to live with him and he's going to die with him. We are not going anywhere. They finished saying that Igbo land is still camp. It's still camp. Thank you, one man. I think I have addressed that.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So, brilliant, well put. Does anyone else want to say anything on that, or should we just move on to our you?
Oma, if you want me to go on that, I would love to say something.
Okay, let's hear from you. Let's hear from you.
That's as per Obasanjo's talk on the Igbophobia.
Yes.
Thing. Yes, I agree with Madam Sita that two things Obasanjo was trying to achieve. First, Obasanjo would, and mark it down, Obasanjo would, throughout Tinubu's government, would be critical of Tinubu and would try every
the open letters again, Abi.
Yes,
the open letters again.
Yeah. He would try every means, market to demarket Tinubu throughout. And the reason is because he understands that Tinubu will outperform him and Tinubu will outshine him. And that there's a possibility for Tinubu to erase his record. You know, when people want to still get a benchmark for performance in Nigeria, we still go back to Obasanjo, at least bad as he bad. Like my people will say, bad as he bad, we'll still say, Obasanjo days, you know. So Obasanjo doesn't like that. Secondly, Obasanjo felt he could get to the Igbo land and redeem his image. Obasanjo has a very bad image in Igbo land. We should know that. First, the Civil War image is still in their head. Even though for now, he's supporting their son. And they believe, okay, he's supporting Obi. Let's allow the man for now. But an average Igbo man would ever be remembering that Obasanjo was part of the machineries that wouldn't make them to actualize the Biafra. Even though Ojukwu himself didn't prepare well for Biafra, he rode them into that war. But Obasanjo was one of those who actually, those heroes of Nigeria, which they never liked, really. And secondly, what Obasanjo did during his tenure on Anambra, till today is still in their head. The Uba Ngige thing, when they kidnapped this thing and they burned down the governor's house of Anambra State until they allowed Obi to get there and restructure that state back, at least to normalize in that state. It's still in their head, they don't forget. But for now, because the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So Obasanjo has gone there also to redeem his image, but I'm not sure he was able to achieve that. Then thirdly, Obasanjo has gone there to incite them subtly, okay, against the other tribes in Nigeria and against the new government.
Benny, I want to disagree with you. It seems that they have already forgotten all he did, as you claim, against Anambra State. Anambra State invited him via the governor for that occasion, and they gave him all the highest honor whatsoever. So they've forgotten.
Babaja, you know.
They've forgotten it. It's not an issue to them anymore. Obasanjo is an hero.
Please, can I ask a question, please? Can I ask a question, please?
Yeah, go on, Rosie.
What's actually the beef between Obasanjo and Tinubu, actually?
That's a long story. Very, very long story. So the long story started from the fact that Obasanjo came in 1999.
Give us a condensed version of it, but carry on. Okay. Yes, I think everybody wants to know. So yeah, but give us a condensed version. Yeah.
Okay, this is my condensed understanding of it. Babaja Koko may have a maybe better understanding. I don't know, but this is my condensed understanding of it. You see, Obasanjo was not part of the struggle against the military government in Nigeria. Tinubu was part of it, right? Yes, rightly so, because Obasanjo was incarcerated throughout the Abacha time. And the Tinubus were the one fighting in the streets. The Tinubu were the one that tried to regain Abiola's mandate.
No, Ogbeni, dated back before that time. From Abiola's time, they were always on opposite side. From Awolowo's struggle, or Abiola's struggle, they were always on the opposite side. Then it crystallized when Tinubu became governor. 1999, Obasanjo was president. Yeah, but you're right. The direction we're going in the struggle with. Okay, go on. Sorry, don't let me.
Okay, you are right. You are right. Sure. So Obasanjo has never been on Tinubu's side, and Obasanjo came to take the benefit of what they fought for. So mark that. When Obasanjo came 1999, the Babangidas and co, they brought Obasanjo to become a president, and that was the mandate. The Tinubu and others suffered for years. They shaded them away from the country and everything. So Obasanjo came to take the benefit of what they fought for. But fortunately for Tinubu, he was able to capture Southwest with his political party. So the rivalry continued from there, tussle for power and all these things among them. And then the performance of Tinubu in Lagos actually outshined Obasanjo. Obasanjo was in Central. So he tried all his best to frustrate Tinubu just to ensure, and he never for once recognized the struggle, Nagdeko struggle, and then Abiola for any time and he was able to edge Tinubu's guys out from government, except Tinubu remained the last man standing. So their wahala has been in the power tussle.
There's one point that you have not mentioned. I don't know whether you
all right.
The real problem, the cause of the problem between them was when Tinubu created more local government in Lagos State against the federal, which was 20 local government that was recognized by the federal government, but Tinubu created additional, making it like 44.
35.
So federal government under the leadership of Obasanjo told Tinubu, you cannot do that. Tinubu said no. I want my government to be closer to the people and the benefit of democracy as well, to reach the people easier. So, and by so doing, if I create more, I have more people, so governance can be closer to the people. But Obasanjo said no. 20 local government is recognized by the federal government, and you doing that is against the constitution. And the best thing for you to do is to go and lobby the Federal Assembly, according to the law, for creation of more local government for you, so that if that is done, the federal government can then certify it as official, are legally done and officially done, and then that can be recognized officially, and legally by the state. But you doing that is against the federal law, and as such, it is not recognized. But Tinubu said no, and that was when, and consequently, and in response to that, so Tinubu hell bent on what he was doing. What do you call it? Federal government suspended allocation to Lagos State. They stopped federal allocation to Lagos State for several years, for almost 3 years, I guess.
Yeah.
And that was the real problem between them, and they never settled it up to today. So it didn't give Lagos State federal allocation in order to strangulate them financially, and strangulate Lagos State financially, for Lagos State to surrender and go back to 20 local government. But Tinubu did not do it. But instead, Tinubu went into use his capacity and his resourcefulness to increase the revenue generation of Lagos State, which he used to manage the affair of Lagos State, to run the government efficiently and manage the affair of Lagos State throughout the time that the allocation was suspended. Were not given to Lagos State. So that was the real problem between them: the suspension of allocation to Lagos State, and that was the real problem. That was the root of the problem between them. So,
Babajale Koko, there is something. There is another factor. Babajale Koko, there is another factor that underlies that. Obasanjo wanted to capture because the Southwest didn't vote for Obasanjo. So the Obasanjo administration needed to win the Southwest. The PDP needed to win the Southwest. Tinubu was the stumbling block. So all of that political undertone, that is what bled into that local government fight. The local government fight was really to strangle Tinubu's administration to fail. Tinubu did not create. Tinubu created local council development. It's like a fourth tier of government. It did not need federal government approval. It was not created. New federal government creation is a constitutional amendment. So Tinubu was not going to, but on its face, prima facie, was not going to create new local government. So it was creating new local council, which was a level below the local government area. But whatever it is, so this weaving out.
It was Oshibajo that crafted that legal loophole, wasn't it?
It was that loophole. So it was that loophole that angered Obasanjo's framework. Say, this guy, we want to crush you so that you will not succeed. You can't find a way to weave out.
OBJ was actually trying to create local government. So no, Tinubu was actually trying to create local government.
No, by default, it could not create local government. It's constitutional. You need constitutional amendment.
All right. One voice, but let's not deviate too sharply. But
local council development area, fourth tier of government. It was a new concept. Fourth tier of government, where you have below the local government, then you have local council. When you send money to the state, Lagos State is 20 local government. Your federal government is sending 20 local government allocations to the state. It's not going to send to the new ones. Now, the 20 will now then split up into the whatever local council area. The allocation will then trickle down to that one. So it's a different.
All right. Take us back to the Igbophobia space. But
we've discussed this before, and I actually took a contrary opinion, but I won't open that space again now. For now, but one thing, my let me just say 2 seconds on this. My dad said something and said that he believed the reason for all this tussle on local government was because if they allow Tinubu to create all those things, it will be hard for PDP to take over Lagos, because it's just like what Wike is doing in Port Harcourt now. So once you bring it lower to the people, you now have your political party structure down to the households. It will be very difficult. So Obasanjo didn't like that because he wanted to take over Lagos. But that's for that space. I think Rosie understands their problem now. So the EU has been there for a very long time. And they're not going to settle that EU because Tinubu is going to outperform Baba. That's for sure. I'm so sure of that. So that's for that. But on Baba's Obasanjo.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank God. So on Obasanjo, those are my thinking about the reason why he went to Anambra. And like Baba Jale Koko said, they have forgotten. Well, for me, they have not. Let Obasanjo just speak one word against the Igbo nation today, and you will see them. They will remember the war, and they will still remember Anambra. So it's just enemy of our enemy is my friend. That's what they are playing for now. But let's leave that space. So for me, when Obasanjo is coming out to say, oh, Igbophobia, I always wonder, I don't understand where that narrative. And well, sometimes I feel like, well, maybe because we don't put this history. You see, this history is very sweet. Oh, when you understand it, nobody will just come with one narrative that is very unfounded and they just bring it near you. Because you start recalling and be telling, once they can, they will just leave you alone. Some of them, they will just start fighting you because you are bringing out facts. So for me, I don't know. Okay, look at it from this place. Obasanjo is trying to say, okay, there is Igbophobia, and I ask myself, okay, where is that Igbophobia? I try to trace it a bit back in history. 1966, I'll just rush through, okay, 1966, I've tried to recall who were the guys in the 1966 who truncated the 1960s government, regional government, the peaceful government were having, and a government that today we still feel very nostalgia. We still think about the government and say, hadn't been we continue with this government. They were all okay. Nzegu Kaduna from the Southeast extraction. Emmanuel Ifejoana is there. This guy Timothy Owantu, then Anuforo. Then there's this guy Don Okafor, Mufri Shukuma. The only man who is odd among them is Adewale Ademole Moyega, that guy that wrote Why We Struck. They are all Southeast extraction. But today they may tell you, okay, Nzegu grew up in Kaduna, but it's a Southeastern extraction. They took over the government.
Is it from the Southeast or South?
Nzegu?
Yes.
No, Southeast.
Okay. All right.
Southeastern. But he grew up in Kaduna, fine. So they will tell you, no, it's Hausa blood, and that's why I even picked the name Kaduna and things like that, So, but let's even agree with that. After that, who took over the government from Nzegu? Don't forget that those guys killed Tafawa Balewa and Amadou Bello. Don't forget so easy though. Okay, now after the entire thing, who took over? Aguiyi Rosie. From where? Eastern region. So okay.
But Aguiyi Rosie is not an Igbo man. Is he?
He's an Igbo man.
He's from where?
Okay.
He's an Igbo man.
He's an Igbo man. Now, okay, he took over the government, and don't forget when he took over that government, then he became the head, and now they don't say, oh, Igbophobia at that time, right? When he took over, he had people around him, the Murtala Mohammed, the T.Y. Danjuma, even this our Buhari. Buhari was in his cabinet, in his Supreme Council. He has Ibrahim Babangida, Sani Abacha, and all those guys, right? So for me, and so now go on time, you hardly can find too many Igbos in that government, in the Supreme Military Council that go on, and rightly so, because there was a war. So you won't expect go on to pick the enemy in his camp, right? There was hostility. So, but even at that, you still have one or two guys, like this guy Emmanuel Ekpo and one Nancy Bosman. That one I don't know if it's Southeastern, but I know his name was very prominent under Gowon and all others. Yes, rightly so. Obasanjo, this guy George Kurubo, Asa Kansina, that guy, Joseph Akanha, all those guys, right around him. Okay. For me, the time when I can say clearly that Igbophobia came in, maybe randomly and it left, was even this same Obasanjo. And now Obasanjo could be very hypocritical sometimes. I know it's an agbalagba, so one should not be saying all this to a grandfather. But that is what is just it. And we can't choose another word to explain what Obasanjo is doing. It's just hypocritical, with due respect. It is only their own time. Okay, when the war ended and everything, look at the cabinet he formed with Murtala Mohammed. That is the cabinet where you won't find an Igbo man. I've tried to read books, I've observed their cabinet very well. You won't find an Igbo man in their cabinet, and that was at the height of when they said no victor, no vanquished, and war has ended, Murtala Mohammed. And that is why to today, the Igbos don't really forgive Murtala Mohammed for what he did to them. Apart from the fact that I fought during that Biafra, these guys won, and then you form a cabinet after your predecessor said no victor, no vanquish, and you couldn't make even until one person to show that you are reconciliating. So there was no reconciliation throughout his tenure. When you go by all those Danjuma still, all those guys that go on use, Murtala Mohammed retained them, and they were all anti-Igbos. And Obasanjo was in that government. So what is he just saying now? That's what I can't really explain. But you know, it is what it is. We don't have history in our curriculum, so people don't really understand. You know what the guy is saying. Commodore Michael, Adelanwa, MD Yusuf, that guy that they use his name to name is the IG office or so. All those guys, he was the IGP. Danjuma was there. Isa Buko was there. No single Igbo under the Oba. And Obasanjo also perpetuated that thing. But mark you, when Obasanjo left office and Shagari got there, the Igbos enjoyed Shagari's government. So where is the Igbophobia?
Maybe he's the one that really have the Igbophobia.
It was Obasanjo. That's just my point. Look at Shagari. Let me tell you, I can remember Shagari cabinet very well. Number 2 to Shagari, Alex Ekweme. From where? Igbo extraction. Madu BKIC. That's the man on education. Science and tech. Sylvester Ugbo. All these are Igbo guys. Emeka Yanku, our beloved Emeka Yanku. That's the Minister of External Affairs under Shagari. DC Ugu. That's the Minister of Earth. IJ Igbani. That's the Minister of Industry. Minister of Youth. This guy. Paulinus Amadike. Minister of Steel, Paul Unongo, all of them, they are Igbo. So where is the Igbo phobia?
Even the, I think the Speaker of the House, Emeka,
yes,
is something, is an Igbo man.
Yes.
Why the Senate? Why the Senate? Huh?
What year?
That's Shagari. Shagari,
1979.
1979 to 83.
The Speaker was an Igbo, if I got it right. The Wires is from the South. I think that's
South. That's South.
That was from South. But
yeah.
Ezeoke, or what is his name? I think was the Speaker of the House. Was an Igbo under the Shagari, if my memory serves me right. So that government was, and that was
the
when you see
enjoy that government.
And that was when you see the youngest, what do you call this man from Anambra that former Senate president that died.
Shuba Okadibo.
Shuba, yes, was very flamboyant,
very vibrant,
sharp guy during that during that time. He was
original guy man.
So when you see, sometimes I've said it here several times when some people are playing narrative. Or some of our Eastern brothers, rather, let me specifically say, oh, this country has never been nice to Igbo, or Igbo have never held any position in this country or this. I said, it is lie. It is lie. Igbo have been part of the national politics in this country.
Better than Yoruba.
In the second,
Better than Yoruba.
Better than Yoruba. First Republic,
of course.
Second Republic.
Even
this Fourth Republic, they've been part of it for 16 years.
Where is the
for 16 years PDP reign? They were part of it. Nigerian state.
Babadale Koko, let's go more specific. The one I can recall very well, Obasanjo time. Let's record that Obasanjo time. That's apart from is Igbophobia during military, during civilian. People that were in key position in Obasanjo government. They were, and my brother from Southeastern East. Okay, let's start. Ojoma Dueke, that is from Abia, right? It was the tourism. Franklin Weke, the one that is just contesting now, it was information, right? Dora Akuyili in NAFDAC. Okonjo Iweala in finance, Charles Oludo in CBN, Obi Ageli, right, in education. This woman, Rita Akpan in women affairs. Fabian Ogoshichukwu, that woman, Osuji. Edmond Madubebe, that guy in energy. Chinwe Obaji, another Chinwe in aviation. And you can be that Madam Madubebe guy. The guy became president of OPEC. So I've read about, I've talked about 12 now, right? From my head. So where is Igbophobia? So when Obasanjo will just go and they are clapping for Obasanjo.
Rita Akpan is not Igbo. She's from Cross River or Calabar.
From Cross River.
Rita is not Igbo. I thought she's
Rita
from
Akpan.
which one? The Akpan. She married Igbo.
Okay.
Or I thought she's
because
Igbo
that name is
married...
not name is not an Igbo name.
Now who now they talk about?
No, I thought that Rita Akpa is Enugu or so. That now marry Cross River man or something like that.
Is it me?
I said that Rita Akpa, that's the Rita Akpa now, the Minister of Women Affairs under Obasanjo. I thought I'm thinking she's from Enugu and then marry.
Okay, because that name Akpan is not an Igbo name.
Oh no, that's the husband name.
Okay.
So I've mentioned about 12 now. That's just what I'm trying to say, to just debunk Obasanjo narrative. And if I have to escalate it, I don't want to waste time. If you have to
do you think what Obasanjo is doing then? Do you think it's irresponsible for him to be using that language?
Well, for me, I'm a Yoruba man. I can't say a grandfather is irresponsible. I can only say he's not saying the truth. It's just being maybe at the extreme. I can't say he's being hypocritical.
I think that's not. That is not responsible for him. He's supposed to be unifying the country, not to be. That word is so divisive. It shouldn't be used. As an elderly statesman, that shouldn't be expected of him. To me, I'm really disappointed. So if there is anything like Igbophobia, he is the one that have it.
Ogbeni, please help us tell Baba that make them go tell help us go tell Baba Obasanjo say tell your badagba o man yogun ja ni we don't do
no once a soldier always a soldier.
That man is a Nebora who never tired of fighting.
See, even Tinubu cannot even underestimate Obasanjo. You will never try to underestimate Obasanjo. Tinubu understand that it will be war for him and Obasanjo throughout this tenure. So I know you'll be ready.
It really amazes me. Somebody like Obasanjo. Is it 83 thereabout now?
Don't let
thereabout. What's he still fighting for? What is it? What future is he trying to? What is it that is after? How old is Obasanjo?
The law for the
He's 86. He's 86.
Yeah, law for the country, the patriotism, and these are the people that the country gave so much to them. The country, the Nigerian state gave them everything, more than what they wanted, more than what they ever dreamed that they will get in life. So they cannot sit down seeing things going wrong and not talk. Sometimes they have their own agenda too. So when it doesn't go their way, sometimes they want to talk or fight back somehow. But at the same time, we can acknowledge the fact that if you are talking of a Nigerian, a true Nigerian, a man that demonstrated that he's a true Nigerian, either officially or non-officially, Obasanjo is number one in that country. Some Yoruba people will not accept. Young Yoruba people doesn't even like it because it doesn't satisfy Yoruba interests much as Yoruba people expected him, being a Yoruba man. But the interest of Nigeria, that this is Nigeria, let us do things in accordance to fairness and equity. You know, he stand for it. He stand for that. And when he served as the president between 1979 and 99, he did it. He shared that, you know, federal cabinet position and other federal positions on the basis of fairness and equity. Even the northerner stood up against him that your people that did not give you vote, they are the ones you are satisfying, against us that, you know, supported you and gave you all the votes to get to the position of power, you know. But this man stood firm. He fought back. He said, no, I'm a president of Nigeria. I will govern Nigeria, you know, in the best interest of that. I'm not going to leave anybody behind. And that comment was even nice to Igbo people. He was nice to everybody, as he was nice to Yoruba people in terms of appointment. He gave Yoruba that didn't vote for him. He was nice to Igbo people. He was nice to the northerner. Everybody saw that this is a man, this is a leader that you know, doesn't leave anybody behind. So, but when he doesn't play to our politics, we won't like him. And that is the problem, because we all play tribal politics. He doesn't stand for tribal politics, and that is what makes Obasanjo different from other political leaders in that country.
All right, thank you. When you round up that space, I want to play you a clip that Tinubu has just released to speak to people agitating against his mandate. So Tinubu has just released a clip to speak to people. So round off where you are, and then I'll play you that clip. Yeah.
I have nothing much to add than that. My wife just corrected me that Repatriation is not from the East. That is his name. That
maybe we should have your wife on instead of you. She seems to be the one. Is she giving you cheat notes in the background? Are you getting cheat notes?
No, she just rushed out of the room and started saying, "You are wrong. You are wrong. That woman is right." I said, "I'm not struggling with the woman. Everybody just said no. That Rosie is right." Okay. Now she said her name is Obongrita Akpan, and that she's from, I think, Cross River or so she's not East. So sorry that I didn't get my fact right there. I apologize for that. That would be all on that space, in that space.
All right, brilliant. I want to take the conversation to Ayo next, but as I said, hot off the press, Tinubu has just released a video clip. It's just a few seconds to speak to the people agitating against his mandate. So let's listen to that.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
So there it is, Tinubu responding to all the people agitating against his mandate. We must listen to it one more time.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
All right, so there it is. Somebody said that in. You know.
Another fella, Nicola Pokuti.
You know, a lot of me thinks that that is the politics that so Ray is trying to mold himself around. That Malema, Bobby Wine sort of politics, that seems to be where he's trying to mold his politics. But the Nigerian space does not lend to that sort of politicking, that Malema. You know, he's even started wearing the beret, just like Bobby Wine, but there it is.
Mama, you want to cause Wala? I got
No, they are both. They are all left of center politicians now. I think yeah.
Where's that guy?
You know, he's under Museveni's. He's in the dungeon. You know, they try to shoot him up. You know,
yes,
unbelievable. We're so backward in Africa. It's just frightening. They're just backward in every way. We're backward, but so there it is. Let me take you to this space then. Maybe we'll kick this off with Ajan Lekoko if it's ready to go. So this now story of IYOCHIA PDP suspends National Chairman IYOCHIA with immediate effect. So all of the this is from the Vanguard, but then of course it's in the leadership newspaper. All of the newspapers have carried this. So it looks as though now the cleansing of the house has started within the PDP. And we watched that clip of Yemsen Wike yesterday, of course. I don't think we got the chance to address it. Maybe we'll play it again in the course of the session. But it looks as though now that cleansing has now started within the PDP. And IYOCHIA, they've taken, they say take the head off and the body will follow. So they've taken the head off. And by the way, IYOCHIA, he has no protection. Because Atiku, he's all but lost interest, and that was the only protection that he had within that party. Because the rest of the structures, really, by all intents and purposes, they're with Yemsen Wike. But now, just as they did with Osho Mole, when they came at him from the ward level, so they've done that with IYOCHIA now, and the cleansing begins within the PDP. Ajale Koko, did this catch you off guard? Is this a surprise?
Yeah, thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. No, I'm not surprised at this. It is just what is playing out here is what can be described as if you tackle me, I dagger you, or what
if you tackle me, I double you.
Yeah. So look, the power of the control of the party is in the hand of the governor in every state. Either in APC or PDP, they control the party in their state. And the structure of the party is in their hand as well. So I think what Otom is trying to do is to fight back, rubbish Ayosha Ayu, denounce him, dismember him rather in the party, in the state. And once that is achieved in the state, on what basis? On what basis is he occupying that position of the chairman of the party? Once the party in the state, in the world, in the local government, in the state, dismembered him, they register him rather. So, from where is the source of his power or his membership of the party? So I think Ayosha, like we said in this platform a week ago, or maybe last week, when when they call on when they issued out a statement that they have set up a disciplinary committee for
Autumn.
Disciplinary committee for Autumn for what they describe as anti-party activity. I knew that something is going to happen. I said on that day that Autumn will not appear in that their committee, and Wike confirmed it. Wike said it in a speech that Autumn will not appear in their will not go to answer any question from their committee. So what we see that Autumn is trying to do now is to, take him out of the register of the party. And once that is achieved, you're going to see some people at the national level of the party to challenge its authority that your authority at this level cannot stand anymore because you are no member of the party in the state you claim you are from. Because
Ajaliko, do you remember that was the beginning of the end of Oshiomhole? They got at him from the ward level, didn't they?
That was what happened to him, to Oshiomhole, when he was trying to take out what do you call that guy, that governor there?
Obaseki.
Obaseki, when he was trying to stop Obaseki nomination for the ticket for the ticket of the party for second term in office. So Obaseki fought back. He deregistered him. They register his membership, and we all witnessed what happened to Oshiomhole. People at the top that doesn't like Oshiomhole started a very serious fight against him. That you are persona non grata. You have been declared as not persona non grata from your state. You cannot give any. You can't occupy any position of authority. You cannot give any instruction here anymore because the party from where you came from doesn't recognize you anymore, and the rest of it is history today. So that is what is going to happen to Oshiomhole. I mean, to what do you call it? To IYOCHIA. And once they can successfully take down IYOCHIA, that means the leadership of the party at the national will surely face a big problem, and that big problem will bring all of them down, and then the party will start looking for an option of.
Is this the beginning of a massive bloodletting within the? Metaphorically speaking, of course, is this the beginning of a massive bloodletting within the within the PDP? Because as soon as the petition tribunal closes, then what's it called? Atiku is gone. So Atiku, to all intents and purposes, is gone. IYOCHIA, he's now gone. But maybe we don't even know. But certainly he's gone now. But then Tambuwal, he lost Sokoto State, and then the power structures that hold him steady within the APC, which is IYOCHIA, and somebody like Atiku, they're both now, their sword is blunted. At least we can say that their sword is blunted. So he's going to hemorrhage as well. So are we going to see a massive shedding within the PDP, and then Wike shrinks it back, and then he sits on top?
What we are going to witness is another another round of fight among the leadership structure in PDP. They had the first fight was before the nomination, when we saw the governors agitating for the next presidential tickets to come to the South. They failed on that. Then the second round of fight was the G5 against the party. That one, it's gone. Election has come and gone. That one is gone. This is a new fight for who to occupy and to remain as our leader, who to be there and who not to be there. This is the fight that we are going to witness now. Who is that person occupying that we don't want anymore, that we want to take down? This is the fight. The power struggle is all about power struggle and who to be on top of others. So this is the fight that we are going to see that will, ravage the party for some months.
Are we looking at are we looking at PDP for that subdividing? Remember they subdivided in 2015 when we had the new PDP that then collapsed into now the juggernaut APC. So now the politicians that are going to be hemorrhaged from the PDP, they are still senior politicians that are still within politically relevant age. So are the choices of either going to APC or forming yet another shrunk down, maybe regional sort of a party? So are we going to see another offshoot party from the politicians being hemorrhaged, likely to be hemorrhaged from the PDP?
Look, what we might see happen in PDP is some people, some leadership from some states in the north might leave PDP to NPP or APC, except the leadership come together after the Supreme Court, because this Tinubu fight against them to the Supreme Court. If Supreme Court confirm Tinubu's victory, then I would like to see them come together, because there's nothing they could do anymore once Tinubu has been confirmed as the new president of Nigeria. What fight do they want to? What is the reason for their fight anymore? They fight. They lost the battle in the election, and the what do you call it? Supreme Court confirmed his victory. This man assumes office. So what next? It is either they come together to reorganize those that have failed. As a matter of fact, when you see some leadership fail in an election, they need to quit the stage for new leadership to emerge and give a new direction for the party. So IYOCHIA and his team, they have failed because the most important responsibility that they had was to win the election, presidential election, and win more states for the party. But they failed to win more states. They failed the presidential election, so they will have no reason to continue to occupy their position. That is what you will see some leaders, the Wike and his group, and others that might join Wike. That is what they might call for, that you have failed to, you have failed to achieve the responsibility that was given to you by the party, and it is time for you and your team, all the executive members of the party at the national level, to step down so that they can have a new, convention to get a new leaders that can reposition their party on the way forward to 2027. Yeah, 2027. So that is what we are going to be. That is what I believe that will come out from some leaders that doesn't believe in the failure of IU and his team after the Supreme Court judgment, and the president assumes office. So the fight within the party will continue. Some leader we call for IU and his team to step down for new leadership, for new convention to set in, so that they can have new leadership that can reposition the party. That is what I see coming. IYOCHIA have lost. They have lost it. And if they want to continue in their style of, we don't care for anybody, we will remain here, the style they've been using since.
It's almost impossible for them to hold situation after the tribunal. What is he going to claim that he wants to restructure the party? Are you after all that that's played out in in fact, if they had not suspended him, he would have stepped down anyway. I suspect.
Maybe that is what he's going to do if you want to, tell Nigerians that he's an honorable man. So you better step down, and so that they can have new set of leadership and start preparing on the way forward for 2027.
Please, I have a question, please.
Yeah.
Do you think whatever is being done at this party is the party is redeemable? It seems like, the thing is just kind of just deteriorating, it's just disintegrating. You think they'll be able to bring it back together again?
It is possible if they can have a new set of leadership, if they can reposition the party as a very strong opposition party, because whether we like it or not, PDP will be in the position of opposition against APC Bola Tinubu administration if the Supreme Court give it to him to be the president. So PDP will be in the position of opposition against them. The Labour Party surely will join PDP in this fight as an opposition against against APC. So if they can form a very formidable opposition,
do you think they have to rebrand first, because they have to present a different narrative, and that narrative will start with the face of the party. So the party needs a different face, and are you even sure that Wike should be the face of the party?
Wike has demonstrated a leadership that can see the future better than Atiku and Ayu. He has demonstrated a leadership, a strategic leadership that saw it coming, that they will fail, and thereby constituted an opposition against them, which eventually contributed to the failure of the party and this just concluded presidential election. So Wike could constitute new set of leadership, but I don't see him doing it alone. He still have to align. All of them just need to come together, bury their heart and forget the past and reposition the party, have a new set of leadership. Young people, brilliant, people that can win election, they should be able to identify those among them across the country that are winner in their state, in their different states, where they occupy, where they play their politics. Let them have them as.
Do you think they need? Do you think they need a new name? PDP.
No, they don't need a new name. No, new name will cause a very serious setback for them. That because they don't need a new name. They need to remain PDP because that logo umbrella is a popular logo to everybody in that country. They are well identified with that logo. If they change the name, they're going to bring a serious setback for themselves. How
I'm just thinking of in terms of rebranding, because they
can't rebrand by
they can't rebrand.
No, they can't rebrand by changing the name. That will set in a very serious problem in terms of marketing the party to people that already identify with the party and people that know their logo since 1999. So they need to remain in PDP, keep the name, change the leadership, have all of them, have their people at the National Assembly, be a very, very strong opposition. And they need to have a media a publicity person in charge of the publicity of the party that can speak to issue, fight the Tinubu administration. When Tinubu administration is derailing on what they promised the country, they should be able to come out strongly against Tinubu administration and then show Nigerians that, look, this is what they promised you. Look at what they are doing for you. And their men in the National Assembly should run a very strong opposition against the administration. That is how they can, get Tinubu, the administration, on the track, and that is how they can sell themselves more as a better alternative for Nigeria come next 4 years, if they have to, go back to the poll to ask for Nigeria to vote for them for a presidential election. That is what they can do. They need to reposition themselves, show Nigeria, give that confidence to Nigerian people that, look, we can fight for you. Look at the way we are fighting against this administration that promised you so much but are failing. We can do it better. And then they have a publicity organ of the party disseminating information to Nigerian people. That is the way they can do it. They don't need to change the name of the party. That will kill them. People will not recognize them. And they might run into serious publicity problem as well. So they just need to keep the name, change the leadership, and then have everybody come. They are stronger. They are stronger than APC. If not that they divided themselves against each other in the last election, it will be...
You mean in terms of the way they are... And also, land that point, because we are talking about the PDP, but is it also the question that APC will also shrink with people? We're going to see political movements, aren't we, in the course of the next few months, at least before the end of this year, certainly by next year. Because we are looking at the CPC, the Buhari branch of the APC space. How long will they hold on to the Tinubu presidency before they hemorrhage? Because they're a very extreme sort of politics. So are we going to see a lot of realignment in politics over the next few months and certainly the next couple of years?
One man, Tinubu, is the last hope for APC. If Tinubu should fail in his governance of the state, I mean, if he failed to deliver what he promised Nigerian people, if his government brings in more hardship on Nigerian people instead of, prosperity and hope, that will be the last. That will be the end of APC in that country.
Yes, I agree. But even before Tinubu, sorry, Ajali Koko, even before Tinubu succeeds or fails, so I'm talking about the Buhari wing of the Congress for Progressive Change. You know that there were so many parties that coalesced to form the APC, and they are strange bedfellows. The only thing that held them together was being in government. And I'm suggesting that the Congress for Progressive Change, that wing of the APC, how long do you think they will stay within the Tinubu presidency before they start to evolve into other spaces?
Look, at this moment and for the next 4 years, they have nowhere to go because the headship of CPC, who is Buhari, is retiring. So who is that person that is a political shaker that can replace Buhari from the north? They don't have it. So the best option for them is to work with Tinubu to succeed. And Tinubu, with his political, style and sagacity, we overshadow them. Buhari, who is the brand name of the CPC, is gone. So forget about all of them are with Tinubu right now. There's nothing they can do. Tinubu presidency will overshadow them, will overpower them, and they already surrender right now because they did everything to stop him anyway. Before the primary, and
are we expecting to see somebody like Abubakar Malami having a role in or Mia Malabuni? Are we expected to be hearing these names?
Those one are not. They are not. They are paperweight politicians. They don't have no. They are nobody when it comes to politics in the north. They don't have that power. They cannot shake Tinubu at all, and I don't see them trying to constitute any problem to him because they know that Tinubu, faction of the party are much stronger than them now, and on top of it, with the position of presidency, they cannot constitute any nuisance at all. So.
Yes, so Babajale Koko, even back it up, they will all line up. They will all line up behind RUFAI. They don't have a choice. They will go and take their biscuits behind RUFAI.
You know why I'm asking? Abubakar Malami orchestrated so much against the Tinubu space. And Mia Malabuni was also meant to be an anti-Tinubu agent when they installed him as the interim chairman of the party after Oshomole. So those people, they've worked so, and all of this Naira swap narrative, the person that gave the legal footing to it was Mia Malabuni, and he was the one that told them to circumvent the Supreme Court judgments and all of that. Sorry, Abubakar Malami I meant. Yeah. So which were all anti-Tinubu moves. So how is he able to how is he able to subsist within APC under Tinubu, haven't done all he has done, and also Emefiele, he an APC man has, so a lot of those senior spaces they have to hemorrhage.
One man, Emefiele will leave Emefiele out. Those space is what Babajale Koko is saying because there's no other option for them. It's either they get Tinubu out, or they will have to, if Tinubu succeed, they will have to go and line up under RUFAI, behind RUFAI. So you can't, if you're already big boy, you can't stomach go and be lining up under one short man. There's no what are they? There's no possibility for them to form CPC now or whatever they're going to form. If they are going to be relevant, they have to go and line up. They have to go on the queue behind RUFAI. That fear is what led to all of those internal crises. But I think Babajale Koko is totally right. What party are they going to form? CPC. Babajale Koko, I just want to say you're right, Babajale Koko.
Thank you. Please, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Go on, Rosie.
Yes. Babajale Koko, you also said that PDP is kind of stronger than APC, but APC has been in power, for so many years now, and it's going to still continue. So how are they stronger than APC?
Oh, okay. What I mean by they are stronger than APC, if you look at the outcome of the last election, if Peter Obi had joined with Atiku and Kwankwaso had joined with Atiku, those divided votes that they had, if everything were put together, they would have defeated APC. So, but they failed to come together, and that was what helped Tinubu to win the presidency. If they had been together, they will have defeated. They will have defeated Tinubu. So that is what I'm speaking to. They are stronger than APC, and they are the only party, opposition party in Nigeria today that can fight, toe to toe at every nook and cranny of that country, that can fight APC to the ground at every nook and cranny of that country. They have structure in every nook and cranny of that country. And they are very popular as well, like APC. So they stand the chance of winning the election next 4 years if Tinubu fail. If Tinubu fail to deliver as a promise, they are the only party. As of today, we don't know what can happen tomorrow. As of today, they are the only party that can challenge the ruling party, that can fight the ruling party to the ground if they really stand up well.
But even the obedient too, with cyberbullying, they're going to face Tinubu too.
Look, let me. Yes, you are right. You are right. So the how do I describe it?
Carry me they go, Obi carry me they go.
Obi phenomenon.
Obi phenomenon.
How do we know whether it is how long will it last? Even within 2 weeks.
Yeah, I think with your big phenomenon, it's like it has kind of made the youth more critical, more analytical about what's going on, not just sitting down docile and accepting everything, but kind of going online and, throwing punches and doing all sorts of things that they think they can use to shake the government.
The youths don't have strong memory. They will soon forget. They will go with whoever comes on board tomorrow. They were with Showore yesterday, two days ago. Now they are with Obi. Next time now, I don't know. They will be with Babajale Koko. Those ones are not reliable.
Ajale Koko for president.
Ajale Koko, I will vote for you. I will vote for you. I tell you from now.
That will be anarchy, that will be socialism. It will take us. It will turn it to Cuba.
What about Ogbeni for president?
Ogbeni.
No, that
one. Look, Obi phenomenon.
No, the rational mind for president.
No, is it? No, rational mind. Everybody goes to jail. Everybody goes to jail.
Then maybe Tony for president then.
Tony, everybody turns to an Edo man. Everybody turns to an Edo man.
Or less.
No, you know what I'm saying. You don't understand. You don't understand. Yes, Zita for I will vote for that.
She's the Thatcher of Nigeria.
That's right. Everybody head goes straight. It goes straight.
Babajale Koko. Babajale Koko, if Rational Mind becomes president, if Tinubu already is dead that time, he will go and dig his grave and to put him in jail.
He will go and exhume him.
And they will exhume him to put him in jail.
So, look, Obi phenomenon, within 2 weeks, we saw the outcome of the governorship election after the presidency, 2 weeks apart. He couldn't win any state other than what do you call it?
I think for the governorship election, I think they weren't really against Sanwo-Olu. I think they were just against Tinubu and not really Sanwo-Olu. It's like they liked Sanwo-Olu, but they didn't like Tinubu.
No, what I'm trying to say is that, look, let us focus on the states that will be won during the presidency. 2 weeks after that, the governorship election and the state assembly election was held. He couldn't win other than, Abia State? They didn't win any other state.
It was just Abia State, yes.
Only Abia State.
He didn't win even his state, Anambra?
No, Anambra wasn't up. Anambra is off cycle.
It wasn't. Okay, thank you.
So it was only in Abia State out of how many? I think he won 12 states, right? During the presidential. He won in 12 states.
Yeah.
But when it comes to governorship, he won in one state. That should tell you it is a phenomenon that cannot last. It is a phenomenon that in the next 4 years, it might not be relevant to Nigerian people again. So the only party with the structure, with this, that is all over the country, that can face APC, that can fight APC, is still PDP. So all PDP need to do now is to, forgive themselves and forget whatever they have done against each other, reposition themselves, have new set of leaders, be stronger as a very opposition party, have a very effective publicity organ that can speak to Nigerian people on issue, particularly on an area where the President Tinubu is failing, so that Nigerian people they can start to prepare Nigerian people for the next 4 years. So in the next 4 years, they will have a lot of things to campaign on. And if Tinubu fail, forget it. They will defeat APC then. And they will defeat APC, and that will be the end of APC, because APC won't be able to stand the test of time as PDP have done in opposition for the past 8 years now. I doubt if APC can do that, because they have many. They have many factions among themselves that it's just that it's the presidency and the Tinubu factor that were holding everything together. So if Tinubu failed and they were taken out of that federal space, look, it might be the end of them. But PDP still stand a better chance for the next 4 years if they come together and re-strategize. And I believe the leadership, I believe they could do that. They did that in 2019, after 2015, because in 2015 we had Atiku, Tambua, Saraki, what is that senator, that Kogi guy, and all of them move out of PDP to form APC, and that was what contributed to the failure of Jonathan re-election. So after that, they came back. And they reorganized, and they fought against Buhari in 2009. They were very formidable, and they actually won the election, but they rigged it. But that's an history now. So they could still do that again. They have done that in the past. I believe they can do that again this time around in preparation for the next election in next 4 years. So this infighting among them is just a fight for a position of strength. I am more stronger than you at this so place, and you are more stronger than me in so place. Then we are going to show ourselves. It's a power show struggle between the national structure of the party and the state structure by Otom and IYOCHia structure, and both of them are from the same state. So what do you call it? Otom is using its power at the state to destroy to destroy IYOCHia. IYOCHia wants to use his own power at the national to destroy him, but maybe they're gonna meet at one point to reconcile. Let's leave that with them, but it's a matter of time, one man.
All right, brilliant. So I want to take other people's commentaries on if anybody wants to comment on the suspension of IYOCHIA as well. Before I move the story on to RUFAI OSENI'S, who has now told us that Lagos is no man's land. But before I go there was something that Rosie said about we were talking about the opposition to Tinubu, and Rosie was saying that even the obedience space throughout Tinubu's administration, they will cyberbully him. And then Enigmatic also made this comment in the comment section that, which I think he said he made the comment off the back of what Rosie said on the screens, that he said Cybercrime Act 2005 will be deployed to clip the media and online rascality. So that's what Enigmatic said. So it then put me in mind of this, one of the headlines that I was going to bring you before my system started to play up. So it inserts into this space. It says, those tweeting falsehood about Nigeria's president-elect will face the wrath of law one day. APC Council says as hashtag Tinubu the drug dealer trends on Twitter. So that seems to be the thing that is trending on Twitter at the moment, hashtag Tinubu drug dealer. So they're still laboring that space. So this is what the APC space has to say. The All Progressive Congress Presidential Campaign Council APC PCC Director of Media and Publicity, Bayo Ononuga, has said that those tweeting about Nigeria's president-elect, Bola Tinubu's link to drug trafficking, will soon be prosecuted before the court of law. Ononuga made this known in his reaction to the trending Twitter hashtag Tinubu the drug dealer and hashtag Tinubu for prison, in which people suspected to be supporters of opposition party vilified the president-elect for alleged involvement in a drug case in the United States. All those, I hope he didn't actually say this, although the language from Bayo Ononuga is getting a bit funky now, I hope you can see it on your screens. It says, all those sons of bitches tweeting the hashtag Tinubu the drug dealer, Tinubu for prison, your days are numbered. One day, you will face the wrath of law and God for tweeting malicious falsehood about Nigeria's president-elect. Ononuga said. The United States District Court of, so it goes on into the drug dealing thing. But somebody then, there's a bill passing through the House of Reps at the moment for the liberalization of cannabis. So somebody then, some cheeky person, and I think he then tweeted this out. It says, hope you know the Senate is trying to pass the bill for marijuana to be legalized. Welcome to the game of master. Once Pablo Escobar gets there, many bills will be passed. Yusuf, can you frame this man in your office? So there it is. So the cyberbullying of Tinubu, that will continue almost certainly throughout his tenure. Is that the anticipation?
Excuse me, one man, please.
Can I comment on this?
Yeah, you can comment, but let Rosie go first. Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
I thought Obi brought this into the case too that he filed, right? He kind of snipped this into the case too, right?
You mean the drug dealing thing?
Yeah.
No, yeah, that's one of his main. That's one of his main play. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So, yeah, I just want to bring this. Okay, thank you.
No, that's why people are saying the petition is so weak. Is so yeah. But you wanted to come in, sorry.
What
yes. You see this news. Within the next 1 to 2 years, all those doctor damages, all those Maegun, don't be surprised if their pages don't exist anymore. This misinformation, insulting, bullying online, all these things that you are doing, and you think when they do all these things, don't you always think that you are poking a bear? You see somebody that is stronger than you and has more power than you, and every day you are agitating and pushing and insulting all these channels. YouTube itself passed a new rule in their terms that if you spread misinformation and a government requests to close your page, they will do it within the blink of an eye. All these people.
No, I don't think anything will happen to Dr. Damages or Mayegun. No, I was even on there earlier on today, and his guest refused to speak to me. He said, "No, I don't speak to people like you." But no, I don't, because people were
One
so.
man, I enjoyed your.
One man,
I was watching my
telling
mouth.
you.
I didn't know whether to close my mouth or to keep smiling. It was, but that it was
No,
an amazing. It was amazing.
but they
You were
do.
good.
No, I'd already done what I wanted to do anyway. So whether I responded or not, I didn't really care. But but to the wider thing, people were so the attack on the Buhari administration all the way through, it was relentless now, and nobody got shut down. And I think Tinubu more liberal than Buhari.
That was then. These social media companies didn't have those rules back then, but they implemented most of these rules last year. Most of them, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, they all collapsed together and joined together. Because who are they going to support? The people or the people that have the power? They can continue little by little. Their insults don't even get to me anymore because I know what is coming. You are inciting people. You are spreading misinformation, and you think that you are.
No, I don't think YouTube is going to be shutting down platforms. I don't think. I'm sure they won't, because a lot of platforms are critical. And that means they have to shut down all the news platforms.
No. If they're right,
you didn't hear what I said.
Government right?
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, but if it's that easily done, every platform that is critical of every government, the government will just write them a letter and tell them to shut it down.
But one man, you are not understanding.
That critical. It's not being critical of the government.
If the platform, one man, do you know of Alex Jones? Exactly.
Of course I know Alex Jones. But Alex Jones is a different matter. There's a lot to Alex Jones.
That is the prime example that they will use.
No, it's not the prime example. Alex Jones is an extremist now. But Alex Jones is the wrong example. But carry on. Yeah.
If you have pushed misinformation, an example is during COVID period. If you have pushed any small, even if it's just one day of misinformation, they can put it in their case and shut your account down. If you have incited,
that has to do with health issues. I'm just political issues.
Can I interject?
I'm just giving an example of how this thing was developed.
Hold on, Zeta. Let her solid land.
I'm just giving example of how this thing was developing. This is how these people are going to form this rule. These people know how to manipulate and look for loopholes, and they already have these plans in place. This is why this Bio Adinuga is talking like this, because they know. One man, there are plenty of things I don't want to say on this platform that APC is planning. They know what is coming. That is why they are not talking too much. They are allowing these people to go all out. They are not doing anything to them. They are preparing them for the next stage. They should continue inciting people, and they should continue spreading misinformation. He who laughs last best. I know what is coming for them.
You know they have the first. You know they have the First Amendment in America. As our guys just pointing out.
This is Nigeria.
Which one is First Amendment in the US? Don't they shut down people? Which one are
but not willy-nilly though. Not willy-nilly.
No, one man. It's not willy-nilly. It doesn't go willy-nilly. They trap them. Like the example that Solly gave Alex Jones is very. They didn't just shut down Alex Jones. It's through this shooting in there was one shooting. It is what they used. There was a shooting in which he said it was like a conspiracy along the line, like it was a conspiracy.
Yeah, it was a COVID denier as well. So there was a lot to shut him down.
COVID, No, they shut down started before COVID. It was a lot. There was a shooting. There was a mass shooting that happened, and it was trying to say like it was like a setup. Government inside was involved, whatever, FBI, whatever. That it wasn't really real, whatever. And that's where they get. So if they want to get anybody, they'll just wait for you. One thing they will get. They're not going to shut you down and say they will not use you to write letters. Say shut this one, that shut down that. If you're in the habit of misinformation, they're going to find one that is
well. They shut down Andrew Tate, and nobody really knows why they shut him down. But they shut down Andrew Tate.
That one is where with this transgender whatever. They will find something you will violate. There is too many things to violate. They will just find something you violate, and that's it. They will anchor it around some violation.
But
it's not complicated to find the violation.
The problem is before they shut them down, a lot of damages would have been done.
Yes, but they want exactly. That is what they are looking for. They are looking for. See, before they to shut them down, they don't used to wait for government request. But now this platform has made it open that if any government wants them to shut any account down, they should let them know. They are now telling the government that if any accounts they want, just tell us and we will do it.
Is it a YouTube?
No. I think
all
I made that.
social platforms.
No, that's not true.
It's not true.
They can do it, but it doesn't. It's not that they will just do it like that. It's not that. I don't think they just go blanket.
Okay, now
they will find something they violated, but it's not just blanket like that. I don't think.
What are you talking about, Solly? I mean, it's unbelievable.
It's not China. It's only in China that they could do that. I mean, and in Russia.
What I'm saying.
But in other developed parts of the world, they can't just. They will have a
rule of law. Yeah. Come in, Zeta. Come in.
There is something somebody sent to me yesterday morning as I was going to church. The thing just popped up. They said Tinubu died in France and was flown to Britain.
We are back to Jubril. We're back to Jubril.
That is the kind of thing that the thing has been circulating since Friday, and then as at yesterday morning, they started saying that it was APC that is circulating it to put it on obedient. I quickly deleted it because I don't keep such things. I'm sure that's why this man is writing this. One man, let me tell you, that thing is serious. So it's been going underground for so many years. They have decided to agree on shutting down those channels. That is Solly is telling you is the real fact. By September,
can I ask a question?
This laws, they just passed it. I even put a link in the private chat so that you can see. They've changed so many rules. All these social platforms last year, they came together and they changed so many rules because they were.
Sorry, we know they changed rules. Hold on, we know they changed rules, but not the one you're talking about. That government.
I literally just put the link. I put the link in private chat.
Nisoro, let's hear from Rational Mind. Yeah.
YouTube has their own terms of condition of the use of their platforms or their platform rather. And other, even Twitter and everybody has, but that the government they'll tell government, just ask us, we shut down anybody. No, they don't just do that. If a government has any beef with any person, individual who has a group of people who runs a channel that is misinforming people or stoking violence and things like that, yeah, they will just reach out to YouTube. I mean, they have channels by which you can reach out to YouTube and get it shut down. But the way you are going about it, you're talking about it, it's just like, oh, they just tell them we want this person shut down, we want a woman shut down. No, they must have violated something, and they must have to provide evidence.
That's what I said.
No. The way you said it is completely different from what you sent in.
Yeah, but let me ask a question.
And inciting violence.
Let me ask. Well, I forgot the question I wanted to ask. Just go on, continue. I forgot.
All right. Let me just show you what Solly sent in, and then we move on from that space. So this is Google. It says a government request to remove content. It says courts and government agencies around the world. Regularly request that we remove information from Google products. So YouTube is a Google product too. We review these requests closely to determine if the content should be removed because it violates a law or our product policies. In this respect, we disclose the number of requests we received in 6 months period. So they don't just willy-nilly delete it as you are suggesting. So
they review. That's what it says.
Yes.
Now they will have to investigate.
Yes.
Delete you. They will follow you. They monitor you for some time before they delete you.
And they will gather all the evidence they need.
Yeah.
All these things that these people are posting, is this not more than enough evidence?
All right.
Woman, I want to ask a question.
Yeah.
Now, I think I had when Madam AI, what's his name? What's her name? The other name she bears.
Zeta.
Mrs. Zeta, Madam Zeta. When you said something about propaganda and things like that. And let me ask you a question, and everybody here on this platform. Most of this propaganda we see that a lot of people attribute to the obedience. Are you all saying that all these things, like for example, you're talking about Tinubu died and it was flown somewhere from France to London, whatever. Do you guys believe that all these things is emanating from the obedience?
Yes.
Well, what are your proofs?
Are you asking me?
Only say yes.
Hold on.
What are your proofs?
Asking me?
What are your proofs?
If they
Rational
have
man,
not
where did
behaved this way before,
tell us where
they
he
will not be
emanated
asking
from?
Me? Rational
They have
mind.
an history. They have a history
Rational
of
man,
doing
tell
things
us
like
where
this.
Are
it
you asking
emanated
me
from.
rational mind?
Oh, all right. Okay. Yeah.
I want to get his question.
No, respond. Yeah. He's asking how you are sure that all of this misinformation are coming from the obedient space.
Which misinformation is he talking
It's
about?
like the example you just cited, the message that was forwarded to you.
They said it's APC that manufactured it, and they will now put it on the obedient. Is that not what I said here?
That was what you said, yes.
That's what you said. But I'm just asking. I'm asking. Do you believe?
Hold on, rational mind.
Okay.
Now listen to me and listen very good. Whenever I am talking, listen to me. Don't jump into my conversation to turn around what I have just said. That is one. Secondly, the other time you said you don't like the way I talk about my people. They are my people.
Come on.
You've been waiting for him. Have you been waiting for him? What's the record there? What's the record?
Let me finish.
You finish. I'll let you finish.
I have not finished.
But no, you will finish.
I am talking to my people. And I am talking
you see, I heard you.
Let me finish.
Let her finish now.
Let me finish.
Let me finish, girl. What did you want to talk about here?
Please.
Let her talk now. That's not mine.
We don't need your sympathy. The day I am talking about the Yorubans, you can intervene. I'm talking about my people, the way they behave. It is my concern. We are not interested in 1966. You get me? So next time, allow my brothers and sisters on the platform to attack me for the way I'm talking about us. But the day I'm talking about the Yorubas, you can jump in and say you don't like the way I say it. I don't need your pity. I, for one, I don't need your soliciting about the Igbos. I don't need your proposal. Neither do I need your agreement, love or pity or hate. I don't need your 1966. So please, allow me to say the way my concerns about my people.
No, rational mind is entitled to push back at. No, hold on. Rational mind is entitled to push back at whatever narrative. That's the beauty of it.
Woman, what I'm saying is, when I am talking about my people, I know why I'm saying.
They are our people too. They are not exclusive. They are our people too now. Yeah.
Let me finish. I know why I'm saying this. The drama going on now is exactly what happened in 1966. We don't need that pity for now. Please. We don't need it. Because when the ships are down, when you pity us or cow us into going into that thing, when we start getting shredded and slaughtered, everybody will stand aside and watch us. Rational mind, I repeat, it's not you. It's not your concern. Stay.
Are you done talking? Back. Are you done talking?
Yes, I'm
all right. All right. Right to reply. But round it off nicely, and then we go back to politics.
First of all, the question I asked you, I think you must have had me in your mind before, because I heard you, was it yesterday or a few days ago, when even one man was even suggesting to you, that was rational man. I think I was driving it, I heard, I was like, what? I had to go back and rewatch it, and I heard you that you were saying something, just exactly what you just said now, the last things you just said. Now, first of all, what I was asking you, when you said that you received a video, but I'm asking you, what in your own view do you believe? Simple thing, you tell me, well, I believe or I don't believe. Now you turn the thing, you spin them around to mean like, oh, I'm always here on this platform to. I mean, like, if you remember very well, I said
Let me
this question
answer
is
your
not.
question.
Hold on.
No, let him land. Let him land so that yeah.
Hold on. I said this question goes to every other person, not you particularly as such. I don't know how you get this impression that I'm always after you on this platform. I challenge everybody on this platform. I don't have any personal vendetta or whatever with anybody. So when I said, what do you believe that this thing is from the obedience space? And I said, by extension to everybody too. You can answer that question. So but now you have to go off tangent, like whatever you've had in mind, with me, with what I questioned you some time back, that why you always going on this, your people, you go hard on them. Even though you want to make your points as to your people, you have to be, the way you talk about it, it's annoying to some people.
Yeah,
because,
I don't want it to be your concern. Stay off our back.
I understand. You can say
no, hold on.
Allow them to attack me. Stay off our back.
No, hold on.
1966.
Hold on, Zeta. I appreciate your concern, but rational mind has that freedom of speech, especially as a Nigerian. You know. I'm your people and you are my people, so everybody, we are all our people. Also, we're entitled to opinions on all of that.
Apart from that, you know, I've said it on this platform. My ancestry. I have one of my ancestry. Well, let me just say, hold on.
China man. Oh yeah, carry on.
From Igbo land again now.
To Kutuwenji and Kafanchan and
We are all one. Whether Yoruba,
let me say,
we are all one.
Hold on. Yeah, carry on.
Let me say, I have Igbo nephews. My own brother, they're married to Igbo women. So that is not anything. So I want you to understand that. So I'm also a stakeholder in the Igbo culture, whatever.
A stakeholder.
Yeah, I am a stakeholder. So I won't expect you to be, because if tomorrow these kids are discriminated against, then I won't be happy that my own nephew, my own brother, my own blood, same mother, same father, their kids are being discriminated.
This guy is not getting my point.
Hold
on. You have to let him land. No, hold on. You have to let him land. Yeah, go on.
I understand you, Madam Zita. I understand your perspective. I'm not alluding to 1966. And if you want us to start debating that 1966, you and I, we don't go leave this platform today, because the way you are going off on that 1966 narrative, for me, it's not entirely true. It's just there's a half truth in what you said about the 1966 trying to repeat itself in the way we're seeing playing out in Lagos in this last election. You know, it's a different thing. It's a different context, a different backdrop to it. So, but then the point is this: if I challenge you on your views, I'm not doing that because I will have some personal vendetta with you. I just want us to do things in a way that whereby everybody will feel happy. We don't want to ostracize certain people, make them look like us. Well, it's up to you. I know it's your tribe, but I also try to make you understand. I'm also a stakeholder in it. I'm also a stakeholder because I have nephews that are Igbo. So yeah, I want you to understand that.
Rational mind is a contrarian or Zeta. So if everybody is going in this direction, he guaranteed in the opposite direction is a contrarian. It's just the contrary view is what you hear from rational mind.
Can I contribute?
Yeah, go on.
Madam Zita, there is only one person. The only person I guarantee you rational mind is against is Tinubu.
Yes. And we are still trying to get to the bottom of that.
We don't know why. I think I have a theory. I think that theory ties into Madam Zita's concern. I think with my perspective, I stand to be corrected, the rational mind. I think rational mind is the Yoruba nation philosophy person. And they believe that, okay, how do you get Yoruba nation? Well, you have to get the Obi angle to be riled up, right? And then everything is scatter, everybody can get their own. And this is where I think Madam Zita is. Madam Zita is not interested in everything scatter. She thinks she doesn't want that angle in a narrative. I think that's where, in summary, I don't want to take too much time.
All right, let's get back to the
quickly.
all right. But I did want to get back to politics.
Just very quickly. I think, number one, I think rational mind doesn't like Tinubu because maybe in real life, because there are some of these things that, that happens in these Yoruba states when you want to do something and you can't do it because of the structure that Tinubu has set. The way it is set, it's always difficult to do something. So maybe in real life, it has affected rational mind. You get, and there are a lot of people that.
All right. No. Enough of that. Leave rational mind alone. Is entitled to his opinions. So sorry, but I want to move it back to IYOCHIA.
Let me ask you a question. One man. The report you just read to us, being the statement from
Bayo Onanuga.
Where's the source? What's the source?
Yes, I have to be, especially after my encounter earlier on, I have to be a bit dubious. But it's from your boy, Omoyele.
It's from Sahara?
It's from Sahara.
Yes. Well, let's see. Because, you see, there are some statements he made there that are very, very ridiculous.
Yeah, like son of a bitch.
I mean, what is
going on? Although we've seen that sort of language from him before, remember?
I mean, what is going on? This
he
guy
has to be sacked. Yeah.
This guy is an.
I think he needs to be more polished than that. For goodness' sake,
he's a sore loser. They call them
he's
soul
just talking. What's the
winners.
difference from this
soul winners? That's what they call
Agbero
them.
now? He's speaking like an Agbero man.
Yeah,
He should be polished.
This is the man that wrote to the highest and the top of his profession, journalism. It's one of the best in the 80s. I mean, what's going on? I can't get it. You know,
maybe he's having some dementia. Then
is it the Tell or the News Watch? I think he worked with one of those big.
Yeah. So
the Tell now is it not? I think he worked with Tell News, or is it the News Watch?
Maybe I can't remember, but I knew he was in broadcasting. He was in Nigerian what you call News Agency of Nigeria or Nigerian Radio Corporation, and his voice was very popular back then. I don't know why should he be using now this kind of statement. This barbaric. It's unbelievable. So, but,
yes, here it is actually from his Twitter something. All those sons of bitches tweeting the hashtag Tinubu the drug dealer and Tinubu the Tinubu for prison. Your days are numbered. One day you will.
It is signed.
Why would you use that
word? It is signed.
But this is not verified Twitter account now.
No, it's not verified. But I've gone to his Twitter page, but it's not verified. But maybe his Twitter account is not verified. So if you have a look, so I went on Twitter to go and look for his account, and there he is, Bayo Onanuga. But like you said, it's not a verified account. But that would not be language. It's just too unbecoming, and there it is. So it's on his timeline. This guy has to be sacked. There's no two ways about it. Unbelievable. Not even Simon Ekpa uses language like this. Nnamdi Kanu certainly did not use language like this. Even in the furthest of extremes, they don't use language like this. And it's not Yoruba language even.
No. So, okay, let me ask Rational Mind. Rational Mind was trying to insinuate that what did he say that might be coming from Tinubu camp and not
some of the things we read. Can we attribute them to also coming from the APC propaganda machine just to spin the narrative?
Do you have evidence
that doesn't even make sense?
Rational Mind.
Well, hold on. Is there a question you're asking or you're done to, or you want to say something?
Yeah. Do you have evidence to do that statement? Make that. Yes.
There is logic to that statement, though, to color the that sort of storyline is echoes of Jubril at Sudan, isn't it? So it's just to ridicule the obedience space.
Yeah.
So what evidence do you have to that effect?
Well, really, as to what is currently going on, there is no evidence that I can point to like this. But for me, when I make I comment on things, I try to draw a parallel. from what I've seen with the APC. APC, they are very good at what they do. We've seen it play out in 2015. A lot of us fell for it. I was one of those people that fell for it. How they employ so many people online. Even Linda Ikeji, all of them, all those bloggers, they were on their payroll, dishing out all kinds of things in 2015. Even this past election, they were active. I mean, if you watch, there was this BBC interview, was it BBC, how do I say, kind of like investigative investigation that they did, BBC did. Some people were interviewed, but some of them, they had to show their face. They were said they were being employed by some big political parties to churn out.
Yeah, I saw that. African Eye, they call it. That BBC, they focus on Africa, yeah.
If you ask me, these are some of the things I will reference as being the possibility that, yeah, this could be, because for me, I look at pattern and I draw my conclusion from there.
But is the narrative not consistent with what we hear from the obedience space, though? Those sort of wild behavior.
I won't deny that the obedience doesn't say that Tinubu is a drug dealer or whatever. Well, at least we saw it in the petition that Obi.
And it was that same space that gave us Dubril at Sudani.
Well, I mean, okay, let me give an example.
Can I interject?
Right. Okay, go on.
One man, you see this kind of information. What happens sometimes? If you remember what happened to Idomi, do you remember the Idomi, the Pakistanis company in Port Harcourt that started the Indomie, how they crashed? It doesn't really, it might not be APC or obedient. Somebody somewhere who is very mischievous will just type that thing and start pushing it. By the time it gets halfway, that's when people will know that it's a wrong information, gone too far. Then you will see people struggling to retrace it. Sometimes they will find the origin. Sometimes they don't find the origin. So it doesn't necessarily mean...
It's a very interesting space, Zita. Earlier today, I had an encounter with one of the publishers of this sort of outfits that published a story that Tinubu was meeting at the Chief Justice of the country in London. And then live on screen, he told us that story was made up. And then when I went to challenge him, he says he doesn't talk to people like me. So they make up stories, a lot of this. I was aghast, but
it actually might not be because the one of Indomie, because some of people in our department in those days was opportune to lay hands on the investigation. The one of the Indomie was just somebody who was angry at the rate the price was going up. So he put out that story that a family had lunch with Indomie and 3 of their children died instantly. Quoted the area and everything, and the thing just went viral. And before you know it, this company was on the ground. In fact, they have to carry cartons of Indomie to nursery schools and primary schools to give them for free so that children can eat and know that it doesn't kill. I know how much it costs them to do jingle. I know how much they pay doctors and health officials to come and speak on their behalf. So it just, I don't know. Some people just sit down one corner and just fabricate these things and run with it. Honestly, sincerely speaking, I'm not blaming anybody until I find the source. Sometimes you don't, sometimes you will, but it is what it is.
Let me say this real quick, woman. Let me just say this. After that, immediately after that, that news was spreading that Tinubu died, and then we saw what happened in London, and then there was this video of Tinubu in I don't know, whatever, in a car, bulletproof car, and people were all surrounding and people were shouting Jagaban. In response to that, what does that tell you? Because for me, I read this pattern, I look at them and I kind of get suspicious that how come would you be responding if truly you were the obedient but you know in yourself that this guy is still alive. Why? Could it be that they're trying to like show that, oh, can you see these people? They're saying we're this, and I mean, so that's what I read there, because I don't see why just few minutes from when they said Tinubu died and they were saying, I mean, why do you have to do that?
Rational mind, can I answer your question?
All right. Okay. Answer it. Then we must move on. It's just a side little story, but answer it just very succinctly, and then we move on.
They are gathering evidence for their social media case.
All right. All right. All right. Thank you. So let's get. Actually, the final. I did put this on the screen. This is Jafar, who surprises me because I thought. Jafar was a conservative, traditionalist sort of a person. So I didn't quite say that he would back this sort of behavior from Ononuga. But he's saying you cannot beat someone and tell him you cannot beat someone and tell him how to cry. He says when you call the president-elect names, of course you should expect his surrogates to come for you as well. So Jafar, who traditionally we thought was fussy about language, he doesn't object to a senior functionary of government calling people a son of a bitch. But there it is. It's all surprises today. But let's bring the conversation back. Does anybody want any commentaries? Does anybody have any commentaries on the sacking of IYOCHIA Ayu before we go on to RUFAI OSENI, the suspension of IYOCHIA Ayu?
Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
I'm so excited. That's my comment.
I think they just wasted the effort anyway, because I think just as soon as the presidential petition, as soon as they finish, he will step down anyway, because Atiku will say his goodbyes and then he's dead, metaphorically speaking.
So they were trying to hold on. I thought so. They were trying to.
You think after the presidential petition tribunal, and of course if they retain Tinubu, which almost certain that they will, do you think IYOCHIA Ayu will still want to continue to be chairman of the party?
Yes, because they didn't. Why not? They didn't want a Wike to come in. I think so, and that was why they have to make this move. They didn't want the party to, because if they willingly leave the party, of course, Wike will grab it. But they said they're not going anywhere. And you could see him making effort in suspending people. He was still acting. He was still very active. So that was why they did that. And that was a good move.
Madam, can I even just 1 second? Even the problem of these guys has always been the same thing. Look, the suspension of these other guys is the final signal that even after after you lost, you could not even cover your face and come for reconciliation. All the problem of the while was, let us reconcile. You do your strongest. Atiku don't lose. Now Atiku don't lose. You still they carry your head, they go. Which kind of be this one? I mean, goodbye.
Who replaced Ayu?
No, he's been suspended, not expelled. So I think it's still.
But who is the acting PDP chairman now?
Well, this news just broke today, so you see that will be interesting as well, because if they suspend him, they still have to get a northerner, because they are intending to get a southerner as the candidate for 2027. So they'll still have to shop in the north.
Yeah,
they will have a northerner in your angle. Does
this not bear the handprint of
no, one man. I think he's still the chairman, but it's just at the state level that.
Oshomole treatment.
No.
We have to
Oshomole now.
He's still occupying position, but Otom is trying to, rubbish him. He's trying to, deregister him from the party at the world level, and the local government level, and the state, and thereby giving room for the national to expel him. So he's still the current chairman of the party. At the moment, it's still.
But once you are removed from world level, you are not in the party.
Once you are taken out from the ward level, it's a big yeah, you have to go and queue and come back.
Yeah, that's what. But you know, it depends. Then the National Executive Committee of the party, they have to swing into action by taking him down. So, but if they don't want to take him down, they are the one at the helm of affair. You know the way they've been running the party. They don't even follow the constitution. Anyway, they
will take them to court. The court will remove him. If you are removed from the ward level, you are out.
Yes, that is another option. Yeah.
But if he is removed, which is likely to be, are we then in agreement that the next person to replace him will still be a northerner?
Yeah, the next person is a northerner. The person who was that?
The next in line
is a northern guy. Yeah.
They have the vice.
And it's a northerner too.
Yeah.
Do they not have two vices? Is it not two vice from the south, vice from the?
Yeah, but the one in next in line is the northern guy.
Yeah,
but how many the tenure for chairman? How many years?
I'm not sure. Is it tenured? Is it?
I think it's is it not 4 years or 2 years? I mean,
maybe I think until the next election cycle.
I think it's 4 years.
They would convention until the old next convention. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
Benny.
Because if they put a northerner now, that would be too early.
They still have a lot of problem in that.
No, he will be acting.
How do you say it's too early? Because
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 of a southern president.
Yeah.
So they can use this if it's 2 years term. They can use a southerner for now. Then after 2 years, they put a northerner, getting towards to the election period.
I think what I think is this: the way I'm looking at the whole thing, as I explained now. If Wike is not the one behind it, then I don't know who's behind it.
Do you think he is? Because I suspect he will be. Wike.
Well, what I'm saying Wike is behind it because Otom and Wike, they're part of the so-called integrity group they call themselves. And now that Atiku has lost, they feel this is another way for them to start getting back the party. And how can they do that? Is if they can control the chairman, who becomes the chairman. So by taking out IYOCHIA from the picture, you can maybe start from the building. Because mind you, Wike is still relevant now in Rivers State. Still the governor of Rivers State. So with his power and everything, the money he has in Rivers State, he can influence who becomes the next, or even the guy who is going to succeed him. It could be his body with him, and from there start working on building the party or hijacking the party to himself. But I just suspect that it's Wike that is behind it because Wike and what's his name, Otom, they're in the same camp.
No, right now it's not a suspicion now. It's Wike's people now. It's Wike's group.
That's what I'm saying. Because one man asked me the question, that's what I'm saying. That's what I think. Because you can't lay a finger to it. Yeah.
Let me interject, please. But looking at what the chairman is doing, do you really think that kind of a man should head such a party? The party just lost the election. Instead of bringing people together, he's still suspended.
And now, madam, now wait till they talk now. You couldn't reconcile before the fight. The fight is over. You lost. Calm down small now. I never seen this guy before.
Otom has been suspended. You know, I think they expelled him now. Otom was they gave him record.
No, they sent him to the disciplinary committee. But Fayose is suspended. But Pius Ayim suspended as well. I didn't even know he was that active. I'm not even sure what grounds they gave.
What about Chimaroke?
Yes.
Suspended,
I think. Yeah. This guy is just uncontrollable.
It's just self-harming, isn't it? Self-harming.
He's lost also many governors. You've lost so much. What is your problem? You're supposed to be saying, my people, my brother, okay, don't go. No, forget that. No, rebuild, no, reconcile, or something like that. Why is he continuing on fighting? Fighting for what? What is he fighting for? Tamboa is lost. Everybody is lost. Yeah.
You know, Omar, my take on this issue of IU is the effect this is going to have on Atiku's petition at the Presidential Election Tribunal. And I tell you, it's going to have a serious effect. Because see, the role of party leadership in election matters a lot. Because in most times they own all these agents, and agents are the people you need to testify for you in court.
Are you saying Tinubu is behind it? Are you saying
well, he's going to favor Tinubu eventually, so I'm happy about whatever is happening.
Interesting.
They should fight more because you need agents to witness in court. And this is the time when you need unity within your party, particularly those ones that you were together during the election. Because you see all these agents, they have where they place their loyalty. And once you dent that loyalty, or you do anything to affect their loyalty, I've handled some election positions that you will call witness to come to court. And those witnesses, you prep them this night on what you expect them to testify tomorrow. You realize by tomorrow, you put them in witness, but they'll be saying something else. They will be telling you, you will be expecting them to say A, they will be saying Z. And you'll be so confused as a lawyer, like, what's this useless guy saying? And if you remove that guy from the witness box and say, okay, you call next woman, is the same thing. It's because of loyalty. So some of them, you see some orgas within the party, they are spies within the party. So you know where the loyalty goes to, and the same thing bore down on their agent. So this suspension of IU for now, for me, if PDP is actually wise, it is not for now. They should try to finish their petition, but it's good for Tinubu because so many of those agents that honorably should come and testify, those ones that are loyal to IU, they won't come and testify. For instance, Benue Assis, don't forget that Obi specified 2 major states in his petition, Benue and which other state? He's fighting Benue and Rivers specifically. All others, he just listed them. So now that you have, Atiku, now that you have affected IU's base, to get agent from that IU base now to come and testify in favor of Atiku will be a serious issue because there is a fracas already within it. So,
you know that this theory makes so much sense if you consider Tinubu and Wike's deal. This could just be an extension of that deal, cementing that deal.
It's possible.
Because if you give him your vote, you have to also help him to cement the victory, right?
Yeah, it's possible. Fatai, let me tell you another man I'm very cautious about. I've not seen recently is Pat Utomi. I feel be seeing that man talking.
Yes, it's certainly good.
Pat Utomi, and Pat Utomi now.
Okay.
We don't lose now. You don't.
Hold on. Hold on. I think we cited Pat Utomi somewhere. So. Because there was a clip of him released a couple of days ago, and it looks as though Pat Utomi he's looking to realign his politics. That was what he said. That was what he said in the clip. So don't take my word for him. This is Pat Utomi realigning his politics. So that's Pat Utomi. Anywhere Bele face, according to Look at the way it slowly snuck up behind. When people want to pray.
One man, that music is for the obedient. So all these
I've not been seeing that man really. That man's not been. Yeah, it's not.
It's been quiet for weeks now.
Yeah.
So, one man, you understand the game is over now. You understand the game is over.
Is gathering information on all. Hold on now. That's what the last appearance he had in public appearance, at least as far as I know, when he gave the conference, he said They are gathering information on everybody that will participate in that electoral
It's
violence.
okay now.
And they're sending it to the ICC. That's what they said. Yeah.
It's okay.
All right. Let's hear from Henry, who joins us. Henry, you are new to the space. Good to hear from you. Good to see you. At least we've not heard from you yet. Let's hear from you. Unmute, Henry. Let's hear from you. So good to see you. Henry.
Hello, woman.
Hello. Good to meet you.
Woman.
Is this your first? Hi. How are you?
I'm alright. I've been here before.
Have you? Oh, all right. Okay. Good to have you back. Okay. Good to have you back. No, we can hear you. I thought you were new to the space. You know, when somebody is new, we like to document their voice and their politics.
No, I've been here before. I just keep.
All right.
Sidelines.
All right. So now with the baritone, you have to come on the screen more. Especially now we have Zeta and Rosie. You can intimidate them with your baritone and to counterbalance my own squeaky voice. So that's Henry. He joins us. So good to meet you, Henry. So just quickly on the IU space, who has been suspended at his local ward, and we've seen this movie before. This was the exit route of Oshiomhole from the APC chairmanship. So it looks as though that well-trodden path being followed now by the PDP. So IYOCHIA are you now on suspension, which almost certainly will transmute into an expulsion. So do you think this is self-harming on the part of our APC, whilst that when they are still trying to wrestle the mandate from Tinubu at the Presidential Petition Tribunal? So what are you then making on of the suspension of your man from Benue?
On what grounds are they suspending him for?
They said anti-party activities. They said, it's the most ludicrous thing. The same storyline that they used on Okupe earlier on. They said he wasn't paying his dues, which is just ridiculous. And then they said he lost his word, which are in politics you win or lose. And then they accused him of overall anti-party activities. So very ambiguous terms. So that is to tell you then that there are hands of puppet masters at play.
Yeah, because what you're painting is the PDP chairman is doing anti-party activities, right?
That's what they accused him of.
It doesn't sound.
Let me speed through it again. It's not a long read. It says the crisis rocking the People's Democratic Party (PDP) took another dimension on Sunday as the national chairman of the party, Dr. IYOCHIA Ayu, was suspended by his local ward executive in Boko local government area of Benue State. Ayu was accused of anti-party activities. The suspension of Ayu came a few days after the National Working Committee of the PDP directed the Benue State Governor, Dr. Samuel Otom, before the party's National Disciplinary Committee and suspended former Governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose, and erstwhile Senate President, Senator Ayim Pius Ayim, amongst others. Ayu's suspension on Sunday followed a vote of no confidence passed on him by the ward executives. A resolution passed at the end of the ward meeting and read by the secretary, whatever his name is, read, the People's Democratic Party Executive Committee of XYZ Council Ward of Boko Local Government Area in Benue State have passed a vote of no confidence in the PDP National Chairman, Dr. IYOCHIA Ayu, and suspended him from the party. Mr. Doyem, whilst reading the resolution of the ward exco, said he, Ayu, was involved in anti-party activities, making the PDP to lose his word and local government, along with his allies, who also did not vote at the governorship election. He was also accused of not paying his annual dues as enshrined in the party's constitution. It will be recalled that shortly after the Benue State Governor was referred to the National Disciplinary Committee of the PDP for anti-party activities by the National Working Committee, NWC, of PDP chaired by Ayu, the Rivers State Governor, Mr. Yemson Wike, reacted by declaring that his Benue State counterpart will not appear before the committee. So that is it. Very vague, very watery, very ambiguous. So that is the hands of puppet masters almost certain.
So from my own understanding, the PDP is badly fractured, and somebody wants to be the man in charge. They're trying to kick out IU, and between the components of the people that make up the party, someone is trying to like own up the whole space. That's just what I've seen into what's going on. But I have a question: is Atiku still in Nigeria or is in Dubai right now?
But nobody knows for certain. But the waziri of Abu Dhabi, the waziri of Abu Dhabi.
Because
was that
I'm pulling this string. No, for real.
Oh, yeah.
If Atiku is in Nigeria, do you think this IU suspension or this thing for IU will be happening? Because that's where I'm trying to see the whole gang up playing out now. The Wike faction is playing. I think this is the weakest faction trying to own the party, the old space. Arakwaja is pushing this old Southwest. Yes, we've done the job for Tinubu. Now we want to own the space. If Arakwaja is pushing that from the Southwest, Wike is pushing his own forces from the South. Now the northern space, we don't know who the PDP boys there are going to be. So that is where I'm trying to see. The big wigs from the South are trying to make a move. From the Southwest, the Sheyi Makendes, they have a good profile. So it's like, okay, so Wike has a good profile from there. Now the boys from the North, they're not coming out with anything good. That's where Lamido should be bringing his base in, the types of them Lamidos and all that, but you're not seeing them play.
We've not even heard from Saraki, who has been very silent in this cycle. Bukola Saraki.
The water is not clear right now. The water is not clear. Nobody is showing their head.
So yeah, carry on, Henry.
Saraki aligning with Atiku that last election. I think he also affected his relationship with a lot of people in the space, a lot of business community, a lot of things that during the election period, when I was looking to the whole process, he aligning with Atiku kind of fractured his dealings with some people. So that's where I'm just looking at it. I think it's just the Wike faction trying to own the old PDP space now. Like, yes, we will push you people out. We would, use money to win some new forces. Then the Kwakwanso force is also there because it's just a lot. When you look at what Kwakwanso is trying to build in the North, if he can win that old Buhari army, if he can win those CPC boys from APC, start to woo them back into NMPP, he might start to have a say for that Northern presidency for real. So with that faction, can they come back into PDP? So there are a lot of dimensions you have to start looking at, but it's just a lot of calculation right now.
Sorry, Henry. With Kwakwanso evolving his politics like you've just described, if PDP don't move cleverly, are they is there a danger that they could just wane into irrelevance? You think that they're too big to fail, but if they don't box clever in this next few months and certainly no more than 2 years, they could just fade away as a party.
I see what you're saying, but at the same time, it's all about interest. When when the interests start to align again, things will come around. But right now, they look like, if we're going to be honest, like there's no future.
Even on that week,
they start to merge. Because Wike is not going to be in power. So when Wike starts to sit by the sideline, how much influence will he still have? That's where you need to start looking at things from. Sheyi Makinde will then be the boy in charge, but then he is a very quiet person. So he is the one that they will be trying to manipulate, but it's like, how much influence will he also have to start to say, okay, I'm the major boy from the South here with maybe that Davido's uncle, who is that one, Adeleke. Then what can they pull from the North? It's a lot of, but I don't think they have APC. If Asiwaju should give good governance, Nigeria, PDP is gone.
Do you anticipate that he will, Tinubu? Do you anticipate that he will give?
Yeah, he has the connections to do it. Home and abroad, he will do it. Only Tinubu, if you look at the demography of the scope of things, Tinubu has a connection, home and abroad, to fix Nigeria. Atiku is indebted to the people abroad, to his friends. They can do it. Atiku can do it, but he's too indebted. That means Nigeria is going on sale. Now, Peter Obi, Peter Obi can do it, but the experience is not there. He's there, but he's not there. He's not thick. He can do. He has some of the connections, but it's not thick. When you put him to a Tinubu,
it's too lightweight, is what you're saying.
You understand what I'm saying? You understand? He's not there. Tinubu he's not there now.
All right.
That's just the way. That's the balance I see.
And what are you making of the obedient space? You said you've been here before, but I'm not sure we've documented your thoughts on the obedient space. What's your take on? You sound like you're batified. Are you a batified person?
No. The thing is, I understand the whole space. The thing is, the people don't like Asiwaju because of APC, because of Buhari. Asiwaju, as a 2015, when he was selling, I will make Nigeria our El Dorado. He was selling that under the Buhari's candidacy. Now he's still bringing back that same message. If people should give him a chance, if he delivers, that's what we want. If he doesn't deliver, it was Buhari that worked. What Asiwaju was promising, he was saying those things because it was meant to be VP. But then put Buhari there. Buhari went to do all he could do, and Buhari tried his own best. But now Asiwaju is saying, okay, I have gotten the ticket. Let me go and do what I promised you people when we got power from PDP in 2015. So now give me that chance, give me this slot, I will deliver. But now, the whole space is compromised, the answers, the obedience. So that's where they are just manipulating people's emotions. Like, there's other kind of jamboree they just don't.
What are you making of the what are you making of the fight still being put up by the obedience? Because there's the feeling that that the election is over is not there. It's almost as though we're still very much in the throes of an election and everything is still up for grabs. But every single election has been done and dusted for this cycle. But the push and aggression is still as though we're in the midst of a campaign. So what are you making of the narrative coming out of that space?
From my own understanding, I've seen the document, the paperwork, like everything. They might have an argument. I'm not saying they don't have an argument, but it will be very hard to beat a Tinubu in court with everything that I know. The networks, it will be very hard. Because I don't know if you saw the report, like I think it was the night they said Tinubu was the president-elect. The Bloomberg, there was a US Bloomberg came out with their own report that Nigeria's stock market has boosted. So people are watching the space. Now, when you say you want to take out somebody that a lot of eyes are really watching, Asiwaju has international connections that forget that case, forget that US case. That one is not part of it. They will just be building on it. It's all jamboree. Lawyers will collect money. Election that is already over. 8 million votes to 6 million. What will those 8 million people say? Who will they say they voted for? Peter Obi wants to claim 8 million votes to 6 million. It's not possible now. He will continue to prove. Atiku has been proving since when? That he's been winning elections since when? He's welcome to the game.
All right, but what are you making of the sort of language still coming out of the Tinubu space, even though they've already won an election? The one that staggered Ajale Koko. So let me just give you a couple of paragraphs. The All Progressive Congress Presidential Campaign Council Director of Media and Publicity, Bayo Ononuga, said those that are tweeting about Nigeria's president-elect Bola Tinubu's link to drug trafficking will be prosecuted before the law courts. So let me take you quickly to where he is. He says, Ononuga made this known in his reaction to the trending Twitter hashtag which is hashtag Tinubu the drug dealer and hashtag Tinubu for prison, in which some people suspected to be supporters of opposition parties vilified the president-elect for alleged involvement in a drug case in the United States. So now this is what startles people. And this language, by the way, is known for Bayo Ononuga. So this is what he tweeted, Bayo Ononuga, the director of media and publicity for Tinubu's presidential campaign. He said, all those sons of bitches tweeting the hashtag Tinubu drug dealer, Tinubu for prison, your days are numbered. One day you will face the wrath of the law. So is that language becoming, is that the coming together language that you've been wanting from a president-elect space?
It might be a little foul, but you know,
a little. The government calling the citizens on
you know when you're trying to intimidate the space. If you listen to the way this guy tweets, FFK, you know, he's tweeting as if he's trying to set the whole country on fire. Like Ashwaju has won, but FFK is still tweeting as if, because the obedience are not backing down. So you also have to, you know, you meet fire with fire. That's what they're doing. It's just the game of meeting fire with fire. But for me, Ashwaju is good to go. Let the courts decide. But we did an election. If they said INEC decided or the people decided, whoever would decide, whether it's the courts or whatever, or whether it's Ashwaju's good governance that will decide, we shall see everything. So Nigerians should just, you know, relax the space. Like if he was also obedient, the same way, I think people in Ashwaju's camp will not be happy. You know, people should just relax. Like, just hope for the best.
All right, thank you. Stay with us. So that's Henry, of course. He says he's not new to the space, but certainly welcome to the space. So I want to move the conversation on, but I say move it on. I'm only really taking it back to the narrative of Lagos being no man's land. We thought that was settled with the victory of Sanwo-Olu, where he took out the three-pronged koboko and applied summary punishments on Jandor and Chinedu. But that narrative of Lagos is no man's land or not, it still subsists. Somebody that likes to hug the headline is the person promoting it this time around. Watch this.
You said something just now. You said Lagos is Yoruba land. Are you really sure about that? You want to contest it? Definitely. If you go and check your history, the Oba of Lagos also stated that Lagos used to be a tributary to the Benin people. And I want to ask you, this same all of you that are claiming that we are the true Lagosians, are you truly from Lagos? Because we have seen many disparities. Look at a senator, Senator Olamile. Please let me finish. Okay. Senator Olamilekon, after being a senator in Lagos, he went to his true state, Ogun State, to be a senator. There was no bones made about that. So are you people that are saying you are from Lagos causing this division? Are you truly from Lagos? No. Correct.
Oh, all right, so there it is. So let's bring Ogbeni in on this one. So Ogbeni, so that's we are revisiting again. It looks as though we will never leave that space. Lagos are no man's land. So this is Rufai Oseni, who will tell you that it's a non-aligned journalist, but I think we all know his political leanings, taking us through memory lane and telling us that Lagos is actually an outpost of Benin Kingdom. So we've heard this narrative before, but what are you making of it then being revisited by this wayward journalist?
It's funny most time when you call Rufai, he's a journalist. For me, and I've said it here before, he's not a professional journalist. He's just a TV presenter. As I'm concerned, that's the best I can give him. He's not professional at all, and he's not even deep. Sometimes he tried to chunk out some history, but if he's met with people who understand history very well, you realize that it's not deep. You just go to some inconsequential blog to go and read things, and go to some and check Google and Wikipedia's, and you start coming on a rise, and then start chunking out some facts that they don't even correlate with history. So well, it is what it is. People that go to patronize them at Arise TV, good luck to them. good luck to those ones is able to curry favor from, and people that follow him. For me, I listen to RUFAI once in a while, just to pass time, not to really listen to anything very serious from the guy. I've known few people like that, okay, in that industry. In some years ago, where are they today? So he can continue in that path. He's trending if he thinks it's the best for him. Because how do you explain it? Now, the issue of Oba Lagos saying Lagos own Benin, this is an issue that has been settled over years. There was a time, if you remember, when this man wrote this book. I read that book. I, Your Obedient Servant. I don't know if you know that book. I, Your Obedient Servant. That is the title of that book, written by Oba of Benin, the late Oba of Benin. I, Your Obedient Servant, something like that. One read back like this. And then some professors from University of Lagos, rose up with their own books, which they've written for some years back. And then Professor Farola from United States of America, a major Yoruba historian, and a lot of historians started rising up to challenge about Benin then. And they came to a midpoint to say, see, when you look at Benin and you look at Yoruba land, they are not really different. There's no really difference in the Benin and Yoruba. It's just like you having how do I put it? In those days, is Berlin Conference and all these things that now partition the country so much like that partitioning us in a very strange way that we now tend to see Benin really clearly different from Yoruba land. These were kingdoms formed from kingdoms and different empires rising, and you see some falling and they're rising. They're still the same. If you go deep into the Benin society or any community within Benin, when they speak the original Benin to you, and you go to Ile-Ife and they speak the indigenous Ife land, I schooled in Ife, you go to all those More, Akarabata, all those areas, and you meet those mama there. When they speak the real Ife to you, and you compare the two, you won't even really see the difference, in the correct Benin language and the correct Ife language. So that tells you, okay, even if you don't go deeply in history, that tells you there's a connection, there's something. So when you see somebody say, okay, Benin, we settled there in Lagos before, and the Yoruba is saying Benin, what is even saying? If you are saying Lagos even belong to the indigenous Benin settlers, you are still saying Lagos belongs to the
Let's establish one thing first. Because Lagos is it's a small state, but it's a sizable enough mass. So, because there's an argument to say that what the Benins actually had in Lagos was no more than an outpost within a small geographical space, and there was never a time that they had total charge of the vast expanse of Lagos. So, does that cohere with history as you know it?
Now, this the history I know about Lagos. Yeah, the Benin guys came there, right? When Benin Empire was Benin Empire. So, and they got there not to conquer anybody. Don't forget, I've said it here before. Lagos has been a major port, okay, for different Yoruba kingdoms. Okay, it was a neutral ground for different Yoruba kingdoms to trade, to do a lot of things. Okay, that port you see in Lagos, that seaport it has been there before colonialism. Lagos port was not just created during colonial days. It has been there before colonialism. When the Oyinbo people came, I told you they call it the Liverpool of West Africa because it has been in existence. They've been trading fishes. They've even been trading. See, Lagos was. I read something about there was this book compilation by history, something History Society of Nigeria or Society of something History Nigeria. I have that book, blue color like this, the back, and they told the history of warriors coming to Lagos to arbitrate their cases. So to tell you how important Lagos was to the Yoruba kingdoms, So you will find two kingdoms fighting, and they will, and that was the same book that told me that they were using the Egbas and the Jebus to the Egbas really as arbitrators to settle their issues. So now, for instance, let's say Ogbomoso now fighting, let's say Ogbomoso now fighting Ofa. You need a neutral ground, right, to settle your matter. The Ogbomoso warriors, okay, will say, okay, we don't want war. The Ofa will say, okay, we want war. Okay, they will look for an Egba arbitrators. They will come to a neutral ground. So that Lagos used to be their neutral ground to settle their disputes. And everybody will settle their dispute, and they will tell them to hit the kola nut and do their libation and everything. And everybody go home peacefully. I'm talking of years before colonial master even came at all. So Lagos has been a hotspot for Yorubas. So when you now say Benin, you are still saying Yoruba. Yes, we call it Benin now, but you are still saying Yoruba. It's still the kingdom we're talking about.
Ogbeni.
Yeah, my brother.
I wanted to comment. You see, I don't know what RUFAI was talking about there. Even the history, as it says, that when the Benin, when they waged their war towards westward, they met people there. There were some people that were there already living there on the land. They only made that place a vassal kingdom by sending one of their sons to come take over the throne of Lagos. But there were people there. There were indigenous people living there. Apart from the Badagry Axis part, because I know according to the history, I think they waged that war. The Benin waged that war up to Dahomey.
Yes.
But then my point is that for the fact that there were people indigenous to that land that were there, they were not into conquest, but they were conquered by the Benin Empire. Then tells you that Benin doesn't own that place. They only made that place a vassal state, a vassal kingdom to their own main kingdom in Benin. But for the fact that people were there, and according to the history, what's these people's? They say these people from Ijebus and some of
Aworis.
Aworis, thank you very much. That's what I was looking at. Aworis, they were already there.
Yes.
So I don't know what RUFAI is talking about. So there were people there who originally owned that place called Eko or Lagos.
In fact, history had it that the Yorubas who were there, the traders, the slave traders.
Can I interject, Ogbeni?
All right.
In what year did they conquer Lagos, the Benin?
That is 16th century. That's 16th century. That's 15 something, right? The 16th century was when they got there.
No, 16th something, 17. That should be 17th century now, right?
Oh no, that's 16th century. That's 17 something.
If it was conquered before that period, then it's the land of the Benin.
No. It has existed before they came to white people.
Can you say Nigeria is a conquered place because the British they conquered it, they took over?
No, they did not conquer us. They just colonized us.
So what is the difference between colonization and conquer?
When you read the 1946,
Benin did not even conquer Lagos. They just took one part and established their port or something like that. They didn't conquer like the entirety of Lagos.
Because if you use the word conquer, it means another.
No, they didn't conquer Lagos.
Okay.
They just extended their kingdom.
They ruled over it. So in a sense, they conquered it. Like when we say vassal, it means somebody a vassal state that is a subjected state.
Was there a war?
Hold on.
Establishment.
Hold on now. This probably results in this is to Ogbeni. What lineage is the Oba of Lagos? What lineage is he? Is he of Benin stock?
It's a Benin stock, yeah.
He's of Benin stock.
No.
And yes, he is. He's
of Benin stock, yeah.
He's of Benin stock now.
At least some part of the royal family from Lagos.
And rational man, don't forget, Oba Eko is not the only Oba in Lagos.
I know.
So, my understanding of what happened in Lagos was not that Lagos was actually conquered by the Benin kingdom. Benin, like I said,
they were on a conquest. They They were moving westward. They were conquering from Ondo town, those Ondo places down westward. Even they got to Dahomey. They got to Badagry.
This is my understanding.
That's what the history says. That Israel, because I did history in school, so I read that.
Oh, yes, but don't forget that history, you have different versions of history, right?
Exactly. Exactly.
So and that's why it's always very good to say, okay, some historian said this, some historian said this, then this is what you believe. For me, this is why I take away from a little that I read about the thing.
All right, carry on, Ogbeni, but incorporate this. I think Kulata has been at the red wine again. He's telling you that the Oba of Lagos is from Ijesha, but carry on. I think he's been at the wine again. I will ignore that. Carry on.
No, Oba of Lagos, according to that Oba himself, will always trace his lineage back to Benin. You know? Maybe
no, the tracing is not like a descendant. It's like, I don't know, maybe it's I don't know, related like this, like that. It's not like related, I think this mystery regarding Ashikpa or something is what is behind the who is about. I think it's Awori lineage. I think it's linked to Awori. Not really.
Awori has their own number right there now.
All right. Ogbeni, take us back on that narrative, because you were painting us a picture of the Benin involvement in Lagos State.
See, my understanding of the history in Lagos is the Yorubas have been in Lagos for centuries, particularly the Lagos Island, right? They've settled there. And I've told you the categories of people there. Warriors used to come there to settle their disputes. Some of them settled there. Fishermen, hunters, slave traders, all sorts of people. So it was a hot spot for them to settle, particularly island. Now, the Benin, while coming westward, they were coming not majorly to conquer. It was like an adventure for them. Let me give you an instance. The Benin got to Ado Ekiti, for instance. Ado, the way of Ado was not one of the Oduduwa's descendants. He came from Benin, all right? A version of story had it that he was a prince in Benin and he offended the throne and they asked him to vacate, but they gave him slaves and all sorts of to live. And he settled in Ado. He met some people in Ado, but he didn't conquer them. So they gave him land and established his own kingdom there. But later, he had to dominate them. But today, they still have those ones he met there. They call that space Odoado, and they call his own Okewi. So like that. So there are towns in Yoruba, some pockets of towns in Yoruba land that were actually founded by the Benin Kingdom as they were moving. So the same trail got to Lagos. So Lagos was dominated, a part of Lagos was dominated, which they made use of, okay, for them to project further to Dahomey and all those space. Don't forget, these Dahomey space we're talking about were actually dominated by the Alaafin and others before they arrived there. So,
yeah, but I think they got into a war with the Oyo kingdom.
Okay, on the Alaafin space, right?
Yeah, because when the Alaafin, I mean the Oyo was kingdom was empire was conquering towards Togo, and then the Benin were coming from
I think
south.
it's generations after now. It's not that one now.
Generation what?
No, it's still that 16th century.
That prince you're talking about is not the one who established the Edo Palace or whatever it is. It's his grandsons or whatever. It's generations after him now, not him now.
Who?
I'm not so sure, but I don't think it's that prince you are referring to that established the Edo whatever.
Sorry, guys. Can I interject? I only came to interject on this, and I'll leave. The first Oba of Lagos, Ashikpa, is from Awori. Ashikpa is Awori, a pure Yoruba man. Awori. When the Benin king, they created a war camp, war outpost somewhere in Lagos Island. Not even the entire spans of Lagos Island. It's just that area where you have that whatever in Lagos Island. And Ashikpa married the daughter of Oba of Benin. And then they were tributary to the Benin kingdom. They were not tributary to Oyo kingdom. But that is just the Lagos Island part of Lagos. Ikorodu, the Ijebu part, were tributaries to Oyo and different areas, depending on who had the power at that time. So that area of Lagos Island. Now, the Ashikpa's line only lasted for 6 Obas because one of the Obas did not father any son. So they used the daughter of Obado, which was the second one, married Alagba. Alagba what's Alagba's position again? Alagba is some, I don't know whether it's a warrior or it's a soldier or something from Elisha. That Alagba and the daughter of Obado, Ado is the second king, and the daughter of Obado became Ologun Kutere, the 6th king. And it's Ologun Kutere's line that is currently in succession right now. So the current Oba draws his line straight to the 6th king, which is Ologun Kutere. Because the Ologun Kutere guy, I mean, you can see, first of all, Benin had a war camp.
Apologies, Kulata, but the current Oba himself, the one that sits in situation at the moment, did he not tell us that he's Benin blood?
No, he has Benin blood in him via his mom.
Yeah, he has Benin blood,
via maternal line.
Go on.
But the kingship has always been Yoruba. Because Ashikpa married Edo, Oba of Benin's wife. And then they birthed Obado. So Obado is already half Edo, half Yoruba. Then Obado's daughter was the one that married, the Ijesha guy. So there's Edo blood in the current line. There's always been Edo blood there. But when you talk about Lagos, there was no Edo in Ikorodu, in Epe, in Badagry, in what's the name of that boarding school that my friends go to? It was just one section of Lagos Island. So let's be very clear about it. But they also moved to one area, that area where is it Costain? My Lagos memory is dying. But it was mainly restricted to that Lagos Island, Ojora area. It's mainly towards that Lagos Island part that it is. So people need to understand the history. But did they pay tributary to Edo? Yes, they paid tributary up to 1851. They were paying tributary to Benin Kingdom, that Lagos Island part. The other parts of it weren't. And Oyo, and the reason it blew up was because of slave trade, because they were using the Lagos port for slave trade. And then Ijebus protected that port. So people that wanted to sell slaves will have to go through Ijebu. So that's why Ijebus got a lot of wealth ahead of most Yorubas. They control that space. And the Oba of Edo just got whatever they gave him. It wasn't anything. They stopped giving him tributaries in 1851, but it was just ceremonial, really, because there was a battle for who controlled that slave port. So you can see that many people from the hinterland could not. Sometimes they block that port because of Lagos has always had that natural what's it called? Arbor, whatever. So it always had that advantage. So you could sell slaves easily. So people were moving slaves all the way to Warri and Co. So when they say Lagos is Benin, Lagos Island has Benin elements, but the royalty is always been Awori and moved to Ijesha by the 6th one. So if you trace the line, the father, that Ologun Kutere, you can go and read it. That Ologun Kutere, the man that birthed it is from Elisha. The wife is Obado's daughter. That's the history of Lagos Island, not Lagos State. So it's not. Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
That first Oba of Lagos, you said is Prince Ado, right?
Ashikpa is the first one. That's the founder of it.
Okay.
Married.
When did Prince Ado become their Oba?
1716.
Now that Prince Ado was a prince from Benin Kingdom, right?
No, Prince Ado was Ashikpa's son with Ashikpa and the princess of Benin.
Now, I think this is where the issue is now. Oba of Lagos, in his own book, said the Prince Ado was a prince of Benin that came, and then the Ashikpa's people surrendered their sovereignty to him.
No.
That was what the Oba said now.
Well, the history books, because see, look at what about Oni of Ife said about Igbo people having somewhere in what's it called, in Ife. That's nonsense. Now all these Obas a lot of them don't know the historical accounts.
Don't call it nonsense now.
No, but the Oba will have a good.
They are modern Obas.
Why would you?
They're modern Obas that mix history. Like
Oba will have
Kulata, it would be wrong for you to say.
It was mixing Ugbo with Igbo. Ugbo people that are Elijah was mixing it up with Igbo. Ugbo were the original inhabitants of
You
Ife.
cannot say. Listen. You see, well, I don't know if you. I studied was a course I did called etymology. You need to understand that some languages, like when you say Ado, Ido
has Edo influence. Anywhere you see Ado Ikiti or anything Ado has Edo influence. So there's a lot of Edo influence in those states. Like Akure now has a mix of Edo and Yoruba. Ado Ikiti has a mix of Yoruba and what's it called? Same thing with Ondo State. The entire Benin influence reached Osun State, reached current Osun State at some point.
Of course.
Benin, there was a time some parts of current Osun State were paying tributary to Oba Benin.
Yes, now
because my point with you. Sorry, sorry. My point to Kulata is that it would be wrong for you to say that some of these kings don't know the history.
Some of them don't know it.
Hold on, because they have people who work with them in the palace who tells them stories. I mean, I don't know who is there to tell me. They used to call them, they are palace historian. They tell them stories. So it would be wrong for you to say, because most of them... They
are even first-hand authority now.
Yeah, they are so...
Whether they agree or not,
it would be wrong for you to...
griots. And griots, there's a lot of remix. When
I agree with you. But even among these historians these modern historians that were writing some of the history books that we read in school, some of them, they were just latter
day reigns.
No. What I'm telling you were documentation back from colonial era. I'm not giving you all this later day stuff.
No, Kulata, leave all those documentation.
Kulata, can I ask you a question?
Those colonialists, they are biased sometimes when they compile.
Kulata, good morning. Can I ask you a question?
Good morning. Yeah, it's morning here.
Do you eat kangaroo pepper soup?
That's Thomas.
Why are you laughing? That's just an honest question.
Where's kangaroo soup? No, I wish. I've not tried that before.
Because I've been listening to I've been listening to One Man's Platform for a long time before I started coming in. I think they did a research that I've not been able to verify, that kangaroo pepper soup make people sometimes speak incoherently or think incoherently. That's why I'm asking.
Are you dissing me?
No, it's red wine. It's red wine. Yeah, red wine.
It's too early in the morning where I have to be drinking red wine. But I drank too much yesterday.
No, you know why I'm saying that? The other day you said something. I was listening to you people say.
Peter, are you insulting me?
No.
Let's carry on. Yeah, she's been keeping notes on her. First one was rational mind. Now it's you. You've been keeping notes on everybody.
I have to get back to work, but I just wanted to straighten out this stuff.
No offense. I'm just trying to clarify something. You know, sometimes when you love a delicacy, you take it too much. It's good to advise that you like step down a little.
Where are you going with that? Where is it gonna lie?
The other day I was listening to them, and then I heard Kulata saying that P2B is it's like a Awolowo.
Yes, now it's like the Awolowo of the South.
He's still saying it. He said
I'm saying it. It's like
this is nothing to do with the Oba of Lagos. Okay, you've been all right. Okay.
You see that you may not like it, but that is how many people feel.
Is the president Igbos we never have. That is like a Awolowo. the
That is,
president.
yes, now I stand by that.
First of all, I don't even know why you said that. That's why I'm
Because
asking if you take kangaroo pepper soup. Because in the first place, P2B is still alive. He's not
I
dead.
know,
So
I know. Well, he's not going to be president, yeah.
he might one day.
He's not.
That's one. Two, P2B and Awolowo are two parallel lines.
I know, Zita. Now,
Let
maybe
me
you need
finish
to
now,
understand
because
my
you are talking like
context.
kangaroo pepper soup now.
You need to understand my context. How people feel doesn't mean it's true or it needs to be reality. It's just how they feel. Some people will feel we'll never get consumption to production because Peter Obi never became president.
See, Kulata, that's those two human beings. You mean a man that actually put the Yorubans in his babariga and protected you to the detriment of his career, his dream, even when his protection to the Yorubans were hurting some tribes, he never cared. He stood firm.
You are taking us off topic, Zita.
I understand, but you are trying to join them somewhere.
I think that's
as you are
invest,
trying
Zita.
to join them, the other
He's
one
not
is still alive. He could be than
Peter
two
Obi
parallel
is
lines.
not as acclaimed as Awolowo. I'm just saying some people in their minds will think that they've lost the best president that the Southeast should have given Nigeria. That's how obedient you think. I'm not talking about whether it's real or factual. There's no factual basis for it. It's just how some people have feelings that
if you are
that's
eating
what I mean.
kangaroo, stop.
But it's true now. Are you going to tell me that there's no some obedience somewhere, not crying that our savior? Have you heard how these people talk about Peter Obi like savior, savior, savior?
Everybody is always our savior if they're on our side. That's how we roll.
Oh, okay.
All right. Back to the history. Let's talk. Yeah, go on. Yeah,
so
go on.
Eletu Kekere was the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th Oba of Lagos.
Eletu Max Obi.
Eletu Kekere did not birth a child. That's why.
Wait, so you
want
after
him?
Wait. Let him land.
You want to be speaking like DRV now?
Yes.
I mean, I don't want
Yoruba.
I don't know all these Lagos Yoruba.
Even though you don't know the Lagos Yoruba, even your Ijesha, you don't even know how to speak it.
No. I want that historical documentation. So sorry, carry on, Kulata. Yeah.
See, okay, Ashikpa, Awori man, married Edo princess. They birthed Ado, Obado, because Obado is between Yoruba and Benin, half, 50-50. Ado now had birthed Gabaro. Gabaro, I think that Gabaro name is not a Yoruba name. I don't know a Yoruba name called Gabaro, but that is Obado's son.
Is that not
and then Gabaro birthed Akinshemoyin that reigned in 1760 to 1775. And I think Akinshemoyin Akinshemoyin did not produce the next whatever. They went to Oba Gabaro's son, Eletu Kekere. And Eletu Kekere did not have any kids. So then he now went to Obado's daughter, marrying some guy called Alagba. And Alagba is an Ijesha traditional advisor to Akinshemoyin, is Alagba. And the Obado's daughter that now form the 6th line, which is Ologun Kutere. And that is the current line of succession right now. So the controversy is Edo's claim Ashikpa is not Awori, that Ashikpa is from Benin. Awori, from all the historical accounts I've heard, and even the name Ashikpa is a Yoruba name, is not an Edo name. But Ado is an Edo. Ado is the way we reference anything Edo. Ado Ekiti, Ado this, Ado that. We know that as Edo, but Ado is the son of Ashikpa. So when he got to that Gabaro, I don't know a Yoruba word called Gabaro. I don't know if you guys know, but Gabaro doesn't sound like a Yoruba name to me, and that is Obado's son. So a lot of lineage came from this Obado, but it stopped when his daughter married the Ijesha guy, and that's the current line. So we can say it's a Yoruba line with mixture of Edo, but it is just some parts of Lagos Island, not Lagos State. So that's why I just jumped in to come and say this before I go back to work now.
All right. Thank you, Skulata. So you were spinning us a yarn, when you were giving Fabo history. You were giving us Fabo.
So you mean that the Benin Kingdom was a very powerful kingdom?
Yes.
Very powerful.
It was very powerful at some point.
Kingdom.
But
was it more powerful than the Oyo Kingdom?
See, the thing is, Benin Kingdom, because of the Portuguese influence, they had guns and gunpowder, and they had it ahead of some people. But then they had civil war. Benin had civil war, so they lost a lot during the civil war. And then when they became weak, they became super weak. So it did not have the expanse of Oyo Empire, because Oyo Empire had large expanse all the way to Ghana. And even people that were not Yorubas adopted Yoruba names. I think the problem with the Benin is they did not force people to take up their language. They allowed autonomy. So they easily lost ground. I think that's the biggest issue with the Edo Empire. But were they powerful? Yeah, they were very, very powerful. Because they
this LA2 side, I didn't really get the clarification there. Are you saying they are the children?
Eletu Kekere is son of the third king, Obagabaru. But Eletu did not have kids.
But I thought LA2, they were Benin themselves, they were like kingmakers. Like the Ashipa was actually,
no, the name of the guy
was a warrior.
Oba Eletu Kekere. I don't know whether there's another title called Eletu, but his name is Oba Eletu Kekere, is the fifth. Ashipa first, him being the fifth. Eletu may be another title. I don't know. I mean, I'm not the Yoruba.
I mean, the Ashikpa were before the Benin incursion, and they were warriors. This narrative of Lagos being like a fishing, whatever, it was because they were fishers. They were fishers.
Yeah, they were
fishing
fishers,
people, right? And they were not kings. They were no kings. They had just warriors and whatever. The kingship situation started from Benin incursion, right?
Yes.
And the kingmakers were this LA2 situation, the way I can wrap my head around it. I don't know. But I'm not a historian student.
LA2, I don't know the title of LA2, but LA2 may be kingmaker, but the name of the fifth king is LA2 Kekere. There may be a LA2 title, like I don't know. I don't know too much about it. Maybe some phonies or some checks and balances in that space. I don't know. But I know for sure that guy was the king from 1770 for 5 years, 1775 to 780. And then he stopped there because he did not have any kids. And then they had to use one of the daughters of Obado, that married Alagba. And it's from there that we have the current line of succession. That's why I know that if you look at, it's always been Yoruba blood. Yeah, there's what's it called? There's Edo inside for sure, but it is just Lagos Island. It's not Lagos State.
Yeah, sure. But my point, I don't know that LA2, but I think the LA2 name seems to date back to even to 16th century. I mean, or 17th century rather, 16 something, right? And I don't know, maybe there is another name LA2 that became a king, but I think the LA2 were associated with the chiefs, of the
chiefship, like Akarigbe.
Yeah, I think I kind of ring the bell. I think, yeah, the white cap chiefs. Yeah, the white cap chiefs.
But somehow, I don't know. It just was documented that I'm reading. I did not write the history. I just I'm
not totally sure. I'm not really, but I know that Lagos predated Benin incursion. There were already Awori before there.
I mean, they met people there now. People talk about it like Benin was there. They just were passing by. They only had a war camp, camp. And then when they put someone there to protect their interests because of the port, right? Because ports for trade, they put someone there, and that person was paying them tribute. Did they pay tribute? Yeah, for over 200 years they paid tribute.
I think I think the thing that RUFAI was referring to, I think the name Eko was given was named.
Is it a Benin word? Is it a Benin word, Eko?
Actually, somebody is contesting that it's a Benin word because there's some other Eko within Yoruba interlands that is the same word, the same intonation. And let me see if I can find it.
Yeah.
Someone is contesting it as a Benin word. That is not a Benin word.
It used to be. Now the Aworis, they were calling their thing Oko. That was what they were calling it before the Benin came. So it was the distorted Oko that became Eko for the Benis. So
yeah, it could be where it came from.
That's the history. So it's a mixture of the two that became Eko. So you can't really say directly that Eko is actually Edo. So it's like a distorted version of what their worries were calling.
No, I will agree with you. I'm saying that the Eko, as it start to be Eko, has something to do with Benin influence.
Yes, it has Benin.
So it could be a margin.
By and large, for me, even when Kulota said, okay, what they had there was a war camp, right? From my understanding of Benin incursion into the Oyo Empire and the Yoruba space generally, it wasn't really war. They all ended their war majorly in 16th centuries. For instance, Oyo fell in about, I think, 1780 something.
No, 18.
But that one for Lagos was to protect their port interest. Now it wasn't
exactly
to protect their port.
So it was a trading point for everybody. It was a neutral ground. It was a point you get to, you don't fight war.
I won't call it a neutral ground. There was no strong city state in Eko. The way we had
that's for sure.
Like Oyo, Elisha, all the way. There was a strong city state, but there was a settlement
kingdom like that. Yeah,
there was a Yoruba settlement there made of Awori, and in some other areas, and in some other areas, maybe like that Ekpe, who knows? I mean,
the Jebus have their own settlement. Isheri, Awori, all those guys.
Awori. But when you look at like Edo, that Edo area now in Lagos, that has some Benin language. So there's some names that you think they're Yorubas, like Obanikoro. Historically, Obanikoro are not Yorubas. They're from Benin, Obanikoro. And names like Oshodi is not Yoruba, is Nukwe, is Takpa. So that trading in Lagos became a melting pot. But it was heavily contested, especially by the Ijebu people. That's why a lot of Ijebu people are richer than most Yorubas, because they made a lot of money. They made a boatload of money during slavery.
Yes, of course.
Got an advantage over everybody.
Is it true that the Benin Empire, the artifacts of the Benin Kingdom, that it's that there is some plan to bring it back?
They're bringing it back already.
Yeah,
Benin Kingdom.
Yeah, the artifacts.
Yeah, but they should also pay for it. They made so much money out of it. They should pay some money. They will pay reparation for them. Not only
that's a wider space. That was one of the spaces that Abiola was chasing before his death. Reparation for the entire.
They made money out of it. To pay. So we don't want just mold and stuff. We offer all the money they made. They should pay some money.
Fatai.
They should pay some money.
But the thing is that if they bring it back, are they going to be able to preserve it? Like put it in museums and stuff?
No, they are built. They've already built they built a museum or something. They've built a space for it in Benin already.
Okay.
Yes,
Fatai.
You don't know how to preserve all those things.
That's what I'm saying.
Our own heritage. We know how to preserve our own heritage.
All those ones they left behind. Where are they today? All those ones they left.
Can I interject?
Come in.
You guys are just really being unfair to those artifacts. You would have asked them if they really want to come back to Nigeria. You can't just go and leave those things like that. Come and dump them in Nigeria. They were having a nice life, being admired by people who have money to pay for looking at them. You went and just jacked them. You bring them to Nigeria and dump them where people will not admire them. It's not right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That would they be able to preserve
do you really
it?
want to come back? It's a decision. Because they're citizens of those countries. They've been there for years. It's not right, honestly.
No, they are our citizens.
No,
they are
they're
our citizens.
not.
We borrow them.
No, they're not.
Well, they could have made a deal to be getting money. I don't know if it's going to be there. They should be giving us money.
That's what they would have negotiated.
Madam
Not
Zita,
bringing them back.
Madam Zita, it should come to our own Nigeria, our beloved Nigeria.
No, not for things like that. You don't have the antecedent of looking at them. You're not gonna pay something like $200 or $300 to go and look at Festac
guys, let me show you something. It's what you said that Zita. Hold on. What you said, Zita. You were saying it in jest, but it's actually maybe a bigger space than you thought. But let me show you this. I want to show you something. That space that you are saying that did we ask the artifacts if they want to come back to Benin? But watch this. Watch this.
I spoke to the Culture Secretary, Oliver Dowden, and I began by asking him whether he thought the stolen Benin bronzes should be owned by Nigeria.
Well, I think that they properly reside in the British Museum. Now, that doesn't mean to say that we shouldn't work with the government in Nigeria to see how we can share it with them.
Forgive me, and I understand sharing, but they were stolen. Do you not think that they should be owned by people that they were stolen from in the first place?
Well, I think that the problem with this, and of course, if we go back to things that happened in the 19th century and judge them by our values of today, it's completely unacceptable. But my concern about this is, where do you actually draw the line with this? The collections of our great national institutions have been developed over many, many centuries, in many times in questionable circumstances. I think the question now is about what we do with these. I love the Benin bronzes. I've seen them many times throughout my life, and I think them being in the British Museum, which is a world repository of heritage, allows people to see it. But that doesn't stop us from sharing it.
Okay, but ownership is key, right? Yeah. And the Nigerians say that when they get them back, they would almost certainly be happy to loan them back to you. But the fundamental problem is that they were stolen from the Nigerians and they want to own them.
I completely accept that they were acquired at a time of
they were stolen, not acquired.
In Africa, in circumstances that I'm not in any way going to sort of defend or condemn with the values of the 21st century. I think, though, the more important question is how we ensure that the world can enjoy this marvelous heritage.
A letter will soon be sent, mandated under international law by the Nigerian government to the British Museum, formally requesting return. You and I know that would also require laws, the Heritage Act and the British Museum Act, to be revoked or at least amended. Is that a realistic prospect?
No, we have no plans for doing that.
So there it is. Zita, you were saying they should ask the artifacts if they want to come back. They've asked the artifacts and they said no. They are not coming back.
And look at the language he was using. Instead of him to say it was stolen, he said
it was acquired now. It was acquired. They don't steal things, they acquire it.
One man, that thing is talking about, it's very important to first own it first, because you put yourself in a strong negotiation position. If you just say to be there and then you see that you'll be giving you money, no, we take it back and we can then agree to give it back because we'll be in a stronger position. It doesn't have to be in the Nigeria. We can still give it back to them, but we want them back. When we have them, Now they have to negotiate with us if they really, really want it to be displayed in the British National Museum for greater market or whatever it is. But we take it back first of all, right? And
But
we
they are
take
not
whatever
giving
we
it
can get.
back. Did you not hear the man? He said they are not giving it back. He said they have to. They
will
have
give
to
it back.
change. Okay, you will send
They will give
gunboats,
it back.
Abi. You will send gunboats to Britain to go and.
Sorry, guys, I need to go, but I want to make one correction.
Yes.
Ashipa was not officially crowned king of Lagos, but his son is the one that was first crowned king of Lagos, blessed by Oba of Lagos. But he's the progenitor. He started the dynasty. So just wanted to correct that. Ashipa is not considered king, but Ado, his son, was the official king.
They were warriors. Their lineage, the kingship, is their lineage that was.
He's from Ashipa,
but they were just warriors.
Yes, Ashipa was a warrior. Yes.
All right, let Kulata get to work. That's how we get the super chats that we get. That's the way it ends it.
So, need to go and read more about that Prince Ado.
All right, thank you, Kulata. I think Rotimi was also attacking that space in the comment section. So thank you, Kulata. So there it is. They are not giving that. It's unbelievable the gall of these people that we did not steal it. We acquired it. You know.
No, but woman, why do you say they steal it? Why do you think they
okay, you have a narrative. Yeah.
Why you
it was not stolen. It was
a war now.
The word shouldn't be stolen. The word should be, I don't know the word that we use, because when you tip a palace guard a little stipend to get something for you.
No, they sacked the space. They sacked the
palace
space.
Guard is not the owner.
It was a conquest. It was a war. They invaded Benin Kingdom. They burnt Benin Kingdom. They fought a war.
Yeah, they came to steal and destroy.
They came to steal.
No, it was a time. It was a time when there were conquests, right? Society.
That is part of the parameter of stealing now.
No, but
that is the parameter of stealing. If I burn your house to...
Okay, or
when you take something that doesn't belong to you, is that not stealing?
No, you've acquired it. It's not stealing, it's acquiring.
In those days, there were no international laws to guide English society invading Scottish invading West, English coming down to Africa, invading Africa, and all sorts. Nothing like that. It's because we live in a modern world. When UK cannot just come, Russia should not just go to Ukraine and we start fighting. In those days, each empire prepared itself to fight against any external aggression. And if external aggression come and it conquer you, then it become a conquest. They dominate you, they take over your land, and whatever they pick from your land at that time becomes their home, right?
So it's not stolen now.
It's stolen now.
It was a conquest.
If it's conquest,
but
it's not
stealing now.
It's not
is
stealing.
It theirs? Is it
okay?
Ogbeni,
if you say
let's make it simple. Ogbeni, let's make it simple. This thing is it British cultural heritage? Is it did they own that? So it's not. If something is not yours, it doesn't matter how you do it. If I want to steal something from you and I come, I burn down your house.
I'm coming.
Wait, if I burn your house and take away your television, it doesn't make it because I already burned
my house. If you burn my house during the time when there was no law that says that anything I own, you shouldn't take it, then it becomes yours. In those days,
this is not law of nature.
Right.
That is law of nature. That's law of nature. What does not belong to you is not yours. That's law of nature.
You
don't belong to them now.
Okay, I'm coming. Let me give you an instance. Do you know there were crowns that you will find in Benin Kingdom today, okay, in the Oba Palace that doesn't belong to the Benin? They went to fight war, they killed those kings, and they took they took their things, just like the British also came. And it formed part of the heritage of Benin today. And the Benin will come and tell you that we fought war XYZ years ago, and then we got this as what do you call it? Something of war. So Oyo Empire, Oyo invaded Ekiti now severally. So all our loot that is in Oyo now that they become pride of Oyo, why don't you call it stealing? Ife invaded and several, and Ife doesn't even fight. Ibadan invaded several states. Nupe invaded
retrievable,
Oshogbo. So my point is that it was an era when might was right. They invaded your space.
So that means they shouldn't return
We're
it
not
then.
arguing
Then they
with
should
that.
keep it.
That's why the man said he's not returning it.
They are
Why
going
are
to
they
return
returning it?
it. They are
See,
going to return
let me tell you why they are returning it now. Why they are returning it is that the decolonization, for instance, now, in the education system now, for instance, in UK, the education system is going through what they call something decolonization and de-European. I don't know how to put that in. So they are trying to neutralize their space, okay, to form a kind of maybe reparation to one kind, to show that, okay, we have offended mankind over the
They are
years.
not they are rewriting history. They are trying to rewrite history.
Hold on. Let Ogbeni land. Yeah, carry on, Ogbeni.
How best can we appease? For instance, now, if you their curriculum now for their children in the school now, they try as much as possible to remove some theories that are there's something they call Eurocentric theory, Eurocentric sentiment. They are removing it. For instance, when they said Newton, because Newton is from maybe UK, maybe Newton propounded so theory, and there were thousands of other theories in Asia, in some other kingdom that propounded, but you won't promote it. So now they are saying they are neutralizing it. So it is that thing that now extend into all these relics, and they feel like, okay.
I think there's an international pressure. I think it's peer pressure, because a lot of those artifacts, it held in Germany especially, have been returned. You can see, yes. So the narrative to hold on to it is no longer strong.
It's no longer
and you know the British, they like to say they are all about fairness and equity and all of that. So they can't. There's no hiding place anymore. I think it's the pressure of that space that is forcing it. But
So yes, you are right, and I agree with you. And that is why the first one they ever returned was University of Aberdeen. Now, University of Aberdeen.
Yes, I think they returned about 2 or 3, didn't they?
Yes, 2021. Oba of Benin, this Oba Eware second. Yet that's the replica of Eware head. They return it to King College, and then our Benin and federal government started fighting on where should they return it to, who owns it. It should be the federal government of Benin or things like that and everything. And they said, okay, we'll hold on until you people finish your controversy on it and everything. That's the last I can hear from them. But my own is this: when you say stealing, sometimes for me it sounds somehow, because in history they came to conquer. They were warriors. They fought.
So you agree with that might is right sort of thing?
Yeah, that era, it was the era.
You agree with it?
Right now. No, it was that was what was obtainable that era now, because we also went to Dahomey. We invaded Dahomey. We brought all their loot and slaves and everything to Oyo. So would Dahomey now say return our slave or return our? That's it now.
Ogbeni, there is a precious diamond or whatever on the crown of the now king of England, right?
It's called the Star of India. They call it the Star of India.
Yeah. So the stealing narrative is traceability, right? If I can conclusively trace it, has nothing to do with British culture. It is here from me. Like if there's a mix of things, we know that this old mix, right? You take it from me, but I can't really documentarily trace it to me. Yes, that can go. But if I can certainty with no doubt, no anything, it belongs to me. There is no redefinition of stealing, right? You stole it, it's mine. Doesn't matter if it's spoil of war. If I can trace for sure, it belongs. Yeah, spoil of war. What does it matter? You come and fight me and take my things. But if I can prove, I can like this one now. Culturally, there is no way.
That was the way they were rolling then.
That was the way.
I know. No, we are not arguing. What I'm saying is this: like for example, this now, there is no way Britain can claim ownership of this artifact. How are they go? How is the Benin history going to be British? So it can't be there. It doesn't matter it was a spoil of war. The point is it can be documented by all accounts that it belonged to Nigeria, it belonged to the Benin Kingdom. So there's no way they cannot call it stealing. They give it back. It was spoil of war, but at the same time, stealing means it does not belong to them. And this is documentable. It does not belong to you. Culturally, but from every perspective, even they cannot argue with. So it's not theirs.
You know why they are not
what
arguing?
He's doing
is simply they won't
even say you have to give it back to us if we want it.
If you call it stealing for the historians here, they will tell you it's not stealing. That's the first thing. You may keep saying it's stealing, but they will tell you it's not stealing. And secondly, they are just being it's their level of exposure. If you leave it to us, if it's Africa that invaded this place.
That's another story. Now we will
take anything back
negotiate that way.
Or what? But
we need to take it back for negotiation strength. We need to take it back for negotiation strength. We can give it back to display it in their
those
museum.
things are not happy coming to Nigeria. Take it from me. I'm not kidding. Those artifacts are not happy.
No. Now the libations that brings them back, their libations and their rituals, they are in our hands now.
No.
So
who told you they like those dirty things? They've been on the AC, in classes, been admired for so many years. And all of a sudden, you put them down in one bush and be pouring chicken blood.
Yeah, but they don't belong in ACs. You know there are rituals. You know when they return these things to Benin, they don't just hand it over as an artifact, you know. You know there are rituals to welcome them back into situation.
They don't need it to. I've been telling you people. It's gonna hurt.
Those things are happy to be coming home because that is where they come from. They were in glorified prison before. Now they are coming back to their roots.
Ordinary electricity, you people don't have.
I don't know if Zita is trolling us or not.
Madam, they are not even giving us money.
Zita, I'm surprised that you are not talking well of Nigeria, my precious Nigeria.
My precious Nigeria, my beautiful Nigeria.
No. I will not tell somebody who is enjoying somewhere to come home to suffer. No, I will not say that.
But you don't believe people are suffering in Nigeria now. You say my precious Nigeria.
No, but they didn't leave now. If you have left, like now, I cannot say, Rosie, you must go back to Nigeria. That's exactly what you people are doing. And that's not fair. You have to go back.
Are they giving us any benefit? Are they giving us any benefit for it being in their museum?
That's what you will negotiate for.
We will negotiate that.
No, but that tourism can come to Benin to come and see it now. Yes.
Is anybody going to pay $300 to go and see that?
But you have to fix Nigeria before tourism can take place. I don't want to
apart from fixing Nigeria, can any Nigeria pay $300 to go and see that?
Yeah, people can pay it. We have some rich people.
Let's be real now. Let's be real.
Okay.
We have to secure our security because I don't want to come there to see the artifact and as soon as I step out of the door, I'm being kidnapped to the forest.
Rosie, that is not the issue. The issue is who are we, our mindset. A typical young Nigerian in the University of Benin will not walk all the way to what's it called? Museum in Benin to pay $300 to watch
because we haven't gotten to that
level. They will.
That's what I'm saying. Until you get to that level. But when stopping these things anyway,
when we are rich enough, then that is luxury. Right now, it's luxury. The average student in Nigeria is struggling how to eat, how to buy their handouts, how to feed. So you can't expect them to be affording expensive.
One man.
Sorry, as you're coming in, I want to share something with you because Zita is saying that they would not, who will pay $300, etc. But people that are invested in that space, they will pay it. But carry on. So this is the Osun Festival, but you wouldn't know it, of course, from the audience in attendance. So this is the Osun Festival. Is white people everywhere. So they will come if the artifacts are brought back home. They will come.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
All over the world.
And they laugh.
Carry on. Yeah. Hold on. Let's rational mind, and then after.
I sent you a clip. Since we have ladies here, I just want to have their view on that. There's a clip.
Yes, I'm about to load it up. Yeah, carry on. And there are two more clips that I have to play, but Yes, let's hear from Dorothy. Dorothy, good to have you. On mute. Oh, sorry, on mute, Dorothy. I think I muted you because the voice is like, Dorothy, yes.
Yeah, we need to understand some certain things.
Carry on, we're listening. Are you there? Dorothy.
Of that particular trend that you saw. Yeah, I'm there. I said the decolonization of the African mind is a process. It has already started. I can tell you there are a lot of NGOs that are fighting this war at the global level. In fact, there was a guy from Cameroon that I saw a clip where they were chasing him. This guy will go into the Paris Museum, the British Museum, go to Holland. He will carry those heritage, those artifacts, and he will find a way to smuggle them. They will catch him actually, and he will talk to them. Does this has to do with your what? Does it relate with your what? With your history? And a whole lot of things. They took him to
guy is not from
you know
Cameroon,
they
he's
could not pin him down till date. So there are a lot of pressure that is coming on board to retrieve those artifacts. And I can tell you for free, those artifacts are coming back to Nigeria. Not only Nigeria. The last time in 2020, the French Prime Minister was in Senegal. He brought the sword that they stole or by conquest or whatever what they may use. They brought it. It was the French Prime Minister that brought him. He brought it himself. Although some of them are to appease the Africans, like come, we are with you guys. But it actually started with the Africans themselves. This guy will go. He has been to different museums. You can Google about that guy. I can't remember the name of the guy. It's from, I think it's from Cameroon or something.
He's from Republic of Benin. He's from Republic of Benin, guy.
Okay, I know he's a francophone guy. They will run after the guy, arrest him, and he will tell them, give me the history of this thing. Tell me how it relates with your name, your father, your king, and they are short of words. They let this guy off the hook.
They will call police on him, and he will tell them the history of that thing that was stolen. That he is our property, and he want to take it back. And they will go, but sometimes he will win. No,
he will win. He will win several times. He has
won so many cases
They've
at
not
the court.
killed him at all. They've not thrown him in jail.
They've not. How can you throw something in jail? You cannot tell about it. They were not able to do that. So many of those things that we are seeing coming back to Africa is because of that. Oshogbo, just like one man.
They just don't want to throw him to jail. If they want to throw him to jail, they will throw him.
There's nothing they can do. Just like Ogbeni said that, because of modernization, law, free speech, human rights, and a whole lot of other issues, global issues that are on board right now. So an international law.
We have Museum of Art and Culture in Nigeria.
I suspect we do. We have one in Onikona. We had like
how much does it make in a year?
I don't have their budget.
Don't want to understand me. How much does it make in a year?
Which one?
You mean the money? It's not the money value we're talking about. You don't understand what I'm saying. Give these things their comfort. Negotiate.
No. It's your property. Then you take it back. But Rational Mind sent in this clip, which he wants, especially Zita and Rosie's opinion on about everyone else as well. So let me play it. And then you pick it up, Rosie, and then pass the baton on to Zeta. But I've not seen it myself, but with trepidation, because Rational Mind, they can go one of two ways. But let's see what he sent in.
Leave my things now. Let me settle myself first now.
If you video me, if you record me...
No, I'll video you, sir. You will not tell the police that I caught you. This is what you always do.
I will call the police.
It's very wrong of you.
Yeah, I'm here, woman.
Just 2 years. Just 2 years.
What's that?
I mean, the volume.
Can everybody hear it?
One man, I've watched this thing before. They said they acted it.
Oh, all right. Well, even the moral story of it. Let's see what's there.
Leave my things now. Let me settle myself first now.
If you video me, if you record
No, I'll video you, sir. You will not tell the police I caught you. This is what you always do.
I will call the police.
It's very wrong of you.
Yes, I'm letting you know this.
Just 2 years, just 2 years that you came to Europe, you can behave like this.
Sorry, can anybody hear it, by the way?
Yes.
All right.
Leave my things now. Let me settle myself first now.
If you video me, if you record me.
No, I'll video you, sir. You will not tell the police I caught you. This is what you always do.
I will call the police.
It's very wrong of you.
Yes, I'm letting you know this.
Just 2 years, just 2 years that you came to Europe, you can behave like this.
Yes, it's 2
Guys,
years.
guys, be careful of the kind of woman you marry and bring abroad.
Yes, also
Guys, be
the kind of
careful.
woman you married to abroad.
No, you talk to me like this today. I trained you. I trained you to become a nurse. You are a nurse in the UK today because of me. Guys, invest in yourself. No, I'm going to make a video. I'm going to take you to court. I know it's a woman's word here in Europe, but I'm going to win.
I don't know what you're talking about. You're
Okay, give me time. Give me time. Let me.
No, you don't have time.
Guys, I paid my rent in this house. I paid the rent in this house, guys. Guys, honey, I pay. Guys, be careful. Honey, don't worry. Don't worry. God is going to judge you. I will live for you. I will live for you.
This is not Africa. I have to let you know this is not Africa. Where you have the water yourself.
Guys, you can listen. This is a woman who came to the UK 2 years ago, and she was nothing.
Don't record me again.
She was nothing. I trained her. She's a nurse today. Honey, you are a nurse today because of me, Abby.
Yes, it's none of my business.
I'll go. Give me my bag. I'll go. Give me. No, don't worry. It's okay.
No, you need to go out. You need to go out.
As well. She arranged my things at night. I didn't even know she was arranging my things. I came back from shift. I worked last night. I came back this morning just to talk to her about what we had yesterday. My things are here already. She sent it outside in my own house to sue her. She claims I beat her. She claims all because I tried to correct her. All because I correct her. When she came, she was so humble. I trained her as well. I can't believe I've been kicked out of my own house by a woman I brought to Europe. Trained her and she became a nurse and she kicked me outside my own house. I'll go to court and I'll fight for this case. It's a woman's word here. When she came, she was very humble. Look at.
All right, just a couple of things. Ogbeni, I have to say I agree with you. It looks as though that was acted. The first thing is it takes 3 years to become a nurse, not 2 years. So you train somebody to become a nurse within 2 years. So that's a lie. And then those bags, they look empty to me.
Yeah,
and the way the guy was, it didn't look especially distressed. So clearly that was just acting. But the moral story of it is the story itself is not acting. Countless examples of you want a good girl, you go back home, you marry Fadeke, Joma, Amina, and then by the time you get her to Europe, America, she becomes a demon. It doesn't usually last more than 4 years. But have you heard instances of that, Rosie? What's your thoughts on that space, that clip,
Yeah, my thought on this is that if this actually is not acted, it's possible for somebody to get a 2 years nursing degree. There are some nursing degree that is ADN, Associate of Nursing. It's just 2 years. It's only when you want to have a BSN that you have more than 2 years. So she might have had an ADN for that. And then secondly, I think this was acting because they can't be fighting honey. Still saying honey.
Honey.
Yeah, you're upset with the woman. You still calling her honey. I just think this is acting. But the storyline is kind of very rampant here in the US too. Most of the time, you see some of our men, they go out to Nigeria to go marry a girl from the village. Really, really village girl, not maybe city girl. Somebody that, is in a village, goes to the stream to fetch water, goes to fetch firewood, really village girl. They come here, they send them to school, and after a while, they mix up with the wrong crowd. And before you know it, they're calling the shots in the house. Once the man says anything, it's like they call it domestic abuse, they call it all sorts of things, and gets the man kicked out. So this it's been very rampant. There was a similar case here in Houston. The man got married to somebody from Nigeria, the village, brought her here, and she started messing around, you know.
Is it the one that killed her? There was one that
No,
killed the woman.
no.
Yeah.
This was the one that got an iron. The lady was getting ready to go to a party that night. She had a towel around her chest and was ironing what she was going to wear. So the man took the hot iron and stamped her face and her chest. So that case, I mean, is still an ongoing case. So it's very rampant here in the US. So I think sometimes,
Is it better if you're abroad? Is it better just to find that abroad girl and just marry her rather than go home looking for? Because there are no good girls at home anymore. If you are saying there are even the girls even at the village streams, they've turned into something else. Is it just better to just go to church and hope for the best?
no, that doesn't mean there are no good girls. I mean, there are bad girls everywhere and there are good girls everywhere. You might find a girl here in the US that you think is so wild, is so loose, and she might make a very good wife. Or you might go to Nigeria and get a village girl and she'll come out making a very good wife too. So I think the percentage of these girls going bad is very low compared to the ones that came out good. So I think one thing with marriage, to me, is just what do I say? Not luck. It just depends on how it works out. For some people, it does work out fine. For some, it doesn't. So I don't think it just depends on how.
But in terms of statistics, the statistics seems to weigh heavily that it's not a good thing to do because just too many stories of I went home to get her. She went to school. She suddenly discovered she's got rights, and then before you know it, because what is it that they used to bring these girls? It's usually some economic disadvantage, isn't it? And as soon as those women become economically advantaged, and usually also in a lot of cases, there's an age chasm. Let's say like a 45-year-old guy that goes home to marry this 23-year-old girl, runs her through whatever nursing, is usually nursing, isn't it? And by the time she's getting that 50K, whatever, and then she looks at the guy and says, well, I can do better. And she's going out partying with her friends, and they have all these liberal views. Before you know it, she's suddenly, I know my rights, I know the law.
But the thing is, when you compare the percentage of the good marriages and the bad ones, I think the good ones, the percentage is still higher. It's still higher. So even though there are many that, is having these issues, but the good ones, the percentage is still higher. That's what I feel.
Okay. Yeah, but coming like that. Yeah, go on, Coco. Your connection is bad though, but carry on.
I think it doesn't make sense for man abroad to go and marry back home, particularly go and marry from the village, and before bringing her here, you have to stay. It will take you some years to file for the paper and everything. And while you are doing this, you will be here. She'll be over there for so many months. Just only talk on the phone. What is going on with her or what she's doing, you don't really know. So I want to ask our ladies here and our mamas, if any one of you have a brother that is trying to go and marry from a village, what advice would you give that your brother or your son trying to do that? I just want to have that. I want to see the perspective that you ladies look at this issue.
One man, can I take it from there?
Yeah. Let's bring Zeta in. So coming from where Janle Coco is, but the broader thing of going home to marry a good girl. I'm saying there are no good girls, but Rosie, for reasons of gender loyalty, insisting that there still are. But all of these instances, I went to marry her and then she's turned into a demon. The stories are just, there's an abundance of those stories, but as Zeta come in.
Okay, It's very interesting you guys got this thing. I really want to thank the person that, although it is acted, but it's been a long time or high time we discussed it. Most times I notice that when people discuss things like this, they seem to dwell on what happened. I took her to school, I paid her school fees, I brought her to the US, brought her to UK. Look at what she's doing to me. But they don't seem, nobody has really discussed intensively of what is the causes. Why would one go to the village and pick a village girl, bring her to the UK, train her in school, then she kicks you out? These are the points we have to pick out and say, what happened? Why is it constant? Why is this always? Because I bet to disagree with Rosie, the percentage is high and it's alarming.
I think it's high. It is high, yeah.
It's alarming. Now, when one of my friends from Norway did a research on that and helped her with some references, I think what the problem is what I call, before I answer Ajali Koko's question, let me discuss a little about what causes this. I call it the clash of culture. Two cultures are clashing, and the individuals involved didn't know how to manage it. You know, in African culture, there are things women don't do. And there are things a man will not tell his wife to help him out or to do. Vice versa. But when they come into the United States, I have seen a girl who married somebody, that's the 0.01%. He married somebody, the person trained her as a nurse, but they agreed on something. She picks her shift. All those have been working for 35 years, work to me. No. The girl picked, I think she works 3 times in a week or something, so that she can take care of the house, take care of the kids, and the man will take care of the rest. But I noticed that when you bring these women here, you make her work so hard, or rather, let me rephrase my statement, you allow her to work so hard. And when she works so hard, she feels so independent. African women are not meant to be independent. They are not meant to be independent. I remember when I got married, I have to say this on the platform. Funny enough, my husband, before he married me, studied about Africans. So one day, every month, the kind of job she is doing, they pay us their wife's stipends. And this guy still pays me money. So one day I told him, why are you still paying me? The government pays me stipend and you're still paying me. He said his duty as my husband, an African woman, is take care of me. So he's closing up that gap. He doesn't want me to be that independent. Because why? He knew that if African woman becomes independent financially in taking decisions, is heading to disaster. They are not meant that way. The culture of Africa did not bring a woman that way. So if you know that you cannot manage that clash, better marry in US, I remember Nigerians used to call them akata. You better marry the akata that 2 of you will have to divide the house rent, the mortgage. You pay half of the car bill, she pays half. She goes to grocery this week, next week you have to do. The children's everything you share. You don't do that with an African woman. The moment you do that, you start losing your respect as a man. Because in African culture, right, as a baby, you are a young little girl. I'm talking about good families now. I'm not talking about the shenanigans going on in Africa now. I'm talking about good families where things are normal. I'm not talking about where things are abnormal. Are people still listening? Everywhere is quiet.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can hear you.
We are
Where
listening.
you people quiet self come they fear me? Wetin I talk now?
You do go on.
Yeah, listening.
Well, they listen with rather attention.
No, Madam Zita, what I said is that the percentage of the bad marriages is not higher than the good ones. That's what I'm saying. That there are some that have been went home, got married, it worked out fine for them, but that
No,
the
what I'm
percentage.
saying is that from the research that Norwegian did, the percentage of the bad marriages are very high and is alarming.
No,
I'm
what
not
I
saying
mean
there
is
is
that
no
is
good
it higher
marriages.
than the good ones?
Yes.
It's
And
higher
it's
than the good
alarming.
ones.
Not that it's not only that it's higher, it is alarming. That's why I use the word
It's high,
alarming.
but not higher than the good ones. Okay, that's what I mean.
No, it's higher than the good ones. Not only that it's higher than the good, that is 5-1.
Madam Sita, that research, what was the case study? Was it Nigerian marriages or
No, Africans in diaspora.
African diaspora? Okay.
Mm.
Well, where exactly
Send
was
Ogbeni the book.
Let
Send
me tell
Ogbeni
you,
the
they
book.
took. Can I?
where exactly
because
was it?
I'm surprised about that.
Make una let Zita they talk, they go. They
The
talk,
talk they
make
go.
sense.
No,
I
I
want
just
to gabaru
want
everything.
Madam Sita to narrow this thing, and this is the reason why I'm saying narrow it. I have a research also conducted in University of Edinburgh, and that one was the case study was on Nigerian marriages in diaspora, and that case study shows that the issues are with marriages involving southern ladies and not northern ladies. So we should be able to differentiate. So marriages that involve the northerners, the northern Nigerian ladies, they don't have issues abroad the way our own southern ladies.
But does religion come into that?
I think so, because when you look at the Asians and the Arabians, they don't really have problem with their marriages the way our ladies do have problem with their or our own couple. So I think and the common denominator.
So it's not Islam. It's not now northern Nigeria versus southern
This one will
Nigeria.
make me forget all I want to say.
All right. Sorry. Carry on now. Carry on, Zeta.
See, your research, when you talk about northern Nigeria or the Islamic, let me use the word, religion aspect of it, it depends on the country you guys picked for your research.
Okay.
For Africans living, the research was Africans living in the UK, in the United States, and in Canada and in Australia, and few that lived in Oslo, not the other side of Norway, in Oslo. So that's where the research is. And if you look at the trend of the places I have mentioned, these Muslims you are talking about, that's not their area. But let me continue. So in African culture, when a young little girl, a normal family, is growing up, I remember your mom will tell you, sit well. Is it how you are going to take care of your younger ones? They're already training you to be a caretaker. Do you understand? That obedient, go and do this. Do it this way. Make it better. Meanwhile, your brothers will be jumping up and down. So now you grew to that, I need this. Your husband produce. Your clothes is torn. Hey, how is your cream? To allowing a woman walk into a shop, pick her clothes because she has financial freedom. And most men, we've been 16 that she shares the bills. Well, I am not saying anything is wrong with it. I'm just saying that you are putting another culture into another culture. Definitely, you are trying to jam two cultures together. And when you do that, there must be a spark. And when that spark happens, will you be able to manage it? That is the problem. I remember in the state of Louisiana, my sister's neighbor, my cousin's neighbor actually, in Gretna, what happened? Please go and throw away the dustbin. These are Yorubans. The man said, what did you say? He said, I beg, go and throw away the dustbin now. Can't you see the dustbin is full? What? To me, actually, I don't see anything telling your husband to throw away the dustbin, although it's not in our culture. But, number one, the tone. The tone you use in telling him. There are several ways an African
I put the beans out here. I don't know. We have to.
One man, leave your case now.
Yeah, but most often, even here in the US, it's the man that takes the trash can out.
Make una leave that case. That's I'm talking
the
about.
The man mows the lawn, he takes the trash can out.
Oh. In Nigeria, does men thread the trash out? I'm talking about.
We are talking about here in the US.
Can I finish? African men are trained to be bossy over their home. That's their nature. I'm the man of the house. You are the man of the house. It should include every other thing. But if you want to put the culture together where you and your wife will share the bills in the house, and you find it insulting for her to tell you to go and throw the trash, then you are having a big problem. If you will sit in the house and decide that sometimes your wife will have to use her money to buy food and cook, and you get so angry that you have to go and dish your food, then you are having a big problems in your hands. Because these two cultures, you are mixing it up, you are picking the ones that suits you. What about the lady? I've seen a man. You people didn't allow me to tell the story of the Yoruba woman, but let me leave it.
No, go on, tell us.
So, you put all those things, you wash your wife, leave the house in the morning as a nurse. He leaves around 8 o'clock in the night, in the morning, and she's coming back by 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. in the night. Are you mad? And then you expect her to clean the house as the wife of the house, cook the food, help you in the... Make una help this matter now. You have to choose one.
But hold on, Zeta. That's not really the lifestyle that most people live abroad. No, we don't live an African lifestyle abroad. You have 2-income families. Everybody mucks in. You roll your sleeves up and to keep the house going. That's how most people live.
How many samples did you use?
Oh, that's the who puts their feet up and says the wife should go to the kitchen. You know where the kettle is.
One man. I asked a question. You are talking as one man because you have decided to mix the two culture and then feel good about it. You don't feel anyhow about it. You are in the United Kingdom. You are in the what is there? I come back from work, I go to the kitchen and pick my food. 70% of African men in the Western culture are still battling with this thing you just said. Big time. So that's why I asked you. You just said, that is the thing in this place. What is wrong in you? Don't you know where the kettle is? And I asked you, what is this sample experiment you took? Because this lady that this research, we did phone call, we did visitation, we hear the men speak. Some of them were actually vibrating. The sampled opinion, they were vibrating. So what I'm saying is, it's a clash of culture. If you know you cannot manage it, deal with the girl here. If you know you cannot deal with the girls here, do what I call a bro marriage. You make sure you leave the girl in Nigeria, keep going home to visit and pregnant her. Anything you see, you take. Till when she's old, you can bring her here. But from all the
do you not think age is a factor in this one as well? Because typically there's usually about a 15, but that might well be an anomaly. But
No,
age is usually a factor
people,
in these things as well.
From the sample we did 189. Actually, we were aiming at 120. But we couldn't get, so we did 189. Out of that 189, the most difficult ones now to handle are the younger ones. That is one. Two, we found out that the Yorubans are even the funny character in this thing. They really don't marry that age gap. It's not much. It's 3, 2, 4. Some of them self were the same age mate. I mean, the young parents. It is the Igbos that have that gap. And it is the Igbos that have that disparity in the level of academics. They want to marry somebody they can cheat. Like going to the interior village to go and pick a girl that carries what, according to rules, from Yimini. So, but again, when we get to some that married working class ladies, people who were already working, making money in Africa as single ladies, those ones have issues, but their issues are not really detrimental. Yes, you are very right, man. So the Yoruba girl, I wanted to tell you the story. I think I have to be careful because most of them listen to me, so I'm not going to discuss that. But I will put it, the 62% of the result was on clash of culture. 62% of the result, after the analysis, the investigation, the everything, talk, discuss, put it in the computer, run it down, the 62% of the result we got was clash of culture. And then if the result is 62%, I don't think we have a choice rather than to call it a clash of culture. The rest were different problems, but they were not really. I remember one, the boy loves the girl has issue. She has an issue with her productive, and then the parents said you should not bring her, and then the guy from backyard somehow make sure she brought her to the United States. That one, we have some few issues with parents' involvement and things like that, but that wasn't actually the problem. Because if you listen to these men and listen to what their wives say, you will know that what the man is asking is not too much. But from the woman's angle, what the woman is claiming, she's somehow right in her own. So you get so confused. What is wrong in walking into the house as a man and sitting down tired and telling my husband, please, can I have a cup of milk? Or telling my wife, please, honey, get me a cup of milk. And she's like, I beg, don't disturb me, I'm tired. Is it not two of us that will go and take it now? In the first place, what the man asks is not too much. He's in his right as the man of the house to ask his wife for a cup of milk. But again, this woman left the house since 8 o'clock. And she's coming back by 9:30. Her waist are paining and she has been standing, doing 10 hours. I don't even know why men should allow their wife to do that, but they do it anyway in the Western culture. So woman, I've noticed that most times when people discuss this, they're dwelling, hey, he trained her in the school, he did this to her, he slapped her, hey, after brought her from the village. But nobody have intensified the study, the argument on what exactly is going on. And until we get to that root and manage it, where you can see your brother or your sister complaining too much, you tap her at the shoulder and say, you see, you are in a different society. You find a way around it to manage it. Because some of them do kill them. Some of them become suicidal. Some of them, their children are left to be handled. It's really, really, really bad. And it's alarming. And it's not getting better. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Zita. Stay with us. I think Dupsy came in especially for this topic. So, Dupsy, so this is curiously brought forward by our rational mind. This now is something that a lot of us have heard so many stories around this space. A wife from abroad, and then she turns into this demon just as soon as she's found that she has rights within the.
Sorry. Woman, sorry. Sorry to take you people's time. Baba Jani, Cook, are you still there?
They here.
In the course of my explanation, did I answer your question or you want me to answer it specially?
Oh, you answered it, but the only thing you didn't answer is that you didn't tell me specifically if you have a brother planning to take on that kind of project to go and marry from
there
Nigeria.
Is a story.
Would you advise him to go ahead, or will you?
Woman, any day you go to a private chat, invite me. I will tell you people what transpired between me and my younger brother while I was in Nigeria. He lived in my house for 10 years.
Is that not for public consumption?
No, it's not.
See,
Baba Jani Koko, I for one, I do not interfere in people's decision when it comes to love. Do you know why I don't do that? I am not.
Hold on. You said love, but is love actually an aspect in all this?
Okay, let me rephrase my statement.
Yeah. No, don't rephrase it, because that is also pertinent to the conversation. Because and that might well be central to the problem as well, because a lot of these instances, there are more arrangements than a relationship of love. And I suspect that is that's probably one of the spaces that the difficulties come from. Is more an arrangement. You're a rich guy. She's looking for a ticket to escape, and then is more around that than boy meets girl.
If woman, if you say that.
No, I'm putting it forward. Yes.
I'm not gonna buy that, because I will make reference to the olden days. They never marry for love. It's still the same arrangee, and they are wonderful parents. And most of them lived abroad. You get the point? So I am not actually saying it's because they don't love themselves. No. I still put my feet down and say it's a clash of culture. But let me answer Baba Jali Koko's question before.
Please, can I say something, Madam Zita?
Okay.
Yeah, in my opinion, like you said, you will not say. I think, like, when it comes to marriage, sometimes, I mean, like those people that want to go home to marry, sometimes it's good when you want to marry, you look at the family that you want to get your bride from. Because, like the Yoruba says, Ayaburuku shefe abi. Yeah. Because sometimes, if you look at the family you are going to marry, look at the setup of that family. Is it a family that the girls there they remain married, or is it a wayward family? If you put that into consideration, sometimes family plays a lot in a successful marriage. If the man is not acting good, his family will talk to him. If the girl too is acting out of line, her family too will talk to her, correct her, and make things work. And then even if there is no love initially, maybe they were introduced, if there is no love, I believe love can grow. It's like you have a plant, you keep watering it, you keep weeding it, it will blossom. But if you just abandon it, of course it's gonna die. So even if the relationship didn't start with love, they can, when they start taking care of each other, being considerate of each other, the love would grow and blossom. And then the family too matters a lot. Because sometimes some of these girls, when they go out and marry them, they don't come from good homes. The mom might be teaching her what to do. Or, so I think there are a lot of factors that goes to play in these types of.
All right. Let's use that. Yeah. Hold on. I was going to say let's use that to bring you into.
Okay.
Yeah. So come in. Yeah.
Okay.
So I should
Because
not
so that I
answer.
can just leave the
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
so that I can just leave the space for people to. So number one thing is that for a man to live here, to live abroad and go back home to take a wife, the man is narcissistic in nature to
My
start
God.
with. Yeah, you're narcissistic in nature to start with, because I don't even know. Yeah, for that, I don't even know why right now we go back to Nigeria to go and take a wife. I don't even know why. So that means it's controlling in nature. He doesn't want to respect people here. He wants somebody he can control. So that's the kind of men that does that kind of a thing. So when you bring a woman, let me tell you, when a woman goes to a nursing school with children, it's like sending the woman to like a pit of hell. It is so hard. I've never seen anything as hard as that. One man, for a woman to be going to nursing school and have children, especially young kids in the house to take care of, it is a no, because this kind of things build stress inside a woman that makes them fall sick later in life. Just go and check the pattern. Most of these women, they develop autoimmune disease later in their life. This is just the fact. Because the stress is just too much for them to go to nursing school, come back home, cook, clean, take care of the children. And this kind of a narcissistic man will still be controlling. Then fast forward, maybe the woman now becomes a nurse. I don't even know how a man will expect his wife to do a normal shift of 8 hours, take extra shift of 16 hours, then come back home. That is killing. I feel like crying right now. That is killing a woman's body.
Dulcie, let
It
me
is killing that woman's body already.
Dulcie,
Yeah,
let
I'm
me
listening.
interject
Yeah,
because you said something now that if that man brought that woman here and the woman going to nursing school and cleaning and training children, raising children, that is so hard. I agree with you. I have seen a person that a man that took up that responsibility, taking care of the children, paying all the bills, left the woman alone to concentrate on her education. And at the end of it, when she got her nursing certificate, she turned back against that man. What do you want to say to that? I've seen that.
yeah. But John Lukuku.
Yeah, he
So
did everything to support her, paid the school fees, everything. The best. I've never seen such a man before.
Please, can I
But
say
he
something, please?
he
I'm
turned
so
around.
sorry.
Please don't let me lose my train of thought. So let me just stop so that we go.
Dulcie,
Please,
sorry.
Just to buttress what he said. There is a case of a man also that got married to a girl, young girl, asked her, sponsored her to go to school. He was taking care of the children, doing everything, managing, because he was paying all the bills. They were living in an apartment complex, and really struggling. The man was doing everything. Do you know, as soon as the woman graduated and she got a job, she came in one day with a big SUV parked at the spot where they used to park their cars. So when the man got back from work, the man was like, my wife, look, it's like there is, some apartment complexes, you have designated parking spot. He said, my wife, look, it's like this visitor that came did not know that he shouldn't be parking on our spot, that there is a car that is parked on our spot. The wife said, it's not a visitor, it's my car. The man said, what? It was a brand new SUV. So all this while you've been going to school, I've been hustling, struggling, making sure everything, I can take care of everything. Now you are out of school. You just to get a vehicle, you cannot even come that we should sit together and do it. The man now said, okay, as from henceforth, the bills were going to be split evenly. You are going to do
there will be exceptional cases. I'm not
you're going to do
arguing
this.
that.
You know what happened?
Yeah,
Eventually,
there will
the
be
woman.
exceptional cases.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So sometimes our women abuse the situation, and sometimes the men abuse the situation.
Okay.
Rosie, do you know what caused that?
Let me just.
Do you know
what?
what?
No, sorry. Let Dupsy land that point before she loses her thought. Back to you, Dupsy.
Yeah, so there will be exceptional cases. I'm not arguing about what Rosie just told us now and what Brother Janli Koko said. So there will be exceptional cases, but I want you guys to note that we are not there. Rosie, you are not in the relationship. You don't know the way this narcissistic men behave. You don't know what he is been saying. Most of them, those women are the retirement plans. They are lazy men. So I'm a feminist. Please hold on. Let me talk. I'm a feminist. So just don't judge me. I know what I'm talking about. You don't know how they talk in their various homes. You don't know what they say to their women. You don't know the plans of that woman, that nobody will use me as their retirement plan. As soon as I get my nursing degree, I'm going to get a divorce. I don't know what happened in that relationship. But what I'm saying is that most of those things that you're looking at is too stressful. Being a nurse is stressful. Let everybody know that now. So somebody that works the normal shift for 8 hours, you expect the person, because if you don't work the extra shift, you're not going to get the real money anyway. So when you work the extra shift, that's where you get the money. So when you work the extra shift 16 hours, then you come home, the house is not that neat. Men can't take care of the home like that. You want the house to be very neat. You want your children to come out proper. You want the girls here to be done well. You want to cook. You want people are going to stroke out. They're going to be sick. Let me tell you the way a woman's body is, the anatomy of a woman's body is for you to have children and sit around pretty in your husband's house, and the man should take care of you. That's the way the woman's body is built. It's not built for stress, because pregnancy is stress on its own. So when you start adding an additional stress to that body, that is when women develop all this autoimmune disease later in life. Woman kuni.
Okay, Dupsy, can I say something, please? Just for a few seconds. Now, I have some cases around here that we are not even talking of nurses now, because it's like we are streamlining this into nurses. And these two cases, they were not carrying those burden that we are talking about. Okay, one, the husband brought her from the village, and the other one, the husband and the wife just came together. In this scenario, neither of the two ladies ever enter into nursing. And as a matter of fact, the first one, the man was working in the oil and gas, and the wife hardly worked. The only thing, I think one of those things that caused the problem was the woman brought her mother, and for most of the time that the guy was with them, It's not as if they were doing anything. I think that that mother was one of those things that created problem. And the other guy, I don't know, maybe I can't say the detail, but from what I've identified from the other ladies, that the lady, she's not stable. She would like to do everything today. You can pick maybe microbiology. Tomorrow he won't finish. She won't finish it. Tomorrow, okay. Tomorrow you want to take legal studies. Eventually, there was some kind of a disagreement between her and the husband. And I know the lady today would claim that she was the one that asked for it, but in the reasons I don't know. Now look at that situation. You understand? These ladies were not overworked. They were not overworked. Let me put it in the right perspective. Their husband were the one working, and yet they still ended up the same way. So what can we say about that?
Ola.
You don't know the situation
can I use
of that house. Ola. You don't live. Okay.
No, I'm being very careful. I'm being very careful because the situation I know.
Hello?
Carry on, Zeta. I think she's yielded the space.
Can I use your
No, I think she's yielded the space to you. So carry on.
Okay. Ola, when I was talking about the research we made, there is maybe because I was not bringing out everything. 13% of that research, I told you over 60 was clash of culture. That was why we pitched it on that. But 13% were unresolved conflicts. You know, when you come to the Western culture in Africa, when you do something to a woman, it's like you get like bottled up, and after some time you start acting as if everything is all right. But here, for those who wants to manage the two cultures, when something happens, I will advise that those things get resolved and the decision taken on it. Like Rosie said, it was talking about the woman going to buy a car without even her husband knowing, or even it was just a shock to the guy. If you will sit down and listen to their story, you will know that there is an unresolved conflict somewhere. These are the 13%. I will get to the other percent until I complete it to 100. Madam Ducey, thank you. Continue.
You're welcome, my sister. So that's it. So most of the time, the women are stressed, they are unhappy, and this men, they are narcissistic, they are controlling in nature most times. Of course, like what Ajay Lekoko cited and Rosie, there'll be exceptional cases. But one thing I want you to know is that no matter how hard a woman, I'm a hard girl. I've been married for 23 years. It's about love. When you can show a woman love, pure love, there's no way you can do it. When you show a woman a true love, then the woman will stay and cooperate with you. Women are not mad, though. I want you to know. They are not mad. I'm a mad girl myself. For me to stay in my marriage, you know, that man must have tried. I'm a mad girl myself. So for my man to stay with man is a good man. I swear to Almighty God, yeah, he's a rich man, but he is a good man, apart from money. I'm telling you the fact now.
Atigbo is a rich man, right?
Listen. You have to double your effort to answer that mind. If you want to toast, that Rosie.
I'm married. She's a married woman. I can't give me right.
I can't share it now.
Yeah. Well, yeah. You see,
are you there?
Okay, go on.
Yeah. Okay.
See you, sir. I'm here. Yes,
okay, Lucy. In the case of a man that went to marry a village girl, no relationship in the first place. This is a modern world. We are in a modern world. The olden days of our parents, they have the culture that they respect. They respect the culture so much, and they won't violate the rules that guide that culture. So, but in this modern world where we are, you live in America, for a man to go to village to marry a person that he doesn't have no relationship, nothing, but maybe through some arrangement sort of, that man have a good heart. And to bring that woman here, to spend so much money, and to send her to school, sponsor her education, that man have a good heart.
Hold
on. That man have a good heart. So, and sponsor her education and did everything for her to succeed in life. That man have a good heart. But for only that woman at a point to turn around that woman against that man, to say, I'm not doing again, I'm abandoning you. I think that's the worst. I mean, that is, I mean, how could you do that? I mean, is that the way to repay somebody that done so much good for you in life, that make you a person?
And by the way, that man often rescued not just her, but her family as well.
And her family. Do you know how much that man will have spent?
But Coco, I don't like the way you guys are putting it. You are monetizing this thing too much. I don't like it too.
Is it not a money space?
What has it done? What has it done? How much did he spend? Hold
on, everybody. Let me answer that question that Dutty just put. Let me answer that question. So he goes on that flight from America to wherever in Nigeria, some village space. So that's an expense. So the whole process of meeting that girl, that's an expense. The marriage is an expense. Insulating the family to ingratiate, that's an expense. Getting that girl, the visa process and everything, that's a Herculean expense. So all of the marriage, an expense. Getting that girl to America, an expense. Training that girl, we're looking at a good at least 50K thereabout, if not more, just for that whole process from start to finish, if not even 70. You are
looking at the current value.
Woman, please, can I
contribute?
Can I say
yeah, hold on. Let Ogbeni come in just to have a male perspective. Of course, a male as well. Yeah.
Thank you. I love engaging feminists like Madame Dupe.
Yeah, but Dupes is a militant as well, so be careful.
You see why I'm coming
Mr.
in
Benny,
here.
please, can you give me a second before you start attacking my
No, I'm not attacking her anyway.
Okay, I know. For a second, please, can I just come in for a second? Okay, like Mr. Woman was saying about the expenses. Let's forget about the expenses. I mean, money. It's meant to be spent. If you want a woman, no matter what, you should go out of your way to get a woman that you want. You forget about the amount you spend, because at the end of the day, something good comes out of it. She's going to give birth to children for you. That's putting her life on the line to give birth. So my own point of view is this: sometimes I'm a woman, I'm not against women, but sometimes like there's one online program I follow from time to time. This is a program where women come out to complain about what they're experiencing in their marriages. Most of the times is ones that the men go to Nigeria to marry them and bring them abroad. Sometimes you know what their complaint is? They complain that after they have come to the US, what will I do? Now they're saying the man is not their taste. You going to biju, ko le kiss dada, kini ko mura dada. You know, they start coming up with flimsy excuses. That's why they want to leave. They don't think of the sacrifice that this man has put in place. Now,
that's true.
Yeah, but they don't have to surrender their lives just because the man makes it. They have
it's
choices
not
now.
surrendering their life. But if you think you think the man is not your taste anymore, why don't you find a way? Why don't you polish him to your taste? Why don't you change him to your taste? But they keep saying no, they can't change him.
So because you brought a woman from the village now, you won't be able to even like do something with your life. If you're assuming the guy was
now
a taxi
the
driver
woman
before
now
the woman came, so he was still be a taxi driver after the woman must have graduated from nursing
yes, so
school.
the woman
You
now
still continue to be a taxi driver. You're not improving your life.
Oh no, but hold on, hold on, hold on, Dupsy, you're being a bit unfair.
What are we talking about?
Hold on. You know, the mortgage has to be paid, food has to be on the table, and have school fees. So he has to be that taxi driver in order for her to go through the processes that makes her succeed. So having now gone through that process that makes her succeed, now suddenly he's a taxi driver. He wasn't a taxi driver when he was the hero of her life.
Yeah.
But now when there's a certain unfairness to that.
Yeah, he's good for two of
So
what
I would say is that for a man to go and start looking for, you want to get married to a nurse in the first, what kind of mentality is that? You're a taxi driver, you look for a taxi woman.
Sometimes it's not necessary.
Look for somebody in your level.
Sometimes it's not necessary. Sometimes it's not necessary. Sometimes it doesn't necessarily have to be a nurse. You know, sometimes some men.
From we started with Igbophobia. Look at where we are now. Igbophobia. Really. Let's hear from Ogbeni. Hold on. Let's hear from Ogbeni. Ogbeni, come in.
Can I just have this for just
yeah, come in, Ogbeni. Yeah.
I just wish to share experience. You know, I handle a lot of divorce matter back home, right? And then, you know, on getting to United Kingdom, I realized people would always come to approach lawyers, even when you don't have license to practice here. They will come. Is when they finish telling you their stories, you tell them you can't practice here, but you can only advise them a bit. So I get to meet a lot of people with this type of problems. And from there, I could make my own, at least as a frontline, somebody who meets them, and I've listened to a lot of them. And I can understand what are my understanding of what is happening. You know, it's good for us to theoretize all these things. For me, each case on its own merits. You can't generalize on why our marriages here. And I would like to define it. Research has shown there is a marriages most time of the southerners in Nigeria, not the northerners, that always have issues here in the United Kingdom. And so for me, I've deduced several reasons based on few experience I've had with people I've encountered with. For me, first thing I realized here is this: religion. See, back home, we are these very religious. Have people around you. You're a Christian, you go to church. Before you know it, you have friends around you. You go to this fellowship and that and that. That keeps marriage intact a bit back home. Even when you have distressed marriage, you have people around to run to you, to talk to you. You respect your pastors, you respect your clergies and others. You respect Christians around you, cell meeting, da. Now, the moment you cross to this society, How many people even really go to church? Even when you go to church as a Christian, how many people really pay much attention? And what level of grip does the clergies even have on people here? They don't have that kind of grip. You go to church today, in the next 2 months, you may choose not to go to church. Nobody will come and knock your house and say, ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́, a máa rí yín lánàá. But if you do that in Nigeria, they will send one brother and go to you to go and check on you. Then you take your marriage. Here, if you take your marriage, you to go and meet pastor, he will tell you go and get a lawyer or call a social worker or just take it easy. So first thing I've realized here is this. Some of things that keep marriage a bit intact, even when they are distressed. Every marriages must be distressed in one way or the other. But things that keep our own intact back home, they are not available in this society. And that strikes the difference between Christians and Muslims. Muslims don't really have that issue, trouble with their marriages here. Because when they come here, you realize that they are not like ours. They are not like the Christians that would choose not to go. They still congregate. They still form this kind of, the way they still live a bit back home. They still form that kind of thing. And because of that, they still keep their marriage intact. That's one of the things I identify. Another thing I identify is the society. You know, back in Nigeria, for instance, a lot of things is changing now. For instance, in Abuja, where I stayed, I know a lot of things have changed, but it is still unlike here. Here, for instance, divorce is not stigmatized. You can even tell your friend in the office that you're divorcing your husband tomorrow. Two of you will still want, you are divorcing, there's no even hostility. You come together, you sign paper. Because, okay, look at that man now. He can't even touch that man, that woman. Said, I'm recording you because I can't touch you. But back in Nigeria, they batter each other and everything, and they will see and when the woman go back buried to Bedele, they say, Iletani, you are not coming to do that limousine in my house. So take it back.
Is it a good thing? Is it a good thing?
It's not.
It's the African way. It's the African way. It's the African way.
No, Madam Dupsy, it's a very bad thing. As a lawyer, I won't advise anybody. For me as a lawyer, once a man starts assaulting you, then flee. That is for me. But what I'm saying is this. These are the things, they don't stigmatize all these things enough in our space. But in this space, okay, there's no stigma at all to divorce. There's a huge support for singleness in this place. Huge support for singleness. They have a lot of gifts.
And I support divorced women a lot. I do too. I'm amongst the people that support divorced women.
Yes.
And
there's a massive motivation, okay, for divorce.
Support divorce woman. What they want, Leoko?
The hypocrisy. I hope you are translating this Yoruba for Zita. But
sorry, Madam Zita. So there's a huge support, right, for singleness in this environment. It's not stigmatized, and there's a very massive motivation also for it. See, for instance, in Nigeria, if you go and meet the old women in the church as a woman and say, see the distress I'm going through in my marriage, all their advice we still bow down on, try and find a way to mend your marriage. But here, if you pick an average woman in this society, in the street, and you want to share, their major point is there's a motivation for you to break away because you can live your life without man. It is not like that in our space. I'm just trying to compare the reason why I see for me. Then another thing I've identified is peer pressure. There's this peer pressure. For instance, you bring somebody, a village girl, is just coming here to do nurse. By the time she's doing nursing, there's this pressure of but I can be like this person. Why must I be this? Why must I be this? And before you know it, by the time she finishes, there's a class change. There is change of status. So she starts seeing herself like that lady, like that other Biola, like that other Shidima, like that other. So she doesn't see herself again like that person from the village. And you as a man, you are still seeing that village girl that you brought. That your mumu that you think you still be pressing the mumu button, but she's enlightened.
Ogbeni,
Yeah.
Ogbeni, you know you're from Ekiti. I can't even agree with you, no. You know you're an Ekiti man, so it's not possible for us to agree. Because yes, it's not. It's not possible now. It's not possible because Ogbeni is from Ekiti. I like gidi one, so I can't agree.
Let him land now. Let him land.
I'm sharing experience.
Okay, that's true. My friend Dola.
I'm sharing experience now.
All right, carry on.
Yeah. So there's this change of class. So when there's a change of class, you know we are human beings. Yeah, and if you study human psychology very well, when there's a change of class, you don't see yourself where you are, and that man is still seeing that village girl in you, but you are no longer that village girl. So there's what they call that clash of identity that Madam Sika talked about. Then another thing I see is this: how much do we integrate into the society? Our ladies integrate more. There is something I heard from that person was comparing Asian, Arabian, and African ladies. And the person was saying that the rate at which African ladies integrate into the Western society, the Asian and Arabian ladies don't do that. The Asians and Arabians get married, they still wear their veil, they still cover up, they still
that's still wrapped around religion, though, isn't it?
Yes, it wrapped around religion and culture, their ways. They still do all those things. The Lebanese, the Bangladeshi, the Indians, and others. They still eat their local food. Flip it to our own. They don't want to eat eba and egusi. They want to start eating that pizza. They want to start eating that burger. They don't want to go with you outside.
Very soon she has transmuted from wrapper to hot pants.
They want you to hold their hands.
Those people you mentioned too, they started throwing their people out too.
What is Ogbeni saying? What are you talking about?
Not as much as ours.
I don't even get your point.
I'm coming.
Well, I don't get your point.
No. What Ogbeni is saying is true of the UK.
I'm identifying the factors. These are the silent killers. Silent killer that distress marriages. We just look at the surface, but we don't look at those little things like cancerous, those things that heat it up before the entire thing collapses. How much do we integrate?
Okay, let me interject you, Ogbeni.
See, our people.
Hold on, let him land. So
our ladies integrate so much into the society that the society take them away from their men. The same thing with men. They also integrate so much that the society take them away from their women. But the Asians and Arabians, who are my comparators here, they don't really integrate the way our own integrate. Let me give you an instance. A research showed that when you have a lady, an African lady, and that African lady has started earning, for instance, in the UK, the moment she started earning 35,000 to 40,000 pounds annual, she wants to get her own car. One car to a family is no longer okay for her. And they compare it to an average Asian lady. And they say an average Indian lady will only buy Tata. And they will use, even in UK, and it is that Tata both family will be using. The lady is working 60,000 pounds, 70,000 pounds. But she prefer for her husband to finish without Uber drive to her office and pick her. But an average African lady wants to get her own immediately. So it shows how much do we integrate into the society. Our own integrate too much into society that we lose our identity. That's the way I see. So then another point I've seen or what I've observed over years is that there is this high expectation, you see, from a man who is going to village to go and bring somebody. Don't tell me that what is in money. Let me tell you, marriage is give and take. And marriage is even an investment. It depends on what you are investing. You are investing your time, you are investing your life, you are investing your money, you are investing your wealth, you are investing your property, you are even investing your hereditament. Because when you die, that woman inherits you. Don't forget. So, marriage is about investment. Marriage is not just only spiritual. Marriage is not just only a social thing. So don't think marriage is, so why is he spending money? Does he bring in money? He can use that money to do something better for his life. But he has used that money to go and bring somebody from the village, which he believes they can build future together. And why would the person along the way feel that I'm no longer compatible with you. So for me, right, the man has a very high expectation, but the expectation is an expectation that that lady can no longer meet because status has changed.
Okay, then let me interject.
Obeni, can I say
let me interject?
Hold on, let me just
land. Let me just land. I have just 2 points to make.
Obeni is not in the court of law. Point second to the last, third to the last. You're not in the court now. Take it easy.
One more point, and I'll close it. One more point.
Yes.
And this is the point I've observed. See, the busyness in this society also affect marriage a lot. See, the kind of time you have with your wife back in Nigeria is not the time you have here in the UK or US. Everybody is working. You are all busy, and you see all these things. There's a way it eats up into that relationship that you're no longer as close. The way you be as close, so close to your partner back in Africa, it's not the way you are that close here. I've seen a lot in London where you see them, they only exchange kisses, maybe few kisses and keys at bus stop, and everybody is going. Even weekends, everybody is just resting because someone is doing extra this, that. No time to really talk, communication gap, no time to build serious relationship. And this thing will go bland. And at the end of the day, by the time the EU will surface, it's just a cancer that have eaten up the entire organs. And you just realize that it's no longer at the symptoms level in stage 4. And the entire marriage is distressing and dying. So these are the things me have identified in what is crashing marriages of.
All right.
Submission.
Yeah. Guilty or not guilty? Guilty or not guilty? Doopsie, guilty or not guilty? Doopsie to you.
Ogbeni is from Ekiti. I'm from Ondo. My grandmother is from Ekiti. Ado Ekiti. So Ogbeni, I can't, Yeah. So when I was young, I usually run away from men from Ekiti. My friend no walk past you guys are too egocentric in nature. What's the problem?
Now, because you know me through that time, but forget story.
Sorry, Dariola, you're exceptional. You're not amongst them. You're exceptional.
Okay, thank you.
So, I want to quickly disagree with you. You talked about Asian women, Indian, Asian, and all these are northern women, northern parts of Nigeria.
Yeah.
Have you seen the research about them, about all these women you're talking about? Because it's important to be educated about these things. Because a lot of men doesn't know this. You just care about your own self. You don't care about your partner.
There's a research.
Have you researched about them?
Yes, there's a research.
Let me listen to me. Just let me tell you what's happening to these women. These women, they develop lots of autoimmune disease. What is happening to them? They suppress their feelings for their men. They suppress their anger. They are not verbal. They can't actually say their mind in their homes. So because of their religion, that's the way their religion is. They are not allowed to say their mind. So they get some of those Indian women, their GP look out for them. They look at the signs if they are being abused, because most of them are being beaten in the house like a child. They whip them on their ass like a child in their home because they have to be submissive because of the religion. So their GP usually look out for the signs to be able to tell the social workers that they are being abused. They don't talk, but they just look at the non-verbal cues to check if they are being abused, and they report them immediately. So they start, doing research on them. That are they being abused in their various homes? Most of them are being abused. Most of those women you're comparing us to. So if you come from another part of Nigeria, you can't be confrontational with your husband. That is the religion. It's not possible for you to have a voice in the marriage. So that's the kind of people they are. It's not as if they are cool with what it's happening in the marriage, but they can't just talk. That is the way they are. So don't just compare them. That Benny, you see now, you from all your points, you are not even talking from the woman's point of view. If you say Kiniko, it's all about the man. I think the woman is a piece of wood in the marriage.
Oh, okay.
Somebody like you, Benny, Tabawa, one-on-one, I think one-on-one,
Okay, Dipsy. Okay, where is the respect for? Where is the respect for love?
But damn me, respect is reciprocal. Respect comes from love.
Hold on.
Respect comes from love. When you love your woman, automatically she will respect and love you back.
No. Hold on.
Stop stressing about love and respect.
No. Hold on. Let us say this. Where's the respect for love? Where's the respect for marriage? Where's the respect for culture? And why I mention all this is because, look, that man that went to marry that woman from village and brought her here, give her education, give her everything to succeed, that man really loved that woman. Only for that woman, when she graduated, get, better and, successful, and now turn against that man. Now coming up with excuses, he couldn't better his life, he still remain a bus driver. So that clearly shows that she doesn't have that love for that man from the onset. She just managed to, to cooperate with him while she was going through that transformational process, and when she got everything she wanted, she now decided, it is time, I have succeeded, I got to go. So women, look, let me tell you, Dupsy, I grew up with women, I do business with women, I know a lot about women. If women really love you as a man, woman will not abandon you. Women will always look for a way to settle things and make things work. That is the nature of women, particularly to a man that is nice to them. A man that is nice to them, a man that is good to them, is that man that contributed immensely to their success in life. Good women will not leave that man. If at the time they have a problem, she want to look for a way to resolve it so that they can continue to live together. Because she have that strong love for that man. But if woman don't love you, woman can pretend. I know so much about women. Woman can pretend and woman can suppress themselves for years in order to get whatever they want from you. And once they got it, if they don't really love you, it's just overnight switch. Bam! Just like the way you snap.
I disagree with you, but
electricity switch. So
I disagree with you. I disagree.
Women like you and others should be able to play a big role to advise them to stay in their marriage, no matter what the situation, whatever the situation, they should be able to solve the problem among them. Look, our own parents went through a lot in life. Our parents, they went through a lot in their
life. But I'm telling you, Coco, our parents' marriage is nothing to write home about. They are not good examples of marriage. Hope you know that, sir.
What did you say?
Our parents' marriages, those marriages are rubbish. They are not good examples.
No. That was the best. That was the best marriage that you can recommend to anybody in this.
It's not
disagree
Western.
with you, sir.
Look,
Why
this
don't you
Western. This Western world way of marriage that there should be no problem at all. Once there is problem, pack your load and stay out of it. That is Western life. That is Western style of marriage. Ours is not like that.
Ajale Koko.
Yes.
Why don't you ask Gypsy? What is it about our parents' married from the times old, that whereby they arrange it? What is wrong about it, or that is flawed about that you disagree with?
And everything about their marriage, everything.
Can you just give an example?
I think Gypsy is so westernized. That's why I think he's so westernized.
No, Ajale Koko.
No, I'm a balanced person. Please let me talk, please. I'm a balanced person, but Ajale Koko, I believe in fairness. Because if you see, but Ajale Koko, we evolve. Human beings evolve. The way our mothers lived with our fathers, it wasn't healthy at all. Loads of them. My father is still alive, for example. My mother died last year because she lived her life for my dad. That's not the right way to live. It's a joint effort, sir.
Same with mine.
It has to be equal. It is a joint effort. So when you okay, for example, you said that you cite an example. Okay, for example, my father will leave the house. He was an administrator. He was a civil servant. So he will leave the house on Friday and come back on Monday morning. He's a doctor. He will leave the house on a Friday and comes back on a Monday. You understand that kind of life? But my girlfriend. So he come back to the house, and when he comes back to the house, my mother.
I need to go. Can I interject? I need to go.
Oh, okay. Okay, please. That's fine.
Obeni, that's a very nice this thing you put out.
Thank you.
But all you said is embedded in two things: personality trait and belief.
Yeah.
And those things are not the causes for the crash of marriages. They are the triggers in our research. They are the triggers for the clash of culture, not the causes. They trigger it. It makes them behave the way they behave. But I would really love us to put this thing in perspective. Thank you, what's his name? Rational Mind, for bringing up this topic. We really need to discuss it intensively. Maybe some other time. See you guys next week.
All right. Thank you, Zita. Have a good week. Yeah.
Anytime we're going to discuss it, Madam Dupsy must always be here. If not, it will cut our head.
Look at that. All our fan clubs in the comment section, they are cheering her on. They've been cheering her on.
Okay, let me leave you guys so that we take all the time.
No. What Dupsy said about our father and our mother, see, that time we can't compare to now, to be honest. Are we not talking of those old fathers that can just go and carry cane, beat their wife just because their wife just tried to
exactly?
That thing happens a lot. How does it stand that because so woman talk and the next thing the papa will go and bring her to Bankere? It's very oh man, we can't compare. Don't let us even go.
Yeah, it wasn't healthy at all.
I don't want to discuss it. So we can't use that one.
Healthy. Yeah. So, but Ajale Koko is an old man, so he still believes in that kind of law, and I understand where he's coming from.
There is one issue.
I understand him perfectly.
African culture. African culture compel men.
It's not healthy, sir. It's not healthy. Research the law, sir.
African
it's not healthy to live like that.
African to respect their women and support them to achieve successful whatsoever in life. That is African culture. But our men, some of our men abuse that culture, practice it negatively and paint us
sorry, before you go on,
Allegedly, did you know what one Alaafin did to his wife?
You misrepresenting African culture. African culture also, sorry, Ola. African culture also compels us to support our wives such that they can also become great women. All those great women you saw, all those Iyalo, the Tinubu, all of them, was because their husband also supported them. You understand? As a man, your wife is supposed to help you so that so that you can achieve your aspiration. So also is you. I asked myself one question. I happen to come from a family where we have women and everything. So a number of
you come from a family you have women. The rest of us don't.
We have a number of
the rest
women,
of us don't.
a number of wives. A number of wives. You understand? Because we are all mostly boys, right? And then so I discovered that some of my brothers, their wives were not doing anything. And that my brother now has daughters. And I asked her one day, I said, this is your daughter. When she was grown up, you always ask her, what do you want to become? I want to become an accountant. You now spent money, invested on that child. You sent her to university. She became an accountant. Only for her to get married. And the husband said, forget your life ambition. And the one that you have, as a father, has invested in, she has become a housewife. You understand? So why should my wife lose all that aspiration of her youth, all because she got married to me? I should rather encourage her to be more of it, and then she will encourage me and support me to be more of mine too. But apart from the fact that men abuse women, beating, Dupe, let me tell you one truth, and I think women should tend to speak to themselves. There are a lot of men that go through a lot of emotional abuse. Is somebody hearing me?
Men don't do emotional abuse. Hold on. Men are meant to be stoic. Men are stoic.
No, wait. Now let me finish. Let me tell you why I'm saying so. I'll tell you. A lot of women, a lot of men go through emotional abuse.
Not Nigerian men.
Wait now. It happens.
No, that's scientific fact that Patoxky is telling you.
And I'll tell you.
Okay, what do you mean by emotional abuse?
I'll tell you. I'll start talking. I'll start picking it one by one. I see women who use sex as a weapon to punish their husband. Don't tell me that woman is a stupid woman. Let me just tell you what is happening.
They will start running after the man when they are in the effort.
Now the woman, anytime the woman is angry.
No, Ola is talking about a marriage, not
marriage. That's what I'm saying. Anytime the woman is angry,
I'm supporting him,
or she has done something, he has done something. The next weapon the woman is using is sex. I do that because I happen to be in a church and I get involved in counseling.
Yes.
And these are Christians.
Yes,
they do that. Let I finish. I just say you don't they talk since now. Wait.
No,
now.
I'm sorry.
Wait,
the woman can do that.
Don't sorry.
She can do that because she has to be happy with you before she can give her a body.
Now, let me finish. You see, they do that to those men because those men are Christians. And their vocation compels them that they cannot go out and have sex. So one day I was counseling a couple like that. The guy was telling me all his problems and everything. So I really felt heavy for him. So I spoke to one of my friends. I said, have you found yourself in a situation? Ìyàwó mi mọ̀ pé wèrè ni mí. Tó bá bá mi try ẹ̀ 1 year òun ò ní fọwọ́ kàn. So because of that, because the woman knows that if he tries with this other guy, the guy will not touch her for 1 year. The wife will never try that, even when they have issues. But because you know that this other one is a Christian, is an elder, is in council, he cannot do this thing. He has an obligation to his God to maintain that. You are now using that to punish him. So that man is perpetually under pressure. And when you come under emotional abuse, a lot of things start. I'll give you another example. When I was working in the bank, remember the recession of 2007, when Sanusi did the organization, a lot of bankers lost their job. All you remember. Now, Most of these guys, they got some money from the bank, small. These were guys, while they were working, they were supportive of their wife. Now, because those guys lost their job, that's when I discovered that women have different thresholds. Some women threshold is 1 year, some now 2 years. So the one that has not gotten angry, it's not as if it's good though. It has not gotten to her own threshold. That's why she's like that. So I now had cases from my staff who will come me and say, Oga, Lagbaja no Yahweh. I will say at 6 months, this one will say, my wife is keeping up with me. That one that says wife keeping up with him. If he didn't get a job in the next 1.5 years, his wife will enter her own threshold. And then pressure will start. The first pressure they get from their wife is that the woman will not allow the man to touch him. Say, confirm my bones, and that my friend told me, that my staff told me, he said, guys, it's not as if I don't work or I don't try. He said, when the wife is going in the morning, why will see her sleeping, see him sleeping? The issue is that all through the night, the guy is thinking. He's not even getting sleep. So the time it is when it is 5 or 6, that's when small sleep will come. And that's when the wife will wake up and the wife will say, he's been sleeping since yesterday. Whereas that guy had not slept, had been worried. So I had friends, I had a particular guy that committed suicide. That's why this thing is touching me. As at that time, I had come to Canada. And I felt so bad for my friends that, why is nobody talking to this guy? You people have left him, that's why. Or he has been talking and you are not giving me listening here for a man to think that the only thing is for him to commit suicide.
Sorry, Patrick, just 1 second. Dupsy, can you say something? Because you are in twice.
Okay. So how do I go out?
Oh, no, I'll remove this one. You stay where you are. Yeah,
Okay.
Carry on, Patrick.
Yeah, so that my guy committed and they told me, I saw so and so committed. I said, what? What happened? I said, you people have not been talking to him. So a lot of guys go into that. And now let me give you another thing. Because some guys go through those emotional pressure, they are so immature to the sense that the only weapon of fighting back that they have is muscles. You understand? Some feel that much. They feel that I can't touch you, I can't do this. If a woman wants you to live long, if a woman wants to die, he can kill you within short time. This one Dupa is saying, I lost my mama, my father is still alive. You are one of the few that see as father. Most men die before their wife. And Dupa is confirming it by saying, can you imagine? My father is still alive now, which means she expects the man to have gone and the woman to have been dead. That's how. No, that was what you said. And that immediately I heard that. Immediately I heard that, I said I must join this platform. And when somebody said I was sleeping, I quickly logged in. He said, can you imagine? Is that a life? He said, my mother is gone now. The man is still alive. So you wanted it to be the other because you felt that should be the other. He said, why did the woman die? He said, because the woman was working and serving the man. Wait, I want to tell you the truth. But can you imagine? Which means you expect that it should be the other way around. It should be. You expect it to be the other way around. And luckily, I give God the glory. That man is on ground. That man is on ground. I'm so happy for him. He will be there for another 20 years. Oh my Wambe, oh my Lenny. In my estate, all the landlord, Baba Yawa, Mogegidi, to data to my filu. In my estate, most of the men are dead. Their wives low manage only. In some cases,
so the wife killed her.
In some cases, before the woman even go, the woman would have abandoned the man in Nigeria and go and do Omogo. How can we do Omogo for 9 months, 1 year? The man will now be buying food. I have men in my estate that come to the club because the civil service club is opposite my house. In the evening, that's where they come and eat because their wives have gone to do Omogo for 1 year. So those are the reasons why some of those men, those are the kind of things they are going through. because of these women.
You see, part. See, men.
It's good to support women, but I'm also saying that men go through a lot of emotional pain, and men have pride.
No, part. What you said is very.
Can I say something?
Yeah, let Rosie come in just to have a gender mix. Yeah.
The issue of you saying the women are serving the man of sex whenever they have an argument, she doesn't want him to touch her. Okay, for a woman to give a man her body, she must be happy. If she's not happy, how do you think she's going to enjoy the sexual act?
Don't worry. She doesn't have to be happy. You know, most instances, women just surrender to it.
It's her body. She has the right to do to her body what she wants. She's not happy with the man, then it's a no. If she's happy, because she has to be involved in the act, body and soul. She just don't want to lie there like a log of food and say do whatever you want.
And do you know that in most cases that thing happen because they know that the man is the type that will not go out. When they know that this guy is weary, he will go and get another. He will quickly come and have it.
Hold on. Let's hear from Remy. Remy, come in.
Rosie, I want to ask you a question. If the woman is not happy, she will not be willing to have sex. Can we say vice versa? Would you agree if it's vice versa? If the man is not happy,
if a man is not happy, why does he want to touch the wife? He's not gonna near her.
I mean, the woman wants it, but the man does not want to do it.
Yeah, because the man is not happy.
Do you think the woman will be happy for her husband?
No, she knows she has done something. That's why she has to go appease him. She has to go and apologize. She has to go and pet him. She has to talk to him and make sure that issue is resolved so that they can now come back.
The problem we are having is this. For most of Africans that travel abroad, there is a kind of confusion. Which one do you want to take? So when people get to developed country, they want to copy their culture, which is totally different from the culture you are bringing from where you are coming from. How do you find the balance is very important. I've been listening to a lot of people. I think for a man to go home, to go and bring a wife that she does not know her character, first I'll blame that man. Because as we said, we live in a modern world. No matter what you do, first look at your immediate environment. Everybody have friends. Everybody have work colleagues. Look at your immediate environment. Can you find the right woman for yourself? And if you are bringing a woman from your country that you don't even know, maybe you just met online, no relationship, no dating, nothing, and then you went to and bring this woman, of course, you will know, every right-thinking man will know that this is not about love. Because the woman will say, this is an opportunity for me to go outside of Nigeria. I'm not generalizing it. In most cases, it's always like that. It's just an opportunity. And when she gets there, and unfortunately, a lot of people will go see the life. Oh, why am I dating this man? Why am I marrying to this man? There's a lot more better guys than this my husband. Of course, that would be a kind of friction between them. But the way I see it is that there must be a balance. There's a local saying that behind every successful man, there's a woman, and behind every successful woman, there is also a man. I think the problem we are having most time is patience. And when we get to abroad, we must find our level that, okay, what do I really want from my marriage? If I want divorce, because when you divorce, it's not good for either man or woman because you are starting afresh again. And there must be give and take in life. You don't expect your man to become like what Madame Dupsy said before that. Okay, he has been a taxi driver and still continue to be a taxi driver. Everybody knows it's not easy. And in abroad, it's not about the job totally. Stop, like where I live, a taxi driver can even make more money than a doctor here. So when you put everything on the table, money plays a big role. She talks about love. Love without money, to me, is nothing. Because if you want your woman to be happy, you have to take her out, buy good things for her, provide a good shelter, maybe her children go to good schools, she live a good life. But if there's no money, how can you say the woman will remain with him because of love? Love is not everything. Even you yourself that you are married and you are happy with your marriage, of course, I won't ask you some personal questions, but I think your husband will provide the financial support or maybe both of you are providing financial support together, that makes you
high maintenance. Nedupsio, high maintenance. Ferrari every birthday. Ferrari every birthday.
So when there's no when there's no
is a stable
when
lady.
there's
Forget
no
boju.
when there's no money in a marriage,
Juicy is a stable lady. Forget
like
all those boju shit.
like what the guy talked the last time, I don't know his name. He said the man was thinking overnight, cannot sleep because it's
That
all
was
boils
Patrick.
down to-
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe there's no financial support to support the family anymore, and find a way. When a man is not happy, how can you call him to bed? It's not providing enough money. A woman is like this. If you are not providing enough money to support the family, the woman will cost your life. The woman will tell you, why did you have to marry you? So many things.
No, that's a sweeping generalization.
I'm not saying
that's very.
Let me tell you, woman, what she said is absolutely true and applies to every woman. I will tell you why. Continue, madam. Continue. I'll tell you what she said.
Madam is a man. Is a man. Okay. Are we entering new territory with this conversation?
There are some women that when
I would like to come
has
in.
money and he doesn't
One
have
man, I'd
money,
like to contribute as well.
she supports the man. She supports the man until the man gets back to his feet. She continues to encourage him. She continues to stay with him. She goes out get a job and try to support.
Let me give you an example.
Hold on. Let her Dewale come in so that I will vary it a bit.
Because here in the US, I know of a lot of, because my husband works in oil and gas. There are a lot of the guys, sometimes, they lay off the men, they don't have a job. The women are still working, supporting the family until the man gets back on his feet. They just don't dump the man and say, oh, when it was good, I'm with you. Right now, you have nothing.
Okay, I'll give you another example.
Yeah.
Hold on, Patrick. Hold on.
Thank you,
one man, please. Let me say the Adewale, please. Just
one man. I've not even okay.
But please, my advice to all men: if you're having issue with your woman, if that woman invites you for sex, go and give it to her.
Hold on.
It's true now. Don't use sex as a way
Hold on. Let Adele Koko speak, please. Yeah, carry on.
Emotional or this nonsense that forget about that one. Make her happy. Maybe that will help the relationship or the problem to solve easily. Give it to her very good. Let her be happy too. So, that's my
not just give it to her, but very good. That's what I mean.
So don't starve her of sex.
Oh God, X-rated woman session.
You're not helping the situation. So you can't wait. It's not the culture for women to our culture for women to call you for that. But if at all that both of you are living abroad and she's inviting you for that, don't say, oh, you are not happy. What is not making you happy? Go and make her happy. When she's happy, that could bring a bigger happiness into the family. So that's the short advice for every man, please.
Hold on, Fash. Let Dewale come in and then you come in
after. You have to speak for me. I don't know how to interject people and shouting and all that.
I know. It's the topic, people want to,
I can see, even the people in the comment section are going, crazy.
Yeah, they're all shouting for Dupsy. They want to hear from Dupsy.
No, they're all hailing Dupsy for
Adewale,
that's good. Yes, sir.
It's good now. Let everybody go wild.
It's not about Buhari all the time. Tinubu every day. Tinubu.
Man, their problem. Anyway, the topic is really interesting, but what I really found really very important is that I realized that people are selfish, generally selfish, both men and women. And they go into marriage or relationship simply because they are selfish, and for their selfish reason, that's the reason why they are going into that relationship. I mean, you can imagine somebody traveling all the way to Nigeria. Let me say something the other time that you are bringing somebody, to America for the purpose of, that person becoming your money bag, in the future, which is wrong. However, even if you look around you, find somebody that you like, we don't tend to ask questions during the dating period. We don't. We just go because at that moment everybody is trying to act right and say what is right. But behind that pretense is there are deep character flaws. And at the end of the day, when you now get married, now have one child or two children, now that true color, true character will now start resurfacing. And the good child, a good girl who used to be, church goers and all that, come to America, or come to Europe, now started going to club and misbehaving and all that. And for crying out loud, we're still expecting women to be, taking care of. I'm a traditional person, but I won't tell my woman to stay back home, who are the alabodo. I won't do that. But if you truly want to work, you are free to do what. I raised my own daughters, to be strong and, to be decisive. And, I'm not raising you to be, I'm raising you to be a mate to your future husband, to support your husband, not to be behind, but to be by the side of your husband. But that doesn't mean that that man is still not the head of the household. Of course, he's the head of household. You are the neck. But the point is that people are just generally selfish and they go into it as if they are blinded. Nobody blind you, nobody blindfolded you. You go into that marriage with your eyes open. You know this person is coming for your money in America, and you willingly put that pen in the paper and bring them to America. So to me, it's just that we tend to be selfish in all our, even we get in our culture so many times, and our culture is still good. Except that, we come to America, we embrace foreign culture, the culture that it's not really, is only for here. People back home have been living and surviving and doing well, with that same culture, only to come here and say that your culture is no longer good. To me, it's just, it comes from individual. You have to be willing to be open to change, but at the same time, don't be selfish when you go into a marriage. Other than that, you will suffer, and at the end of the day, we have nobody to cry to or to blame other than yourself.
All right, thank you, Diwali. So Fash, come in.
Oh, hello. Good morning, good evening, everyone. Thank you for the program, one man. From my own experience, it's
You
good
have
if
to
you.
thank Rational Mind. Rational Mind brought this.
Well,
Yes,
spinner.
thank
Oh,
no Rational Mind.
I only thought that Rosie and Zita will say something, and then we go back to Peter Obi, Peter
I
Tinubu,
don't. I don't know. I don't know any rational mind.
Rational Mind.
The one I know is the real spinner.
The real
Anyway, yeah. From my own personal experience, it's good if you wish, if you want to go and bring someone from Africa to marry, it's good if you like it. But where people make mistakes is that when you go from abroad to Nigeria, the respect is always too much. They see you as semi-god. You exchange pounds, dollars, and they respect you a lot. They don't know what you're facing here. And bringing a girl, most of the time, those girls, they don't, the respect is too much. They don't have the confidence to ask you questions, to know how things is going here. And when you bring them here and they realize, most cases, when they realize the way things are, like, oh, so you just live in a flat, not in a house. You understand? And they know how rich people are in Nigeria. They live in big houses, big cars, and they see the way you are in abroad. Because they just came, they don't know how things work. So the first time they'll be like, "Oh, what's going on here?" And it depends on the relationship. You try to behave as if you're in Africa because of the respect she has been giving you. You try to maintain the respect, and she too, she's exposing daily. Like, okay, my experience. I could remember then, a long time ago. I used to work in London. So one of my colleagues, she used to be just nice, beautiful, small girl. I admired her a lot then. So I tried to talk to her. She won't answer me. But got to a stage I realized, oh, she's not herself anymore. Like, she doesn't dress that, she doesn't look that charming anymore. And went to her. Like, what's wrong? She didn't answer me. So that day I just went into my wallet. I gave her £100 to go and make her hair and stuff. After then, she started talking to me, telling, oh, she started talking to me. Yeah, she started talking to me. Then we used to have a field job. So me and her, we go out on the field together. From there, she goes to my house. From there, we started talking, started, dating. Like, where do you live? She just tell me she lives somewhere there, and she doesn't want me. But she comes to my house. Be- Before I know, she lives with a man. I don't know she lives with a man. I don't know she was even married. Then he started explaining to me, oh, this man came to Nigeria to pick her up. She, very, very small. She doesn't know anything. He sponsored her to university. And everybody studied. The man terminated the university. He wants her to come here. And when she got here, the man said, oh, she shouldn't work. And her parents back home, they believe their child is in abroad. They be expecting money from her as well, and she wants to work. She forced her way to work. The man wasn't happy with it, and what really happened that they didn't have child together, and it was the girl came with 2 years resident permit. After the 2 years, she's going to get an indefinite stay. And in that kind of relationship, the man too will be talking to people outside. They will be telling the man, ọmọ tó gbé wá tó bá ti gba indefinite stay, ó ń sá lọ nìyẹn o. So it now became a race. The man wants to impregnate her so that she won't run away. And the girl too, the more she stays there, she became more exposed. Like she doesn't, and you got to say she doesn't like the man anymore. Like she has seen the difference. The man doesn't have any car here. The man doesn't drive anyway. And being a young small girl, she has seen young guys that drive. And besides, she doesn't know what they do. Most of guys just short then, and they drive big cars. So she's now when she came back to her senses, like, wow, why will I marry this kind of old man? Because the girl was like 21 then, and the man was 45. So she wants to come out of relationship, and she was looking for a way to come out of relationship. Then she stayed with me. Then she even had pregnant for me, and she didn't have for the man. She has to abort the pregnancy. No, she has to. She
Look at
has
this
to.
man.
She has to
Ọgbàyàwó
abort the
yàwó.
pregnancy.
Ọlọ́run ló yọ
Yeah,
ikú ló fi ṣeré yẹn o.
I don't
Obi,
know. No. I don't know.
you were young
What
then,
I've been
right?
doing.
You were
What I've been
young,
doing.
right?
Yeah. It's been long.
I know you
Something
would
like
try that now. Very
like
dangerous.
like
What you have just done.
like 15, 16 years ago.
Oh my
So
God.
so I've been doing it already. And when I realized, what can I do? I can't run back anymore now. Me, I don't have anybody. Then I live alone. So after the see, me too. I still eat my wutu now. After then, um, she doesn't like the man anymore, and she said the man doesn't even touch her anymore. She complained a lot about the man to me. That kind of situation. The girl will she would like to discuss the man with me, all the negative sides of the man with me every now and then. Just to have my attention. So she fell in love with me then. Gradually started seeing me as no option again, because the people she was talking to then, they were telling her, now what you going to do? This man, he doesn't want to give you your indefinite, give you his passport to renew your paper to get your indefinite stay. Okay, so those women, they taught her what she's going to do. That she just tried to create a little bit of argument, and she just tried to lock the man, then fall down. After then, she should just call ambulance. And I don't even know about it. Oh. All of a sudden, she just called me. She's in hospital. What happened? The police is there. Everything has scattered. What happened? Then I realized some people, taught her what to do, that she should create domestic issue in the house. And at the end of the day, when she got to the hospital, she explained to the doctor, this country now, when they heard about the issue, they called the police, they called social worker. From there, they got the man arrested. That it was an emotional abuse. He's been abusing the lady all this while. At the end of the day, they asked her if she's going to leave the man's house, and she said yes. before and she left the man's house. She moved into my own apartment. So we were staying together. Then then she used to come from before. She used to come from that man's house. Now she lives with me permanently. Because she at the end of the day, she saw me as no option as well, because she's seen other people outside like this one too is not up to the standard I want. I want somebody big. Okay, when when when
This a movie.
yes now so
Unbreakable.
they told her then that now he should leave the man's house because of the situation. Okay, and they gave her social worker. So those women that was training her then told her that don't worry, they will still give you apartments. They will give you collect your indefinite stay. You go to school, you do this, blah 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 blah. Okay. And I said, okay, me no, I want the pregnancy back now. You know how things goes then. And me, having my personal issue with home office then. So I needed somebody, to have a baby for me then. So and I said, okay, let's do this thing again. And she started running away from me that she doesn't want to have a baby again. You don't want to have a baby again. And she started, all those things that I used to do, because me then, after work, I just go to bar, I go to
We
club.
ambulance going on.
And she doesn't
Ambulance going on.
she doesn't say anything about it, but after that she started giving me all sorts of excuses. You will drink every day, you will do this, you will do that. But you don't complain. Why is it now that you are complaining? All because she wants to leave me as well. She wants to leave me as well. So they gave her apartment. When they gave her apartment, she left for the apartment. After leaving for the apartment, she went since that day she didn't come so she left. Since that day she left, she didn't come to my house anymore, and she started, living alone. And that's how she left me. And me even myself, I didn't even gain anything out of it. Yes, and now, the issue now, she's married now. Yeah, she's married now. When that thing happened, because I didn't even love her that much. It's not as if I didn't love her, but I didn't cherish her that much. But when she started behaving like that, my eyes opened. Me too, I want the love bad then. I was begging her. She was like, no, don't touch me. Don't do this. I said, why are you behaving like this to me? Don't do this now. He said, me, I used to be like this. I said, okay, it wasn't my fault. Me, I was dating, because before I met her, I was dating, the person I was dating was in Nigeria. So that one, she just left me all of a sudden. She left me all of a sudden for another man without even doing anything. She collected money from me. She used my money to do wedding with someone else in Nigeria. So me, I had it in mind that okay, because what the lesson I learned from my last relationship was that I've tolerated her too much. Because she wants to leave me, I don't want her to go. So I've accepted everything. So I had it in mind that any other lady that I met, that I will stand firm, I'll stand on my legs, I'll stand like a man, I won't take any nonsense. So she didn't have the love with me. I didn't accept any nonsense from her. So she started complaining about that. So what do you want me to do now? That's what happened. Okay, I'm sorry. I beg. She didn't answer me because she has made up her mind. Now, you know what happened?
You said the girl is married. Is she married
Mhm.
within your circles? Is she married within the vicinity of where you are?
Yeah, we live. This thing happened. Me, I live in what's it called?
Ní láti torúkọ bẹ̀ now.
Okay. Yeah,
Is she happily married?
Yeah, they were happily married because the man, the man lives there while she lives in Nigeria. The man goes to Nigeria, her family, all of them, they like the man. She gives them money. They see they used to see the man as a big man. So on getting here,
Fash, let me interject you, Fash. Let me
yeah,
interject you. You see, marriage is not compulsory. I don't know why people don't understand this. You see, this is your story now. I can see, clearly that the girl is traumatized. A lot of people are traumatized from one problem or the other. They've gone through something in life, so the thing is affecting them. But a lot of people don't know. You just think it's compulsory for you to be with a woman, somebody that is not, that has a lot of troubles. That you want to be with her, but she's traumatized. She needs help. It's not about marriage. She doesn't need marriage. She needs help, a professional help. Not like a counselor is son BT pato skill. Because our Christians, that's what they believe in. Our counselor son.
But I try to help her.
I've not even told you my
that's where
counseling position now. I've just told you my experience.
Are you a professional counselor?
No, I just told you my experience.
Dipsy,
I'm a professional counselor. You people that learn psychology and then you say you're counseling people. You go and read book and counsel people. You read book and counsel people. Is that psychology? That counseling?
One Patoski Oje professional counselor.
Holy Ghost fire, Holy Ghost fire counseling.
You go and read psychology and then say you want to counsel
counselor.
You know the funniest part now.
Professor of psychology don't divorce 3 wives.
And one man.
Hold on. Fast.
Okay.
Yeah.
The funniest part now. The girl, she's married now. She wants to bring another man from Nigeria, and me now I'm praying. What happened? A lot of karma.
So it will happen now. You don't
karma, yeah, cause yeah, she wants to bring another man from Nigeria.
Hold on. Let me say something, Fash. You know what you are saying. You know what I am hearing. What I'm hearing is that girl is a victim. If you are telling us that some 21-year-old girl was married by a 45-year-old man, brought him from Nigeria, then that tells you then that she's a victim. And she was seeking her escape, So I think she's a victim from what you just said.
The 21-year-old is a
victim. We should know that she's traumatized too. She's not normal. She's
traumatized.
Behavior. She's traumatized. Because
the girl that killed that man, how old is she?
No, I think when I met her, she was 23. We decided dating when she was 21. When I met her, she was 23.
So what about you? Have you been able to find someone else for yourself?
Me?
Yes. Because Dupsy Wambio, check about Ebasoro.
And one man, even the lady that left me then, me first saw him. You need
to go for prayer. I hope you don't have a mover.
Please stop that. Please stop that.
I'm just kidding.
But one man, there was one question that you raised.
I'm just kidding now. I'm just making jokes.
Remy raised that I think I don't want us to overlook. When they said that a woman will endure with you, and you said that it's not every woman that does not endure, that a lot of women endure. I agree that a lot of women endure with you. But from the experience I've had over time, I'll give you my own life experience. Let me tell you. You see, when I was growing up in Ibadan, my parents were very poor. My father was very poor. And my parents were always fighting. And my dad was my mom was the only wife my dad had. But my dad was always fighting. My mom was always fighting my dad. But beside my house, there was one man they call Babajisha. That man has 3 wives. You see, those days, I'm talking of 76, 75, 74. This man has a basement in his house. He has a patio. He has a penthouse. He has a parking garage, a locking garage that will take 2 cars. He has a Mercedes-Benz, a 2-station wagon, and a 504 salon. This man has shop in Gbagi in Ibadan. Those, you know Gbagi, that's the textile market in Ibadan. In the morning, all the wives, they enter the car, they all have shops. And once this man's kids finish undergraduate, he's sending them abroad for masters. Those that don't go to school among them, he will just give them shop. So when I was a child, I was very young, I was in primary school. I always refer to this man that has 3 wives. They don't fight in the house. In our house, my mother is the only one with this man. Why are they always fighting? As I grew up, I knew my mother was fighting my dad because my father was poor. That man, those women could not fight, because if they fight, they are back to zero. You understand? Because everything depends on the man. And my experience as a manager, when I was helping with my support, my staff, was that most of my guys that lose their job, some of them, like I said, their wives, some wives will endure 6 weeks, 6 months before they start showing their character. If the guy is lucky to get a job before that 6 months, that character will never show. Some women, their own is 1 year before they start showing. If he gets a job before that 1 year, the character will never show. So you will always see the woman, no, this woman will always endure with you. No, it's just because it has not gotten to her threshold. Once she gets to her threshold, she will go gaga. That's the truth. But this, my sister mentioned something. Say when you come to, it was Remy, not that. You say when you come to the West, you are coming to a different culture. If in the West, as a man, I expect that my wife will share the bill with me, then I don't respect the kind of respect I get from a Nigerian African woman who doesn't share the bill with me. But if you are a Nigerian woman in the West, where I'm paying all the bills, and you now still want to come and give me the right of the Western woman, then you must be able to do what Western women do. Share the bill 50-50.
Patoski, take it easy. Take it easy.
No,
I've never paid bill before in my life, and my husband is not demanding that.
You can't want to claim Western rights and then give the man African responsibility. African culture, the man assumes responsibility, and with that responsibility comes the respect. But if you say you want to claim the rights as a Western culture woman, then you must assume the Western culture woman's responsibility. Because the Western culture woman,
let me talk. Let me interject you.
50-50.
Let me interject you. Let me tell you. I've never paid any bill before. I've been married for the past 23 years. I've never paid even my phone bill. Phone bill. I'm telling you the fact today. I'm
So Duke say I have
hold on. Let that go on, Duke say.
Phone bill. Even my son pays his own bill. Me, I don't pay any bill. My own son pays his own bill. I don't pay any bill. And yet my husband still gives me that respect, Patoski. The utmost respect a man will give a woman. I don't even have any choice. I don't know why men beg for respect. I don't know why. Respect on need agidi now. Just to respect your woman, she's going to reciprocate it. She's not mad. There's so much there for my head. But my husband ought to tell me. So I respect him with everything. I respect with everything. I can't even imagine disrespecting him.
I believe you love that man too.
Because for me, he showed love to me first. He showed love to me first, sir. He showed me love first.
Hold on.
Madam Ducey, I have some question for you.
You have that natural love for that man too. It's not everything is not money. It is not money that
I agree with you, sir. I agree.
You have that natural love for that man, and that is right. That is what keeps you going. Woman that doesn't love a man, no matter how much that man spend on her to take care of that woman, if that woman want to leave, she will still leave.
I disagree with you, Badami. I disagree totally.
I disagree with you
I
too.
disagree totally, sir. I disagree.
If a woman, if
There's
a
people
man,
like Fantastic, that will make the woman go.
if a man
No,
provides
I think I agree with
everything,
Agalego.
if a man
So many
provides
people to help me.
No, hold on. How can you agree with Ajande Koko on how women think when two women disagree with him? Who knows the female gender better? Us men or
God bless you, woman.
One man, real quick, just guys, real quick. You have two children, a male and a female. Sorry, Ola. Can I just
interpret when I say it in Yoruba because only reason we saw the Yoruba meeting over here. So woman, please let me interpret.
But our okay, go on. But
no, you interpret.
All right.
Ọ̀rẹ́ àwọn tó ti yàgò fúnra wọn lẹ́ẹ̀bí méjì mẹ́ta tán fi gbé bóyá wọn ò fẹ́ra wọn tán dẹ̀ tó ń padà kí la ṣe lè sọ yẹn tán bá fẹ́ra wọn ṣé wọ́n máa padà fúnra wọn. Wọ́n dẹ̀ ráwọn míì tó jẹ́ pé ẹ̀kan péré ó tán nìyẹn. So ẹni tó yára wọn lẹ́ẹ̀méjì mẹ́ta tó tún padà ó mì pé wọ́n fẹ́ràn ara wọn nìyẹn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Mo mọ̀ọ́mọ̀ sọ nítorí àwọn etí tó wà lórí tòsí mi.
Can I just say something real quick? You have two children, right? A male and a
please
female.
interpret for the audience, please.
I'm not sure I have the fullness of that interpretation, but I
want to debunk one belief that a male should be the one taking care of everything for women. You have two children, a male and a female, and you send both of them to school, graduated, empowered. They are working. But the male is now, society has already decided that this male should be the one to shoulder the responsibility of the household. The other female is just there to keep spending the money and saving the money. What lesson are you teaching those children? So when they get married, their man, they will be keeping the money while their man will be going working all day and night. It doesn't make any sense.
If cannot cope, they will now be giving their.
It doesn't make any sense.
Say my house, my father was one paying.
Even if your husband is a billionaire, if your man is a billionaire, you still have to be the one. You still have to be the one way or the other. Get involved in maybe the business or whatever, so that at least you know you're making your own money.
Household works. That is my husband takes responsibility of me. I'm his wife. He takes 100% responsibility of me. Do you understand what I'm saying? So
Madam Dupsy, that is for you. That is for only your
okay. Yes, I'm not saying it's compulsory for people to do that. I'm not saying people to follow shit.
So you cannot come here and say that because your case is as rosy, everything is good.
I cannot come here. Let me keep it to myself.
Let me finish. Listen to what I want to say, please. What I'm trying to say is that your case is rosy. You love your husband love you, and your husband take responsibility. But you have to listen to other people. Cases are different. Some, maybe they don't have the resources to take care of all the household.
I agree with you.
Your case can be personal, but what we are trying to say is that, like what Patrick said, I also have a personal experience. I lost my job because my boss said I went for my naming ceremony of my daughter, and I take one more day, which I already asked for, and she already granted me. And when I went back, she fired me. That's one of the reasons I also came abroad. And my wife took it, and after 6 months, she started complaining hard. Hey man, you have to look for a job. I'm the only one, and my shop is going down. But luckily for me, I got another job the 7th month. I just asked myself, if I didn't get that job, what would have happened?
Oh, disaster. Let me tell you, if you are taking care of the house for 7 years,
wait, you guys should listen to me very well.
7 years. If that woman takes care of you for 1 week,
hold on. Let's hear from Rosie.
For me, as a woman, like when I got married, my husband was like, "No, I don't want you to work. I just want to stay home, take care of the kids." But my mindset is like, I went to school. I'm a graduate. I just don't feel comfortable just sitting down, being the full-time housewife. So I kept pleading, you know what, please, I really want to be empowered. I want to do something. I want to feel fulfilled. I want to work and earn money and know this is what I worked for. That way, it's going to give me more self-esteem. And, so, we came to an agreement, and then I got something doing. So to me, I think every woman should be empowered, except she doesn't want to work. But if she wants to, she should be empowered. If it's to set up a business, do something to so that you'll be part of, bringing, supporting the family. Because sometimes our children do look at us and be like, oh, my mom is just sitting at home doing nothing. My dad does everything.
And I'm not saying I'm not working. No, listen to me.
No, I'm just talking general. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying sometimes when the woman stays home, just like doing nothing, the man does everything. With the children growing up, will be looking at the home. They will have that feeling. What's my mom actually doing? What's she contributing? Like apart from cooking, what actually is she financially? She's not contributing anything.
I'm not contributing financially. That is it. It doesn't matter. That's the way my home works.
I'm just talking generally. I'm not referring. I just said.
Sorry, can I interject? This is what is.
Yeah, let's hear from what please. Good to see you. Konnichiwa.
One man, sorry, I saw a message, but I had the early morning today. I had to meet my engineers for some meetings and all that. That's why I couldn't rest.
How is that progressing?
It's good. It's good. It's going well. But no, they are in Ramadan now. I told you that most of my engineers are Senegalese, so they're in Ramadan now. They are fasting, so I have to meet them for 1 or 2 things. But it's okay. Okay, I greet everybody. I greet Ducey and I greet Rosie and all that. And I greet Patrick and the rest people. I don't have much to say, but I'll quickly say this. There's a problem or there's a thin line between all this we are saying. Most men, we marry the women that we are their last option. When we become a woman last option, in that marriage, we will provide everything they want because we were their last option. We keep pleading them till eternity. The day we stop doing that, that day the marriage break up. That's a mistake we men always make. We always try to please the woman to how we please the woman to get her, but we never think what the woman really want. If it's you, she really want. As I said, it takes a woman 5 seconds to know the man she likes or not. Only 5 seconds. The rest, Najara. So all this we are saying, I'll blame the men not to do their proper research. Because when you become a woman last option, this is what you get. Like what Ducey is saying, I'm not paying any bills. The day that man stop paying the bills, that is the likeness he has for that man. It ends that day. Because the man was never the
You don't know my story, so you can't say my story.
I'm not
for
talking
me,
about your story.
bro.
I'm just making reference. I'm not
So
saying
you don't say my story for me. That is
I'm
my
not saying
own
your
story.
story, madam. I'm just making
Thank you,
reference.
bro. Because
Okay,
you are making reference now. You are making reference. The day he doesn't
Yeah.
say. Do you know when we have been together? Do
Okay,
you know?
hold on.
You don't
Hold
know
on.
the
This story is not label.
It's not labor. And so women nowadays is missing out because of we are traveling to Western world. We are living our tradition, our culture. When like me, my father has three women. Actually, my father married 3 women. Not like really married 3 women. 2 women had kids before he married my mom, and I never saw my mom fighting my dad over it one day. And my dad played the role of a father. My mom support. My mother was doing supply to a Kiadolo. That is a college
Your
of
papa get
education.
money. That's why I'm sure your father is rich or comfortable.
No, my father
Yes
was
or
not
no?
that rich.
Was your
No,
dad a
not
poor
that
man?
rich.
Was
No,
he a
he
poor
just
man?
struggled. He was just
Oh,
struggle.
therefore the fight. You for see.
Wait. But what thing we have to understand? One thing women have to understand is this: they are the backbone of the house. They have to put the house together. They have to put the house together. It's not they have to put the emotional aside. When a woman put their emotional first, that's the problem. They start thinking about me. I have to be happy. If I'm not happy, things will not be good. Think about we. They should think about we.
One piece. Let me tell you what you guys' problems are. When you make like times 100 of what your woman makes, there will be money issue. It's because you are still having money issue. That's why you are discussing like this. Please let us leave this topic. When you have money, you don't talk like this.
Well,
you guys are still struggling.
Before I leave the issue, what I have to say is that most Nigerians coming to Western world, the ladies, they tend to live the Western life, and like Patrick said, but they don't want to contribute. If you want to live the Western life, then share the bills with the man. But one thing a man needs in life, which women can never get, just like man can understand women, women cannot change man. Like the mistake women always make, they try to change the man. The man just needs comfort, peace. That's all. Just give the man peace, and the rest, the world is yours. The man not care anything you do. If you are going to party, you want to enjoy, drive his V-boot or whatever, but just give
Please
him.
let me interject you. So you believe that every woman shares the bill in their house? Is that what you believe?
I said
So
Western world.
you have never seen Patoski. Let me ask Patoski. So Patoski believes every woman shares bill in their house?
I
So you
said
have never
no. I
seen
don't
men
say.
that do.
Wait now.
It's not
Wait.
every
I don't say
woman,
every
no.
woman
People are
shares
rich,
this.
so
Even in
some
my
people
own
have
house.
money.
Even in my house, it doesn't happen like sharing.
Some
like
people
that.
have money, oh.
We don't. No, forget about money or no money. Money is not the issue. The point is that what I was saying is this: if you want Nigerian, if you want Western culture, embrace it fully. You understand? Embrace it fully. If you want African culture, embrace it fully. But if, for example, you come here and you claim Western rights, you claim everything, then also take responsibility of the Western woman.
Patoski, what I interjected you for is that it doesn't really matter. Because my husband pays the bill doesn't mean I won't respect him or he will respect me.
No, that's your own choice. If you like, don't respect the man now. You will see another color. All those ones that the man is, you will see. I'm telling you, I don't know your husband though, but don't respect him. You'll be paying the bill. You'll be paying the bill the following month.
Yes,
I'm telling you, you'll be paying the bill. That's the point. So the man sees that, oh, I can buy my respect by paying these bills, and okay, I still enjoy this. But the moment you disrespect, I will say, hey, you mean let's go. I'm paying your bill. I'm doing everything. They say I'm not your father.
Past that level. We are past that level. You don't talk about money.
You know Sarah. Yeah, all those on our story. Sarah, Abraham's wife. He give her problem. Baba Debo, that mama wey dey see wey if they give am problem, they no go let you know. Abraham's wife, a man called the husband, say, come and sleep with my maid. The man no wan do am. The man eventually he say, okay, drive the maid. What problem can be more than that? And they say it's our mother in faith. So forget that women can give men.
I'm not a Christian. It's your own mother in faith. I don't know Sarah.
Okay, their mother in faith or whatever. But women can give men a lot of problems. That's what I'm telling you.
How was Islam fan? Not the problem they give Muhammad. You don't go Martin, go to stay every day. They make a problem. Wife give a rich woman we marry. Everyday problem. They don't go Martin.
Women can give men a lot of problems. That's why men are waking up. They're not getting married
household, we understand each other. We don't give each other any problem.
I've been reading the comment section. Very interesting. Woman, you need to read what is happening there. Those guys, they're enjoying Dupe, but you will see that guys don't even want to marry again. They don't want to marry. They want to be okay, and live peacefully. If paying the bills is what is going to help me maintain the peace, I'd rather do it. Let me close with one story. Woman, did you observe something? That when couples come to the West and they have served their terms in the West, maybe America or UK, and they want to go back home, most of the time, the women are the ones that want to stay back and don't want to go. They'll say, tó bá fẹ́ máa lọ, ìwọ máa lọ ti Nàìjíríà ti tiẹ̀ o, èmi ò tẹ̀lé ẹ lọ anywhere more. Even in Nigeria,
I think it's the other way around, though, Patrick.
No, even in Nigeria, happens like that. Where if you leave the village with your wife, come to Lagos. If the man wants to go back to the village, you will say, I'm not going to their village.
I think
the women want to stay back in the West. That's what I'm saying.
Most women follow their husbands anywhere they are going.
Most
women.
Most women don't follow.
Western world, though, they love.
They don't want to leave.
They don't want to
they
leave.
Stay back. Men, you will see the man will now be the one that will go back and stay in Nigeria. I have a case in hand now. No, 2 cases safe.
Most women don't want to leave. They
don't want to leave again.
My children can only. I will stay here with my children. You can go if you want.
Hold
on, Patrick. That means they don't love the man. Then, if you love the man,
they don't love. They said
they love enjoyment.
They love. They said the safety. They're concerned about the safety. They're concerned about the security. They're concerned about the.
But people are still living in Nigeria. They are not all dead.
You know.
And if you have money in Nigeria, you enjoy Nigeria very well. You have housemates. You have driver, you have garden, you have, I mean, people wait on you. You live like a queen. But here, you can't afford those things.
They don't want to go.
And most women divorce their husband when they get to abroad. Why?
God will bless you. No, let me ask one man one question. If you observe it to one man, if you are maybe you are a couple, you don't have a stay in Nigeria, you come to the West for visit. When the couples have come to stay with you when they visit, if you observe, if the woman is the one that wants to stay back, they've come for holiday, the woman will feel that this place is good though, but the woman wants to go back and resume his job.
Yes,
I've seen instances
you are
where
right.
the woman stay back and the husband have to go.
You're right.
I have a case that I said to the man came back, left the husband. They went back to Nigeria, and the woman now came back alone and left the husband in Nigeria. That marriage is broken now. We are speaking grammar here. I'm talking of real life.
Women love to be
pleasure,
They
comfort.
love where.
And if the man cannot afford it, sure.
Okay, Patrick, you know what I think? Women want to determine how they enjoy and determine who they marry. That's the place they get. That's the place they make the problem. A woman
and they cannot get it from the same place, right?
Let's hear from Dewale. We've not heard enough from Dewale. Dewale, are you still with us?
I'm enjoying the conversation. It's just somebody asked a question about people, ladies coming to Nigeria, coming from Nigeria, only to get to America and then divorce their husband, or the marriage just hit the rock. I think there's a lot of explanation to that. Some people pretend to be, our culture is kind of like a halfway of make somebody get subdued, kind of, only to come to America and start showing some kind of character. And then, this place offer freedom, freedom especially to women. But like I said earlier, the selfishness in people will always bring that character, will always make, marriage they get involved into, not really work. Because when you love yourself too much, that means you don't care about the other person. And it's just the selfishness. And somebody talks about bill or no bill. Like I said earlier, you have 2 kids and you're raising them to be self-empowered. And then, yes, your husband can say, don't work. But you know one thing, it's good to work. It's good to earn your own money. It's good to be empowered, because the person that says don't do nothing, what if something happens to that individual tomorrow? No matter how much that person saved for you, it will still not be enough for you, or for your children. So it's always good to get empowered, do something, get involved in something productive, so that at the end of the day, if something happens, you won't be, feel the absence of that individual for too long. That's what I'll say.
Okay. In addition to what Adewale just said now, I totally agree with you that for me, I will always respect any working woman, whether you are contributing 5% or 10% to the financial, whatever the family need. And I think most men always respect working women, because no matter what happens, both of you are contributing to a basket together. Even if our own is as little as 1%, she always go out, because I've seen so many working women here. It's when I go to abroad that I realize so many things. I see a woman driving a truck. In Nigeria, that is just for men. I've seen a woman driving a tractor, cleaning the snow or cleaning the road or whatever they want to do. They are doing that kind of job to also contribute. So I think a woman that is working will deserve that respect, no matter whether the man is super rich or not. At least she also go out every day to make living for herself and for the family. In case those Nigerian women that went abroad and they want to stay back, there are several reasons for that. One, in Nigeria, when you marry, you are not only marrying the husband, you have to marry the family also, in just in the right way, because you have to respect your mother-in-law, your brother-in-law, your everything-in-law, so many things that you have to carry along with it. But when they get abroad, all of those ones are wiped away. You don't need to contend with your mother-in-law coming to your house, or your cousin-in-law, or for so many people coming to your house to destabilize your marriage or to say one thing or the other thing. So they think that this is freedom. So I don't need to talk to anybody. I can take decision. I can stay with my husband alone. I can take decision together. We don't need to look at okay, what would my mother-in-law say? What about my wife's mother or my wife's parents or my wife's brother that is living with us? How are we going to handle? So all those things are aware. So for that particular reason, it gives them a lot of freedom. As you know,
the law protects female more than male in the Western world. That is the truth. Some also because of this, they use that opportunity to do whatever they want. My brother is living in UK, and he always tell me that sometimes when there is a divorce, most time, probably 70%, the property goes to the woman, and they will just throw the husband outside. And it's the man that work for the house, work for everything, paying the mortgage. But when there's a divorce, they will throw the man out. There's so many women in England, they are divorcing because they get the house, they get everything. So you can see, so men at times, sometimes, that's why I said, why does that man not look in his own environment first? Look for a wife. Why go far away to Nigeria?
And then also in Nigeria,
sorry, Rosie, let me ask you a question. But your connection is very bad, by the way. It's suddenly gone grainy. But let me ask you a question. How come Gen Z women are struggling to settle down?
I think most of the Gen Zs these days, they don't believe so much in marriage. Because
they do. A lot of them do, but
some don't. Because I have my niece, she's a Gen Z. Most of her friends, they're like, what a man can do, a woman can even do better. And they're financially okay. They are very independent. So
what age bracket? What age bracket?
She's in her 30s, 25, 30. So they are, out of school, they have good jobs, they're earning good money. So they are not ready to take, according to them, bullshit from any man. So they don't want, they feel marriages is like losing their independence. So they don't want to do that. They don't want to lose that. They just want to have a child, one or two, and then move on with their life. So it's kind of different. And also in Nigerian society, the women are not as empowered as when they are abroad. Like in Nigeria, in those days, if a man and a woman is fighting, they have issues. The man can decide to throw her things out of the window and she goes out. She'll have to get people to come and beg for her to come back. But here in foreign countries, if there's an argument, if the woman calls the cops might come and say, you know what, they might ask the man to just pack a night bag and leave. And don't come until the matter is issued. Or if the woman says the man kind of was rough on her, they will ask her, you want to press charges? She said, yes, that's the beginning of trouble for the man. But if she says no, but she doesn't want to see him, then they ask him to pack a few shirts under his and leave the house. So women are empowered and women can do, they can live without a man here. The society is set up that, she doesn't suffer. But back home, most of the time, most of the women depend on the men for everything. So once the marriage don't work, they start, having issues like, there's one woman online now, her husband is he's a top man in the government. I don't know if you've come across it, that she's calling the people to come to her help. The man is not taking care of her, he's abandoned her. So
who's that? Is it a public figure? Is it something we would know?
It's a public figure, yes. I think somebody next to Sanwo-Olu, one of the Director General, somebody high up there, the wife is out saying that since she got married to the man doesn't take care of her and stuff like that. It's out there in the social media.
Financially, she's talking about financially, or
financially. Okay, yeah, financially.
Chief of staff to Sanwo-Olu.
Yeah, financially, that he's not taking care of that. Even that she doesn't get anything from me, so she's asking the public to help her. So
she's putting that on social media
because she's frustrated.
One man. He's Sanwo-Olu's chief of staff.
And she's putting his life on social media.
Because the woman is frustrated. The man has abandoned her for so many years. She said she can't go to his office, she can't do anything. And they are legally married. He hasn't divorced her, but he has abandoned her. So that's why she's out in the public crying for help. So whereas things like that
we have to agree on one thing. Some men are really wicked. We have to agree on one thing. Some men
But hold on.
Things like that can't happen abroad.
If you ask him now, what did that
Master,
woman do?
Hold on. Let Adana Coco. Yeah.
Madam Rosie, what kind of
Yes.
responsible? How can a responsible woman go on social media and be talking?
It's unbelievable, isn't it?
I mean, you
But
don't
if you
have
listen
family.
to the woman's
You don't
story, the woman has been suffering for a long time.
No way, forget about that. Wayo suffering for lost time. She doesn't have family. The husband.
But the thing is that, like, if this woman has a job, she's working, she's not going to be depending on him.
Don't listen to most of this cry by this woman.
So why did she look for a job?
Which I mean, she doesn't have the pastor or the wife, the in-law,
even the boss,
those people, or the boss. Some of these people that we have. That
the way people rush to social, it's frightening. It's frightening.
Do you know
I'm even surprised because she's not a young woman, but for her to come out to the public and be
maybe that a rush to social woman.
Hold on, let her look.
Maybe that a rush to social media is even the problem what the real problem between her and the husband.
The man has not found a wife yet.
Yeah,
one man.
Look,
hold on now. Let her look.
It doesn't. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me for a woman to go on social media over what is going on between her and the husband.
But that is what Naomi did to Onyo people now. If you only social media, not to divorce her.
No, that one is a special case. So she's that man squeezed that woman. Yeah, Fash, come in, Fash.
Yeah, I saw the video on social media, and the woman says she's the wife to the chief of staff to Sanwo-Olu, but I don't know how far the story is true. You know, this politician during the electionary period, that's when he started saying, "It's my dad, it's my this, my mom." He didn't want to take the pregnancy, all this kind of story. It might be political, gimmicks. I don't know, but I saw it on the social media. The woman said she's the wife to Sanwo-Olu's chief of staff.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So, who have we not heard from? So let's hear from Remy. Oh, we've not heard from Gideon, and she's been with us all the way through. I bet she's gone to sleep. Gideon.
I'm here. Remy is here. If you want to hear from.
No, hold on. We've not heard a word from Gideon. Are you there, Gideon? All right, because Gideon most times she just likes to listen. But yeah, let's hear from you, Remy.
Yeah, as for what we have been talking about, I think I said earlier, finding a balance is very difficult because coming all the way from Africa, and then maybe how do you find the balance? Bringing your wife with you, and then the woman also get there and seeing that there's a lot of opportunities for me here to be highly independent. And sometimes some women let it get into their head. As you know, fingers are not equal. Some women will have it good. Maybe financially, their husband have everything. And some might not even have it good. They have to work hand in hand with their husband to make a living. But as the case, I blame the man leaving America and going to Nigeria to go and pick any woman to marry. I think to me, I think this is uncalled for, or unless you have been dating this woman for a long time. I have a personal friend that did the same thing. He just went to Nigeria and married that woman. And at the end of the day, they divorced after 1 year. Because I told him, why not date this woman for 1 year? Try to know each other's character and behavior. But no, I'm too old. I have to go home. I need kid. I want to marry. And then what is the result?
So sorry, what is the panic age for a man? What is the panic age for a man in terms of a single man?
I think when a man is getting to around maybe 30 to 35, I think that is the panic age.
No, I think it's 40 to 45. 40 to 45.
No, the reason why I choose 30 to 35 is because 30 to 40 is the golden age of men most times. So when you have a kid at 35, you are lucky because you are still going to babysit the kid. That means you are going to still continue to work out for the next 20 years. Because when you fast forward that you have to pay the tuition fee from primary school to university level, and if you are the kind of man that also wants to send this kid to master's degree, that's a lot for a man to take also. And so if you have 1 or 2 kids, maybe you'll be lucky to even, it's not going to be easy. Why some men have like 4 kids and the wife is saying all of them must go for higher education, master degree, and you have to pay for everything. So when you factor it, you are going to put in a lot of years of work. Even if you are working in a very good institution. But when you are 40 and then you have a kid, I don't see that you have a kid that means you are going to work up to your 70. Forget even if you are not in abroad, you are lucky that you still have streams of income. What about Nigeria that everything is destabilized? Maybe they lose their job, and it's not easy. So I think the panic age for most men is about 30 to 35. If you cannot pencil down a woman at that time, that is why there is a rush that, I have to get married as soon as possible. I'm getting old, something like that. And at the end of this, it will go to wrong choice, and everything will snow dive at the end of the day. So on the women.
Yeah, go on. I was going to put the women one to Dupsy, because I have. Let's put that to Dupsy. So Dupsy, what would you say the panic age is for a woman? Dupsy or mute? Okay, let's put that to Rosie then. Rosie, what would you say the panic age is for a woman?
The panic age for a woman is like 28, 30. By the time she's approaching 30, she's very scared. And she's like getting desperate and will want to marry anybody that comes her way.
Okay, I'll talk after Rosie.
Or even sometimes marry somebody below her class, trying to, but she's getting desperate.
What age would you say a woman will give up on the idea? Not give up, but start to entertain that if she doesn't get a partner, then she just wants a child. When do they start slowing down the marriage and just saying, I just want a baby? What age would that be?
I think that's kind of like 35, getting close to 40. Because the woman's reproductive age is very, very limited. So she starts thinking of, if I can't get a man, maybe I should try to get a baby. That's above 30, getting close to 40.
No, all right. Until you
okay. Well, okay. So me, I want to write a book. I'm thinking of writing a book recently about all this. So my ideal age for a woman to get married. I don't know about panicking. Why are you panicking? Go and get something to do and have self-confidence. Be confident in yourself and stop talking about marriage. That's what I tell the people around me.
Let me ask you this way, Dupsy.
Yeah.
How many, in terms of your contemporaries, so you all went to university together and all of that, and then you come out and you're working. How many marriages from that group do you attend before you start to feel the pressure?
Actually, I married early.
Not you personally.
Yeah, because that means I didn't attend many before I got married. You understand that? Amongst my peers. So I never feel somebody like me. I never wanted to marry. You understand? But I got a man that was interested, and I'm interested in the man. We fell in love and we got married. So I wasn't in that stage of desperation or anything. You understand? So I wasn't under any pressure. I didn't feel any pressure. So I got married, at the age that you shouldn't feel any pressure at that age. So you understand? So for me now, for what I understand from life now, a woman should get married from maybe age 32, 35.
Wow, are you joking?
That's too late.
That
is too late.
I'm not joking because you are not even in this world to get married in the first place. I don't even know why that is place so much emphasis.
You can go and change your name to Angelica.
It's not the ideal age.
Emphasis on marriage because it's not even compulsory.
Ṣé obìnrin yẹn ò ní bímọ tó bá má rí mi?
Kò ṣe dandan kó bímọ sà.
But you mentioned
Hold on. One voice. We're getting echoes of.
Remember, there is family pressure on a woman. The family
that is the book I'm telling you about. You have to get, if you have self-confidence, Rosie, you wouldn't feel any pressure from anybody. You just do your own life because you're not here to be pressured by anybody. So that is the book I want to write now. Don't be pressured. Don't be pressured into getting married.
Hold on. Can you hold on? Sorry, who's that? Can you hold on, please? Do you think you're going to be misleading women with this book?
I'm not, because you guys are not. You wouldn't let me speak because I'm in the African community. So they won't allow me to, especially egocentric men. They won't allow me to speak. So that is why you guys are
egocentric.
Can I interject?
One man, a lot of people here now, they want to fight me, they want to beat me. People like One Piece, people like Patosky. Like, but Ajaya Koko doesn't mind me. No, he's a good man. He doesn't mind. But people like Patosky.
For me, I'm not a good man.
And One Piece, you're not a good
no,
man.
Not with that new haircut you have. Not with your new haircut. Do you want to show us? Do you want to show us your haircut? Look at that. If this one is after another wife, now why you look at that? No retreat, no surrender.
Can I interject, please?
Please,
yeah,
can I interject just for a minute?
Carry on.
Okay, at 30 to 32 or 33, it's your choice, but your choice are limited at that age. In China, from age 28, they call them leftover women.
Leftover women,
because because these women are highly educated.
Because they are pizzas.
No. They are highly educated and they have the kind of criteria they are looking for. Maybe they are looking for highly educated men like them. Maybe they are looking for a man that have a good job. They can put together. They can live together. But at the end of the day, when you become a leftover woman in China, it's very, very difficult to find a man to marry you. And in China,
they usually marry foreign men. Those leftover women.
Yes. At the end of the day, those foreign men they also marry. They are opportunists. Because most of these women.
Sorry, who's echoing back? Yeah.
I don't know whether it's me.
I think it's from. Yeah, carry on.
So most of these women always marry foreign men that are opportunists because they see these women because most of these women in China, they already have a good job, have an apartment, have a good car. So because they cannot find Chinese men to marry, they just go for any foreigner that come along their way. But at the end of the day, the result is also divorce at the end of the day. Because once they have one kid and this foreign man is not contributing, because they will pretend, okay, fine, this man comes to me, I will marry. But after some time, what are you doing as a foreign man? What are you bringing on the table? If you can't bring nothing on the table, it also leads to divorce again. So it just means just to have a kid. And after a while, they divorce again. So I would suggest that for women have a choice. If you like, you can marry at the age of 40. But remember, your choices are limited at that age.
What choices? We command. What's wrong with this man?
At that age,
hold on. A lot of the audience, they want to. It's just we're getting echo from you. A lot of the audience wants to hear from the women, so let's hear from them. Dupsy.
Okay. Since the way Remy is talking with so much ego, what is the problem? Let me tell you, bro. It's not compulsory to get married. It's not compulsory to get married. Get that straight. When you know that, you know.
They'll be calling you auntie by 32. Auntie.
Go get fulfilled. Go look for someone that you want to do in life. Who is that?
Or they call you Sisi. They used to call them Sisi back in the day. Sisi Laide. If they call you Sisi, your own is finished. If they call you Sisi, your own is finished.
So don't let us start with that narrative. People, if you want to get married, it's good. But if you don't want to get married, don't be pressured by the society. People like Patrinsky or people like Remy saying that you're leftover. Are you a piece of pizza?
No, I'm not pressurizing any woman.
Why are you saying somebody is a leftover? What kind of word is that? Leftover.
Cancel Patrinsky.
I'm not saying
I didn't say leftover. You know, when you are old like that,
it's Remy that said let's
when you are old like that, let me
what
even
they
give
used
you
to
my
coin
own
them
word.
in China. I said in China.
Let me give you my own word for it.
It's true.
What is the English meaning of
Let me give you my
leftover? Is
own word for it. Let me give you my own word. My own word is when you are old like that, they see you as a damaged good. You understand? When you are old, they are not even seen as leftover. They see as a damaged good. They will now be something. But at this open box, you know when you go to Best Buy to buy something, they say, this one is open box. So they will say, okay, they will sell it cheaper. That's what happens. I'm just telling you what society is.
I'm very offended on your platform, woman. Can you imagine?
Imagine the audacity. We're getting feedback from you.
They are not thinking of highly educated women like here now. A girl that goes to the medical school, maybe she wants to be a pediatrician, she wants to be a neurologist. She spent many years in school. She doesn't want to marry because she has a lot she's studying for. So you mean at the end of the day, she's graduated. Some of them are even begging. They graduate, they don't have, because they're so focused in school. They're not damaged. They're untouched. They just,
but unfortunately, that's the way society see them. They see them as damaged goods.
But eventually,
that's what they are.
I'll tell the police to arrest
Please, if you are a lady listening to us tonight, please, if you desire to get married, do not get married at 32. Please, I'm begging you, do not get married. If you really desire,
hold on. Let Dewale. Dewale, what would be your recommended age for?
Look, go get married at 25, straight up, out of college.
Yeah.
Do not get married at 32.
What if you're in the medical school?
If you're in the medical school, get married at 28. The reason why I said this, grow with your man, grow with your husband. Because if you think you're going to get married at 32, look, at that stage is whatever comes your way, you grab. Grow with your man, the man of your youth. If you get married at 32, simple as that.
To me, I don't actually advise a woman to get married too late, because then you start, when you're pregnant, you start having, it's called high risk. Once you're pregnant after like 31, 32, it's not considered high risk pregnancy.
And it's not everybody that wants to have children anyway. It's not everybody.
Most people do.
Most marriages want children.
It's because they are brainwashed, woman. Don't forget. It's just because of where we're coming from.
I don't blame anybody.
Our African culture is like every marriage should be blessed with the fruit of the womb. Right?
They say adoption all the way, right?
Any lady above 30
I get.
People, person like Madam Dupsy is supposed to be married away when she was 18. Dupsy, I don't blame you. It's because of the British that invaded Nigeria. If not, you would have been married at 18 when you turn 18.
They would have married you at 12.
I'm a man that wants to force me at the age of 18.
They don't marry you at 14.
It's because Western education have come into Nigeria. We now have government.
I don't think so. I'm a stubborn girl. Don't
marry one power wine tapper.
Who marry you away? What do you say?
Maybe marry the one power wine tapper.
Why is the one man?
But that motel, we give
to make it worse. Councillor, ṣe gbọ́ nǹkan tó sọ fún ọmọ
Patrick, to make Dupsy case worse, to marry am to Hunter, make the family go bush every evening. Yes, sir.
Can you imagine?
Imagine the rudeness.
I don't know what man you Can you imagine the way they're just bullying me on this platform? I don't even understand this.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've passed the 8-hour mark, which is, I think, sufficient enough. Thomas is not here, so if Thomas was here,
is Thomas not coming tonight?
No, he's had
Thomas
to go to
taking
work.
over.
No,
he's going to take over.
Yes, don't worry. Save the rest for the next session.
I've not even slept. Oh God!
So somebody there say, somebody on the comment section, when are we having the part 2 of this topic?
Yeah. No, I think we have to start incorporating.
How many people click on the like button today? There
That's
are still many there.
Yes, yes. How many of you have clicked on the like button?
One man.
If we have, hold
No.
on. Fashion, not manage to now. If we get 10 more likes before the end of the session, then we have we will incorporate it with every session. Then hopefully we'll be getting more and more of Rosie and Dupsy, and then we'll incorporate all these relationship type things and leave Tinubu alone for a moment, But then so that's that. So Aldi comes in, who has been heavily using this super chat space. He says society pressures people to get married too early when you are not yet even when you have not yet even discovered yourself. I recommend 35 to 40 to get married. By then, you are more matured for today's marital pressures. So don't super chat it, but tell me the gender that you are recommending 35 to 44. I hope it's not for female. Is that across the board? But thank you for the super chat, RD. But I wouldn't recommend that. I would, that 35 to 40. When I was asking what the ideal age was for a man, and Remy was saying something like you should be getting married at 30. Yeah, I just thought that was I think 35 to 40 is the ideal, because then you've been through school, you've established yourself as a premium brand, haven't gone through phases of work and all of that. You've played the field, you've had the girls, and then you are ready. And then mommy is starting to pressure you. Okay, so 30 to 35 to 40 is just ideal for a man, but I wouldn't recommend that for a female. But thank you for the super chat, RD. So thank you for the super chat, RD. And that super chat space, of course, Thomas was in there twice. Alexander Gomez, who regularly does that anytime he's with the session. So that's Alexander Gomez again. Ola was double dipping, both on the comment section with the super chat and on the screen with the Yam Talk. Alexander Gomez, I'm only joking, Ola. Alexander Gomez again, and then RD comes in. So RD, just like Ayo did the previous session, he has gone a bit wild with that thing. So that's RD just rattling it out. And then he comes in with a super chat. I did say a lot of the comment section, they were just pushing to hear from Rosie. And there's a guy there. I'm not sure if this is cyber stalking even. Let me just pause the super chats for a moment. There's a guy called Stadium. It must have been 30 messages. I want to hear from Rosie. I want to hear from Rosie. I'm not quite sure if not Rosie or Dupsy. And Rosie too, of course. I want to hear from Dupsy. I want to hear from Dupsy. I'm not quite sure what your voice is doing to this guy, Dupsy, but I don't know. You see, it says there he is. It says, did we find out why Dupsy recommend 32? Please ask her. And then it goes Dupsy all the way through. It's just yes, you're all seeing him in the comment section anyway, so I don't have to. He say I think he's taking notes. He wants to learn about women from a female voice. So there he is going wild for Dupsy. So there he is going wild for Dupsy, as was out there as well. He says, I just love Dupsy's vim, a fine blend of feminism and respect. That she calls you Babami doesn't mean you can't collect Igbaju. So, I want to have people that ring of it. But I will respect, that kind of language. So that's RD again with the super sticker still. And RD, of course, seizes the day with this super chart. So there it is. But then, of course, when we go to the coffee space, there's only ever really one champion. And of course, as he always does, that's Ayo marking marking his register there. So if we need 3 more super chats, and not super chats, so we need 3 more likes on the comment section for us to revisit this session. If we are going to revisit this tomorrow, if you want to hear from Dupsy again tomorrow.
I'm trying to bleach my hair, but I get this.
Did you want to go completely brown, or what's the, or did you just want that accent that you just put on it? So that's Ayo doing the coffee as he always does. So thank you, Ayo, always a regular in that space. Are you intending to go completely brown, or is it just an accent that you Patoski?
It's just the accent, yeah. It was great before, so I just want to make sure that portion is. I don't want a blend of black and gray. Naturally, it was gray. But
it's not. Gray. You know, I thought it was football related. I thought those were the colors of your team or something.
No, I had gray there before. I've been dyeing it, but I just want to leave it like that.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Young forever. Have you ever heard of Dorian Gray? Is it a novel by Oscar Wilde? Go read it.
Okay.
Dorian Gray. All you have to do is get somebody to paint your picture and then go and hide it in your roof, and you stay young forever. That is it. The portrait of Dorian Gray. So there it is. A really enjoyable session today. All thanks to Rational. Well, it was enjoyable all the way through anyway. There's still a couple of topics that I was going to. Actually, let me just play you this. It's not really. We're not going to have conversations around it, but it was one of the things that had lined up for the session. So let me just play it. What this is speaking to the. Remember how Peter Obi won Edo State and how aggressively the people of Edo State campaigned for him. You all remember that? Hello?
Yes, we do.
Yeah. So here is the Southeast saying. So here is the Southeast saying thank you. So here is the Southeast saying thank you.
They don't use to be very useless, including their Oba. Where is wounded civilian? And then once Peter Obi make his statements now, if the whole Edo blog as a map again, will you go? And when you also just use it to make money, and they think they're supporting, they don't support you. They hate you badly with passion. Obluna useless Edo youth, the stupid Edo youth. The uncircumcised they don't use. If they love P2B, the same way they now come out and use P2B to make money for their YouTube and build their pages, they could have started a protest. But because the useless they don't use, they are useless. Hey, do you see any of them again? MC Edo Pikin, Casino, Madiba, all of them, they have used Edo.
So that was the Southeast saying thank you to Edo. And here is Edo State saying, "You are welcome."
One man.
You dey craze. You want to tell me you want to do ritual now? Be a man. You want to do ritual now? Ritual I will kill you. Go punish your head. Normal level for Bini. Mona, you go to this video reach Bini. You go don't reach. No, you reach. Una go feel out this time. Una go feel out this time.
You could be in land with landlord. You can't they carry goods, they sell. Your money no go return. You do pass yourself.
The craze.
One land of a beer parlor. If I bought fear cool living go.
All right, so that's that. We did say that it won't be long before they start to cannibalize themselves.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
That thing is causing a lot of problems.
Oh, have you seen it? You've seen that clip, have you?
Man, I said we have had meetings here in Japan, like my big uncles. The thing is causing a lot of problem. Big problem. The only thing that is not making it explode now is because of certain things that is going on. It's causing a lot of problem. And that guy doubled down again the next day and released another one. You know, some Igbo community in Benin have come out to attack the guy and say that they don't send the guy and all that, but that's not enough. Man, that thing is causing a lot of problem. Now it's causing problem with the obedient Benin people that support to be, and the other Benin people that said, now you see, you people caused this, you people brought this, you people brought this disrespect, running after Obi. You know, it's causing a lot of problem. It's taking that side. It's taking the palace a lot of great deal to stop the trouble right now in Benin. Seriously, it's a big
we did say they were going to use and dump you, they have done. But
no, that guy is hype up. The problem is that the guy is hype up, and now the annoying part of it, when this thing is going on, they always come to a comment section and say, "No, don't mind him. He's a stupid man." It's not don't mind him. He's a stupid man. Go out there and make a counter narrative and debunk the guy. Don't come to the comment section. That's what the people are angry about. None of their big elders have come out now to say no, he's a stupid person. Rather, they are writing personally to us like, no, don't mind him. He's an hype. Even here in Japan, they have called and no, don't mind him. He's a Bontrowe. Don't know what we want. That guy have caused a lot of problem in Benin.
All right, we are going to revisit that. So you don't wake up. We don't call you since so Gideon. When you come there now, we don't call you since now.
I just sleep. I just sleep.
Look at that. Okay, there it is. That's how excited we are. So, yeah.
Good morning.
All right. Well, it's good morning and then goodbye also. So let me leave it here. I think we've done sufficient enough. So thank you, everyone. Ola, Patrick, now transmuted into Patoski. Adewale always joins us at the last minute. Dupsy, only to add the excitement to the space when she decides. Our man from Japan, War Peace. Fash, who comes with an avatar of his favorite food. Remy, with the posh voice. Princess Rosie, Her Majesty. And Gideon, who just loses us to as a sleeping pill. So all of that. So to the super chatters, the happy clappers, and the whatever, I've forgotten what I used to say. So we leave it there and we meet for later, and peace. Thank you, everyone.
What peace?